However, they were still surprised. Unexpectedly, Leng Xiaoyao was indeed very skilled. A while later, Ci was obviously at a disadvantage. At this time, Ling Tianqi and the others finally realized that Leng Xiaoyao was better than Ci. They had to admit that Leng Xiaoyao was really impressive. Wow, Xiaoyao is awesome. Xiong Manxin jumped in excitement. She totally forgot about the handsome guys and focused on Leng Xiaoyao. After a few minutes, Ci was beaten to the ground by Leng Xiaoyao. Although he could still fight back, he had already lost, so there was no need for them to continue. They only needed a winner since they didn't want to hurt each other. After that, Ci got back to his feet and looked at Leng Xiaoyao with great respect. I lost. Miss Leng, you're indeed very skilled. I accept this loss. Thank you for your compliment. Leng Xiaoyao replied politely. Wow, boss, you're unbelievable. You're my idol. At that moment, Xiong Manxin ran towards Leng Xiaoyao and gave her a big hug. Although Ling Tianqi and the others were surprised that Leng Xiaoyao won, they didn't say that. After all, it would displease Leng Xiaoyao and they didn't want to do that. Alright, let me go now. I have another round. Leng Xiaoyao gently pushed Xiong Manxin away. Miss Leng, there is no need to rush. You can rest for a while, Ci said. Leng Xiaoyao just competed against him so she would be tired. If she competed with Li Machun right away, it would be unfair. Leng Xiaoyao wasn't tired, but it wasn't a bad idea for her to have a rest. After all, she didn't have confidence that she could defeat Li Machun. After all, she couldn't use her magical power to attack Li Machun. Otherwise Li Machun would be injured. Anyway, she didn't care about the result. She simply wanted to compete with him. Besides, Li Machun was very skilled. About 5 minutes later, Leng Xiaoyao was energetic again, so she could compete with Li Machun. Before they began, Leng Xiaoyao said, Mr. Li, I don't have the confidence to defeat you, so can we stop once there is a winner? No problem, Li Machun agreed. Li Machun wasn't fully convinced by Leng Xiaoyao's words when she said she didn't have the confidence to win. After all, she might do it on purpose to make him underestimate her. Why don't you have the confidence to win? Ci asked. When he fought against Leng Xiaoyao, he felt it was just as difficult as when he fought with Li Machun, so he believed that there shouldn't be a big gap between their abilities. However, he couldn't tell which of them would be the winner. It's my instinct, Leng Xiaoyao said. Fine. Ci said nothing further. Leng Xiaoyao always said it was instinct, which was a perfunctory answer in his opinion, but he couldn't force her to tell him the actual reason. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoyao began to compete with Li Machun. Because they roughly knew each other's abilities, they didn't hesitate to do their best from the very beginning. Once the competition began, they were basically at the same level. Both of them used more and more energy as the game became tense. Because Leng Xiaoyao and Li Machun were both more skilled than Ci, the competition between them was more exciting. Jesus, boss is incredible. Xiong Manxin acted like a fan of Leng Xiaoyao. She admired Leng Xiaoyao more than ever now. Ling Tianqi and the others weren't professionals, but they could still see how the game progressed between Leng Xiaoyao and Li Machun. It was much more tense than the competition between Leng Xiaoyao and Ci. This time, Leng Xiaoyao left a deeper impression on them, so they were even more respectful to her. A long while later, there was still no winner, but gradually Leng Xiaoyao ended up at a disadvantage. However, there wasn't a huge gap. Only Ci could see that Leng Xiaoyao was slightly worse than Li Machun, while the others couldn't see the difference. However, Leng Xiaoyao wasn't at a disadvantage all the time. Sometimes she was at an advantage. When the competition was almost over, Leng Xiaoyao was finally at an obvious disadvantage. Right afterwards, Leng Xiaoyao still couldn't win. Another while later, the competition was over with Leng Xiaoyao losing. I lost. Leng Xiaoyao admitted it at once. What? Boss lost? Why can't I see it? Xiong Manxin exclaimed. She felt it was strange, because she didn't know much about Kung Fu. Ling Tianqi and the others couldn't see it either, but they knew that they were outsiders. Since Leng Xiaoyao said she lost, it must be the truth. Nevertheless, Li Machun didn't win by a big margin. Miss Leng, I'm happy to have sparred with you, Li Mochin said politely. Although he won, he didn't think he was much better than Leng Xiaoyao. He only won since the game didn't last long. If they continued, he might not have been able to win because he felt that Leng Xiaoyao had a very explosive power. Although Li Mochin was calm on the surface, he was really amazed. He didn't expect an 18-year-old girl to be so strong and skilled. He was talented, but he had trained for many years to reach today's level. Leng Xiaoyao was much younger than him, so she must have experienced more danger than him. To be honest, he was respectful to her, but he wondered whether it was a coincidence or a scheme for them to meet. He felt that he shouldn't be suspicious of Leng Xiaoyao, because it was Ciichi who proposed to have a competition. However, Leng Xiaoyao gave him a very strange feeling. Although Miss Leng lost, I'm really impressed by your abilities. And you're so young. I believe you can be even better in a few years. Ciichi complimented. He was sincerely impressed by Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao was basically at the same level as Li Mochin in car racing and fighting. Now he was more convinced that it wasn't a bad thing to form a close relationship with Leng Xiaoyao. He didn't know what had happened between Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochin. If he knew, he would be more suspicious of Leng Xiaoyao than Li Mochin was. Thank you for your compliment, mister. See, Leng Xiaoyao said politely. Miss Leng, you're too modest. At such a young age, you must have been through hard training to become so skilled, Ciichi said. It's never easy to practice kung fu, but no pain, no gain. I have to suffer a lot in order to become strong, Leng Xiaoyao said. You're right, Ciichi answered. He knew that very well because he had the same experience. He had said that because Leng Xiaoyao was a young girl, so he felt that she must have been through a lot more than him, but Leng Xiaoyao had a very positive attitude, so he thought that she must be extraordinary. Mr. Li, it's late now. We should go back. Thank you so much for your treatment today, Leng Xiaoyao said to Ciichi and Li Mochin. Even though she wanted to form a close relationship with Li Mochin, she needed to be patient. Otherwise Li Mochin might think that she wanted to harm him. She guessed that Li Mochin must have noticed her odd behavior, but she didn't care. It was normal for him to be alert. It's my pleasure, Miss Leng. If you want to enjoy yourself here, you can come any time, Ciichi said. Thanks, Leng Xiaoyao said. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoyao and the others left. Looking at Leng Xiaoyao's back, Li Mochin suddenly felt a little upset. It was really hard for him to understand Leng Xiaoyao. What? Are you interested in her? Seeing that Li Mochin was focusing on Leng Xiaoyao's back, Ciichi joked. Li Mochin rarely paid special attention to a girl, but Ciichi didn't actually think that Li Mochin liked Leng Xiaoyao. Instead, he thought that Li Mochin must want to know more about her. After all, Leng Xiaoyao wasn't just young. She also had a plain face. She had delicate features, but the freckles on her face were too obvious. She couldn't really attract men. He wasn't looking down on Leng Xiaoyao, but it was the truth. On the other hand, Leng Xiaoyao's abilities interested many people, including him. Don't think too much. I just feel it's hard to understand her. She's very mysterious. Li Mochin explained. Ciichi was also alert, so he immediately changed his tone and asked seriously, Do you mean there is something wrong with her? Not really. I just feel it's shocking that she can be so strong at such a young age. She can achieve a lot in the future, Li Mochin said. Even though he was slightly suspicious of Leng Xiaoyao without evidence, he was unwilling to jump to conclusions or cause a misunderstanding. Hearing that, Ciichi gave up the idea that Leng Xiaoyao might be a bad person. You're right. She's the coolest and strongest girl I've ever met. After Leng Xiaoyao and her friends left, Ling Tianqi kept on complimenting her, because she was really impressive. Boss, can you teach me kung fu? I really want to learn, Xiong Manxin asked, full of anticipation. No problem, but after the National College entrance examination is over I might be busy with other things. I'm afraid I won't have much time to teach you. You're not young, so I can't be sure how well you can do. Moreover, if you want to practice kung fu, you must be physically strong first. Try to get into the habit of running. When you have time these days, you can exercise by yourself, Leng Xiaoyao said. She was willing to teach Xiong Manxin some skills, so that Xiong Manxin could protect herself if she encountered danger. But Leng Xiaoyao didn't know whether Xiong Manxin could keep on practicing, because it wasn't easy. Great, Xiong Manxin replied. Little panda, it's hard to practice kung fu. Are you sure you can do it? Ling Tianqi asked. He wasn't putting pressure on Xiong Manxin, but he doubted her determination. He had learned about kung fu, but it was really tiring, so he gave up afterwards. He learned some skills, but he was only a little better than most men. If he faced Leng Xiaoyao, he would be defeated within a second. Don't sell me short. If Xiaoyao can do it, I can do it too, Xiong Manxin argued. She was full of passion right now, so she didn't think it would be difficult. Fine, I hope you can do it, Ling Tianqi said. Since Xiong Manxin wanted to learn kung fu, he wouldn't stop her. Instead, he hoped that she could do it so that she wouldn't be bullied. Xiaoyao, where do you live? Little panda and I can send you home, Ling Tianqi asked. Thanks. I live in Qingbo Court. Ling Xiaoyao accepted his kindness. No problem, Ling Tianqi answered. After that, Ling Xiaoyao and Xiong Manxin got in Ling Tianqi's car, while the others went home on their own. Before they went home, Pei Heron and Feng Rui asked Ling Xiaoyao for her phone number. They wanted to make friends with her as well. Ling Xiaoyao agreed and exchanged phone numbers with them. Oh, boss. If I can't tell them about the car racing, can I talk with them about your fights? Xiong Manxin asked. Before Ling Xiaoyao said anything, Ling Tianqi opened his mouth and asked, Why do you have to tell them what happened today? Xiaoyao has amazed all of us today. Why can't I share it with my close friends? Xiong Manxin asked. All of a sudden, she remembered something and shouted, Jesus! I forgot to take a video of the fights. You can tell them if you want. It doesn't matter, Ling Xiaoyao said. She simply didn't want too many to know that she could drive racing cars. But they all knew that she was good at fighting, so it didn't matter if they learned about that. Since Ling Xiaoyao agreed, Ling Tianqi said nothing further. However, if Ling Xiaoyao disagreed, Xiong Manxin wouldn't tell anyone else. Ling Tianqi disliked other people spreading news about him. Oh boss, tomorrow is Sunday. Why don't we hang out together? Xiong Manxin asked. Don't. You should study at home. I need to deal with some other things tomorrow. I can't help you with the review during the day, but I can do it during the evening class tomorrow, Ling Xiaoyao said seriously. Oh, fine. Ling Xiaoyao was slightly disappointed. She was willing to review, but she couldn't focus if Ling Xiaoyao didn't help her. Because Ling Tianqi had already heard that Ling Xiaoyao suddenly became excellent at studying, he wasn't shocked by their conversation. He had already been surprised before today. After seeing Ling Xiaoyao's skills at car racing and fighting, he wouldn't be shocked again no matter what she did in the future. He would be amazed, but he wouldn't think it was not true. When Ling Xiaoyao got home, it was nearly 9 p.m. Because they didn't have an evening class on Sunday night, Ling Xiaoyao didn't go home early that night. She had told Ling Chongyuan earlier that she would visit her classmates' home for a meal. In the past, Ling Xiaoyao never listened to Ling Chongyuan, so Ling Chongyuan could hardly restrict her behavior, but now Ling Xiaoyao changed and become obedient, so he believed that she could protect herself. When Ling Xiaoyao got home, Ling Chongyuan pulled her to the side. Xiaoyao, tell Grandpa how you became so excellent. In fact, I just found out that I have a very good comprehension. If you want to know more, I don't know either, Ling Xiaoyao explained. Oh, Ling Chongyuan was disappointed. He had hoped to hear some details, but Ling Xiaoyao told him that she also didn't know. Perhaps I've always had potential. I just didn't know because I paid too much attention to Chu Jianan. So after I lost interest in him, I began to fulfill my potential, Ling Xiaoyao said. Ling Chongyuan agreed with her. It seems that Chu Jianan has wasted much of your time and energy. Luckily, it's not too late to get rid of him. Once they brought up Chu Jianan, Ling Chongyuan felt disgusted. Late at night, Ling Xiaoyao remembered her parents, younger brother, relatives, and friends in the other time space. Upon thinking that they would be heartbroken after she disappeared, she was very sad. If it was possible, she wished she could tell them in a dream that she wasn't dead. She was fine and simply traveled in time back to her previous incarnation to repay what she owed. Perhaps Ling Xiaoyao was so devoted to the idea. After she fell asleep, she indeed dreamed of returning to the time-space where she came from. She went back to the Lung family's house and saw her parents, younger brother, grandmother, and great-grandfather. All of them were sad. The moment Ling Xiaoyao saw them, she burst into tears. Without delay, she ran towards them and shouted, "Dad, Mom, Grandma, Grand-Grandpa, Xiaoran." Hearing Ling Xiaoyao's voice, the five of them turned to look at her. As soon as they saw her, they cheered up. Gu Ning stood up and hugged her tightly. "Yao Yao, you're back? Oh, I'm so glad that you're fine." Gu Ning was excited, because she finally saw her daughter who had disappeared for a long time. "Yao Yao." Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao ran to Leng Xiaoyao at once too. They were both extremely excited and happy. Leng Xiaoran, however, shouted angrily, "Leng Xiaoyao, you're finally back. Do you know how heartbroken we were for the past couple of days?" The angrier he was and the louder he shouted, the more worried and sad he was. Only when he was worried and sad would he be so emotional. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have worried you. It's my fault." Leng Xiaoyao blamed herself for that. Actually, she clearly knew she didn't really go back. It was just a dream. Even though it was just a dream, Leng Xiaoyao still said to them, "Dad, Mom, Grandma, Xiaoran, I'm not really home. This is a dream. I failed to pass the test and traveled in time back to where I lived previously. I need to repay what I owe to be able to come back to you. Please don't be worried about me. Don't be sad or heartbroken. I'm living well now. After a few years, I'll come back home." After Leng Xiaoyao finished, she felt her consciousness being drawn out of her body. The next moment, she abruptly opened her eyes in bed and woke up from the dream. She remembered the dream. Although it was just a dream, she still hoped that she had really gotten into her family's dreams and told them everything. After waking up from the dream, Leng Xiaoyao couldn't sleep any longer. With eyes wide open, she looked as the sky turned bright. When Leng Xiaoyao woke up from her dream, Leng Xiaoting, Gu Ning, Jing Yunyao, and Leng Xiaoran experienced the same thing. They had the same dream and dreamed that Leng Xiaoyao was back. To be specific, they dreamed that Leng Xiaoyao talked to them in their dream. She told them that she wasn't dead and simply traveled in time back to her previous incarnation. It was a dream, but it was so real. They felt it might not be so simple. It was possible that Leng Xiaoyao wanted to tell them about her situation through the dream. After Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting woke up from their dream at the same time, Gu Ning talked with Leng Xiaoting about it. Leng Xiaoting told her that he had the same dream. Leng Xiaoran and Jing Yunyao couldn't sleep either. They got up and walked out, then went to see Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning. Outside Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning's room, Leng Xiaoran met Jing Yunyao. "Grandma, are you?" Leng Xiaoran asked. "I need to see your parents," Jing Yunyao said. Afterwards, she knocked on the door of Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning's room. She didn't care whether it would wake them up. Actually, when Jing Yunyao reached the door, she sensed that Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning were already awake. Shortly after Jing Yunyao and Leng Xiaoran arrived, Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning sensed them. Therefore, as soon as Jing Yunyao knocked on the door, they opened it. "Mom, Xiaoran," Leng Xiaoting said. "Xiaoting, I just dreamed of Yao Yao. She told me that she isn't dead and traveled back in time to her previous incarnation. She needs to repay what she owes and she'll be home in a few years. I don't think it's just a dream. It must be a message from Yao Yao," Jing Yunyao said. "I had the same dream." Leng Xiaoran got excited. Knowing that Jing Yunyao and Leng Xiaoran had the same dream, Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning were sure that it couldn't be simple. As they made sure of it, they became happier. "Ning Ning and I had the same dream. Can't be so simple. Yao Yao must have wanted to send us a message through our dreams," Leng Xiaoting said. "Are really? In that case, Xiao Yao is still alive. She just went back to her previous incarnation. After repaying what she owes, she'll come back." Leng Xiaoran felt that was the answer after hearing Leng Xiaoting's words, and was extremely excited. "It's highly likely," Jing Yunyao said, also feeling happier. "I need to ask Master Shangguan about it tomorrow. He might help us figure it out," Gu Ning said. Although she was sure it was a message from Leng Xiaoyao, she felt it was necessary to ask Shangguan Yang about it. None of them could sleep further that night. Instead, they waited for 3 hours before the sky was completely bright. They didn't sleep that night, but they were still full of energy the next morning. Without delay, Leng Xiaoting called Shangguanyang and told him that they had dreamed of Leng Xiaoyao. Hearing that, Shangguanyang felt it was a message from Leng Xiaoyao, especially since they couldn't find her body. In fact, Shangguanyang always had a feeling that Leng Xiaoyao might have gone somewhere else. She couldn't be dead, so he believed what she said in the dream. In order to make sure of it, Shangguanyang used his abilities to see what had happened. He couldn't find out the details, but he verified that Leng Xiaoyao's soul indeed had appeared in their time-space when they dreamed of her. If so, they were sure it wasn't a normal dream. Leng Xiaoyao's soul indeed had come back and entered their dream. After making sure of it, they were a lot more relieved and were less sad. They had hope now and deeply believed that Leng Xiaoyao would come home in 2 or 3 years. Leng Xiaoyao didn't sleep that night either, but she wasn't affected. Instead, she became much calmer. They were in different time spaces, so she could do nothing even though she knew her family would be heartbroken after she disappeared. She hoped that what she dreamed last night wasn't just a dream. She wanted her family to know that she wasn't dead and that she would return one day, so that they wouldn't be so sad. In the morning, Leng Xiaoyao got up and went to the top floor to practice kung fu. Today, she needed to heal Han Yu's hidden injury, and there were some medicines she needed to buy. Leng Xiaoyao didn't want Western medicines. She wanted some herbs. Leng Xiaoyao could treat some injuries, and she knew Western medicines weren't always as effective as herbs. Medicines produced by Colaine were all effective, but she was in a different time-space now. There was no Colaine. In her family's time-space, it would be easier to do the operation. After having breakfast, Leng Xiaoyao went out with the excuse that she needed to visit a classmate. At the beginning, Leng Chongyuan didn't expect Leng Xiaoyao to get a high score in the exams. If she wanted to fool around, she could do that, but now she had become excellent at studying, so she could enjoy herself when she had free time. Leng Yuqi was going on a date with Chu Jinan today, but it was still early, and she wouldn't go out until 10 a.m., so she went back to her room to review after having breakfast. She didn't know whether Leng Xiaoyao could surpass her in this monthly test, but it was undeniable that Leng Xiaoyao had suddenly become excellent at studying. Therefore, even if Leng Xiaoyao didn't surpass her in this test, what if Leng Xiaoyao did so in the National College Entrance Examination? As a result, she had to study harder to stop Leng Xiaoyao from surpassing her. The other people all went to deal with their own business after having breakfast. Although it was Sunday, they were still busy. After Leng Chongyuan finished breakfast, he went to enjoy the sunshine in the yard. It was the end of March now, so it was rare to see such a shiny day. The temperature had reached 28 Celsius degrees, so it was still very warm to be in the sunshine. After Leng Xiaoyao went out, she directly took a taxi to a herb store with the longest history because its herbs were of high quality. At the herb store, Leng Xiaoyao took out her formula, then went to stand in line. Leng Xiaoyao was going to buy herbs which were good for blood circulation. She didn't have Gu Ning's power crystals, so she couldn't help the injured heal quickly. She needed medicine. Luckily, she had learned a lot of medical knowledge from Shangguanyang which came to use now. There were 3 people standing in front of Leng Xiaoyao, so she waited in line. A young woman was in front of Leng Xiaoyao, so Leng Xiaoyao accidentally saw the formula in her hands. At a glance, she saw the problem. The formula was used to protect the baby when a woman was in pregnancy, but one of the ingredients was harmful. Most people couldn't see it. Even professional pharmacists might not be able to notice it. Besides, pharmacists in this store wouldn't pay much attention to the formulas. They were busy preparing medicines. Leng Xiaoyao glanced at the woman's belly. It was flat, and it was too early to drink tocolytic for her. Therefore, the patient shouldn't be this young woman. Did this young woman have a purpose for preparing the medicine, or did she have no idea about it? It was unacceptable that a baby would be harmed, so Leng Xiaoyao decided to interfere. "Miss, did you get this formula of tocolytics here, or somewhere else?" The young woman turned to look at Leng Xiaoyao. She was slightly surprised that Leng Xiaoyao could see that it was a formula of tocolytics, but she didn't think much about it. "No, this is a formula that my mother got from a familiar person. My sister-in-law doesn't have a stable pregnancy, so she needs medicines to keep the baby safe." Hearing that, Leng Xiaoyao felt the mother-in-law and sister-in-law must have a bad relationship. The mother-in-law didn't want the baby in the sister-in-law's belly, so she used this harmful formula to kill the baby. It was also possible that the mother-in-law didn't know that this formula was harmful. She might be deceived by someone else. Did any doctors check this formula? Leng Xiaoyao asked. No, why? Is there a problem with this formula? The young woman was instantly mad. She bet that Leng Xiaoyao must have noticed the problem with this formula. If so, Leng Xiaoyao must have thought that the young woman's mother was going to harm the baby in her sister-in-law's belly. Did she do it on purpose? Did she really understand the formula? However, Leng Xiaoyao knew it was tocolytics after a glance, so she should be familiar with herbs. In addition, they were strangers, so there was no reason for Leng Xiaoyao to hurt her. The young woman was displeased, but curbed her anger. Yes, there is indeed a problem with this formula. If you don't trust me, you can turn to a professional for help, Leng Xiaoyao said. Hearing that, the young woman was even more upset. She was reluctant to believe that Leng Xiaoyao was right, because she didn't think her mother would harm the baby in her sister-in-law's belly. After all, they had a very good relationship. Anyway, since Leng Xiaoyao pointed it out, she needed to check it, or she wouldn't be relieved. Thanks. I'll go to see a pharmacist, but can you go with me? Because you pointed the problem out, the young woman asked. If there was indeed a problem with this formula, she would thank Leng Xiaoyao for pointing it out. If not, she wouldn't allow Leng Xiaoyao to make fun of her like that. No problem. Leng Xiaoyao didn't care about that. Anyway, they would do it in this herb store, so it wasn't troublesome. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoyao followed the woman to see a pharmacist. The young woman immediately told the pharmacist to check the formula. After reading the formula, the pharmacist didn't see the problem, but somehow felt it wasn't right. Then he carefully read it again, then finally saw the problem. Therefore, the pharmacist was shocked. There is an ingredient that shouldn't be added to this formula. It's fine alone, but it's harmful when it's mixed with the other ingredients. It doesn't protect the baby. Instead, it will only hurt the baby. What? The young woman was surprised to know that there was indeed a problem with this formula. Did her mother really? No, that was impossible. The young woman refused to believe that her mother would do something like that. She believed the person who gave her mother this formula was wrong. Thinking of that, she believed it was the answer. What ingredient is it? Please take it out, the young woman asked. Sure, the pharmacist said, then crossed it out and returned the formula to the young woman. The young woman took the formula back. Looking at Leng Xiaoyao, she was embarrassed. Miss, thank you so much. Otherwise my mother might harm my sister-in-law without even knowing it. I'm sure it has nothing to do with my mother. It must be the fault of the person who gave this formula to my mother. Hope so, Leng Xiaoyao said. Because it was other people's family affair, she shouldn't interfere too much. No. She pointed it out, but she could do nothing if they still gave the pregnant woman the same formula. Therefore, it was still up to the pregnant woman's luck to keep her safe. Did you see the problem with this formula? The pharmacist heard the young woman's conversation with Leng Xiaoyao and felt surprised. Yes, Leng Xiaoyao answered. Do you know about medicines? The pharmacist asked. I learned about it when I was little, so I know some, Leng Xiaoyao explained. The pharmacist was very surprised. After all, there were barely any people who knew about herbs, and Leng Xiaoyao looked so young. Did you write this formula in your hands by yourself? The pharmacist asked. Yes, Leng Xiaoyao answered. Can I see it? The pharmacist asked. Sure, Leng Xiaoyao replied, then handed the formula to the pharmacist. She didn't think it was a secret. The pharmacist took her formula. After reading it, he was astonished. This formula aimed to improve blood circulation. It was basically the same as the formula they normally prescribed, but there were 2 added ingredients. The 2 ingredients greatly enhanced the effect. Although they normally didn't use the 2 ingredients, the pharmacist could see that this formula was very helpful. This is a very good formula, the pharmacist complimented. When he turned to look at Leng Xiaoyao, there was more respect and admiration in his eyes. He returned the formula to Leng Xiaoyao and asked, Miss, can I have a copy of your formula and use it? To be honest with you, there are 2 added ingredients in your formula, which greatly enhanced the effect. Actually, he could directly have a copy of Lung Xiaoyao's formula without asking for her permission. After all, he already remembered the two ingredients, but he didn't know about the improvement until he read Lung Xiaoyao's formula, so he felt it was necessary to ask her for her permission. "Of course you can," Lung Xiaoyao said. "Great, thanks." The pharmacist was very happy. Afterwards, Lung Xiaoyao went to the counter to pay the bill. Then she got the medicine she needed and left. The stove and pot for boiling the medicine were also written on the formula, so she bought them together. In addition to these, she also needed needles, thread and gauze. After walking out of the herb store, the man sent over by Han Yu to pick her up was already waiting for her. When Ling Xiaoyao went to the herb store, she had called Han Yu and told him what she was doing. So Han Yu immediately arranged for a car to pick her up. Once Lung Xiaoyao got in the car, Han Yu's secretary drove towards his house. Only Han Yu and Ji Yanxi were present in the house. Han Yu had prepared everything for an operation, but Lung Xiaoyao didn't rush to do it. Instead, she washed the pot for boiling the medicine first, then boiled the medicine. After all, the medicine needed to be boiled for 2 hours, while the operation could be finished in half an hour at most. The externally applied medicine for the wound was crushed for later use as well. Lung Xiaoyao did all of this on her own. Even though other people wanted to help, Lung Xiaoyao turned them down. She only needed Han Yu's secretary to watch the boiling medicine. Before the operation, Han Yu was really anxious. He chose to trust Lung Xiaoyao, but he was still anxious. However, this was his only chance because many professional doctors didn't dare to conduct the operation. Even though some doctors agreed, they only promised him a probability of 3% to succeed. After everything was ready, the operation was about to start. In order to not get Han Yu's room dirty, they did the operation in another room. Because Han Yu was anxious, Ji Yanxi stayed at the side to keep his company. Lung Xiaoyao understood, so she said nothing. She only reminded Ji Yanxi to be quiet. "Miss Lung, is it enough to only use scalpels? Don't you need other equipment?" Ji Yanxi asked worriedly. "Don't worry. Since I dare to do the operation, I have the confidence to succeed," Lung Xiaoyao said confidently. They were still very nervous, but they were left with no choice right now. They could only face it. Afterwards, Ji Yanxi said nothing further. Before the operation, it was necessary to inject anesthetic. Otherwise Han Yu would be in great pain. After injecting the anesthetic, Lung Xiaoyao put on sterile gloves and did the operation. Han Yu's injury was next to his heart, which was extremely dangerous. Lung Xiaoyao picked up a scalpel. After disinfecting, she cut deep into his chest. In an instant, blood poured out, which scared Ji Yanxi. He didn't dare to look straight at it. Ji Yanxi was always involved in illegal deeds. He had been through a lot and had even killed, but he had never felt scared when he did these things. However, when he saw the scalpel cut into Han Yu's body and the blood immediately pouring out, he felt extremely nervous. After all, Han Yu was his close brother. Even though he felt extremely nervous, he had to watch it from the beginning to the end, in case any accidents happened. The moment the scalpel cut into Han Yu's body, Han Yu lost a lot of blood, but he stopped bleeding after a short while, because Lung Xiaoyao used her magical energy to freeze the blood vessels near the cut. Seeing that the wound stopped bleeding, Ji Yanxi was really curious, but Lung Xiaoyao was still conducting the operation, so he didn't dare to interrupt her. Lung Xiaoyao was very quick and accurate. It seemed as if she had done operations many times before. Ji Yanxi was amazed, and he could see that Lung Xiaoyao was professional. Therefore, he was less and less worried as hope began to replace his fear. Lung Xiaoting and Gu Ning's kids were all talented. They could do almost everything. In fact, Lung Xiaoyao had indeed done operations many times before. A few minutes later, Lung Xiaoyao saw the bullet. Without hesitation, she withdrew it. Seeing that, Ji Yanxi had his heart in his throat. The bullet was smoothly taken out and no accidents happened. Afterwards, Lung Xiaoyao cleared the wound, then treated it and stitched it up. Lung Xiaoyao stitched it up perfectly, but she had cut Han Yu's body open, so there would obviously be a wound. It wasn't important. Most importantly, Han Yu survived. After stitching the wound, Lung Xiaoyao applied herbs to the wound and wrapped it up with bandages. because it took a lot of her strength and magical energy to do the operation. She was exhausted and sweating heavily, but the operation wasn't over, so Jianxi didn't dare to wipe the sweat off her forehead. He didn't want anything bad to happen. As soon as Ling Xiaoyao finished the operation, Jianxi stepped forward and wiped the sweat off for her. It was very rare for Jianxi to treat someone like that, but Ling Xiaoyao had saved his close brother's life, so he was willing to do that for her. Ling Xiaoyao spent nearly half an hour on this operation, which was really efficient. Miss Lung, thank you so much for your effort. How's Han Yu now? Jianxi asked. It looked successful, but he wouldn't be relieved until Ling Xiaoyao gave him an answer. It was very successful. His life isn't in danger at all. After an hour, he should wake up. Then you can help him take the medicine. I believe that he can make a full recovery in a few months. In order to set your mind at rest, you can call a doctor over to check his condition. I won't leave until he's awake, Ling Xiaoyao said. Sure, Jianxi answered. Even if Ling Xiaoyao didn't say that, he would still call a doctor over to check Han Yu's condition. So if Ling Xiaoyao stayed until Han Yu woke up, it would be for the best. All right, I need to see how the medicine is now, Ling Xiaoyao said, then walked out. You just finished the operation. Don't you need to have a rest? Jianxi asked with concern. He could see that Ling Xiaoyao was tired. I'll rest after making sure the medicine is fine. You can call a doctor that you trust to come over now, Ling Xiaoyao said. Then she went out. After that, Jianxi called his close friend who was a doctor. The man also had a close relationship with Han Yu, so he was aware of Han Yu's condition. Although he was skilled too, he only promised Han Yu a 50% probability that the operation could be successful. Ling Xiaoyao had reminded them to keep the operation a secret, so they didn't tell other people. If other people heard about it, they would stop the operation from happening. They didn't want Han Yu to lose the chance to survive, which would be a great loss. It was Han Yu's decision, so he would insist even if other people wanted to stop it. But there were still worries. What if other people angered Ling Xiaoyao and she changed her mind? When Jianxi called his close friend, he didn't say that Han Yu had already accepted the operation. He only told his friend to come over and check on Han Yu's physical condition. Once his friend heard that Han Yu needed a medical checkup, he thought Han Yu was in danger, so he hurriedly came over with the stuff he needed. The young woman who met Ling Xiaoyao by chance called her mother out to talk about the formula once she got home. She didn't think her mother would want to hurt the baby in her sister-in-law's belly, because her mother had a good relationship with her sister-in-law, and they had long looked forward to seeing the baby. It was impossible that her mother would have the intention of killing the baby. However, there was indeed a problem with the formula, so she must make it clear. She didn't want any mistakes to happen again. Mom, where did you get this formula? The woman asked. Your aunt helped me get it from a familiar person. She said this medicine is good for the baby. Your cousin has used it and it's helpful. What happened? Is there anything wrong with this formula? The young woman's mother wasn't dumb and realized that there might be a problem when her daughter asked to have a private talk. There is indeed a problem with it, the young woman said, staring straight at her mother. She didn't believe her mother would harm the grandchild. But it was her mother who told her to prepare the medicine. Therefore, she had to make sure. What? How is it possible? The young woman's mother was shocked and couldn't believe it, but she didn't seem guilty. She had no idea that there was a problem with the formula, and she hadn't changed the formula either. Seeing her mother's reaction, the young woman was relieved. Then she said, When I went to prepare the medicine, I met a girl. The girl told me that this formula is harmful for the baby. I went to see a pharmacist afterwards, and there was indeed a problem with this formula. An added ingredient in this formula can kill the baby. What? How is that possible? The young woman's mother was scared and unable to accept it. She didn't know why there was a problem with the formula. She didn't want to be suspicious of her sister, because they were biological sisters. She didn't think her younger sister would hurt her grandchild. However, she didn't think the person who gave the formula to her older sister was bad either, because they were strangers. Why would the person do such an evil thing? From her mother's reaction, the young woman figured out that her mother was innocent. All right, Mom, there is no need to think much about it. The ingredient isn't in the formula now. We should directly go to the hospital if we encounter any problems in the future. Half an hour later, Ji Yanxi's friend arrived. It was a man about 30 years old. He was 1.8 m tall, with a strong build and a good-looking face. Once he walked inside, he saw Leng Xiaoyao sitting on the sofa in the living room, and he rounded his eyes in shock. Who was this girl? What was she doing here? There were rarely male guests at Han Yu's home, let alone female guests. Was this girl Han Yu's relative? Leng Xiaoyao saw him too. Although she didn't know him, she understood that he was the doctor that Ji Yanxi called over. She was right. Dr. Tai, nice to see you. Mr. Ji and Mr. Han are waiting for you in the guest room on the right side of the second floor, Han Yu's secretary said at once. Great, Tai Junli answered. Then he gave Leng Xiaoyao another glance and asked Han Yu's secretary, Lu Lin? Who's she? This is Miss Leng. She's a guest of Mr. Han. Lu Lin, Han Yu's secretary, answered. Because he wasn't sure whether he should tell Tai Junli that Lady Ning had just saved Han Yu's life, he didn't mention it. Oh, Tai Junli nodded. Then he greeted Leng Xiaoyao. Hi, Miss Leng. Hi, Dr. Tai. Leng Xiaoyao replied. Miss Leng, please excuse me now, Tai Junli said. Before Leng Xiaoyao could say anything, he went upstairs to see Han Yu. In the guest room, Tai Junli saw Han Yu lying in the bed with a pale face. What happened? He was frightened. He thought Han Yu was only suffering from the pain of the injury, but unexpectedly Han Yu seemed to be in a more dangerous situation. Ji Yanxi was afraid that Tai Junli would touch Han Yu's wound, so he immediately said, Don't panic. You just underwent an operation. I didn't tell you because Han Yu didn't want you to stop him. Now it's done. So we wanted you to have a look. What? He had an operation? Who did it? It's so serious. Why didn't you tell me? What if it went wrong? How could you have the operation at home? There is no medical equipment. Do you know how dangerous it is? Tai Junli was scared and angry. He questioned Ji Yanxi and checked Han Yu's condition at once. He didn't want anything bad to happen to Han Yu. It was Yu's decision. I couldn't stop him, Ji Yanxi said. He wasn't just talking about himself, but Tai Junli as well. Although Tai Junli cared about Han Yu, sometimes it was bothersome. For example, if Tai Junli interfered and stopped Leng Xiaoyao from healing Han Yu might miss this chance to survive. Hearing Ji Yanxi's words, Tai Junli was silent. It was true that it was Han Yu's decision, so he couldn't blame any of them. Without another word, Tai Junli immediately checked Han Yu's body. After removing the quilt, Tai Junli smelt herbs and frowned a little. There was disdain in his eyes and he was slightly angry. It was a stupid operation in his eyes. He didn't have a bias against Chinese herbs, but he felt it was outdated and not effective. He preferred Western medicine. Tai Junli wanted to unwrap it, but Ji Yanxi stopped him. What are you doing? You can't unwrap it. How can I see the wound if I don't take it off? Tai Junli asked. The wound is stitched. You can't see anything. Do you want to open the wound and see the inside? Do you want to kill you? Just check his physical condition for now. I just want to make sure he's alive, Ji Yanxi said in annoyance. He was aware that Tai Junli disliked herbs, but after watching Leng Xiaoyao do the operation, he was convinced by the effect of the herbs. If Tai Junli had better abilities, he could have healed Han Yu earlier instead of being wise after the fact. Tai Junli wanted to argue, but said nothing in the end. He needed to check Han Yu's condition right away. After the check, he was totally surprised. Han Yu was fine, but he was very weak now. Did you watch the operation? Tai Junli asked Ji Yanxi. Yeah, I watched it from beginning to end. She's very skilled and the whole process of withdrawing the bullet was smooth. Nothing went wrong in the middle. She only spent slightly more than 20 minutes. She didn't waste a second, Ji Yanxi said. There was obvious admiration on his face, because he was really amazed by Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao was indeed amazing. Hearing that, Tai Junli was astonished. Who did it? Tai Junli asked. A girl, Ji Yanxi replied. Tai Junli was even more surprised and immediately thought of Leng Xiaoyao in the living room. A girl? Do you mean the girl sitting in the living room? Yes, Ji Yanxi said. What? Tai Junli was stunned. Was it really the girl in the living room? However, the girl looked so young. She should only be about 20 years old and should still be a student. How could she be so good at medicine? Tai Junli couldn't believe his ears. But the girl looked so young. She should be a student, right? Tai Junli asked. Yeah, she's only 18 years old, Ji Yanqi replied. He pretty much ignored Leng Xiaoyao's age because she behaved a lot more maturely than her age. How dare you? She's only 18 years old. Why did you allow her to do such an important operation? Weren't you afraid it would go wrong? Don't you know that many medical experts wouldn't even dare to do the operation for you? Tai Junli was furious. Although the operation was very successful and nothing went wrong, he was still furious when he learned that it was conducted by an 18-year-old girl. We didn't believe it either, and we had many worries, but she could easily relieve Yu's pain, which was caused by his hidden injury, so we thought she might really be able to do it. And she's Leng Yeqing's niece. Given Leng Yeqing's close relationship with you, there is no reason for her to hurt him, Ji Yanqi explained. What? She's Leng Yeqing's niece? Tai Junli was surprised. Given Leng Yeqing's close relationship with Han Yu, there was indeed no reason for Leng Xiaoyao to hurt Han Yu. But what if she failed? It didn't mean they should believe in her abilities just because they were in the same circle. Does Leng Yeqing know about it too? Tai Junli asked. He doesn't. Because Miss Leng wants us to keep it a secret. Ji Yanqi said. All right. It's already done. There is no need to think so much. As long as Yu is better, it doesn't matter that we took a risk. If we didn't do that, you might not have the chance to get better. He cared more about the result. Hearing Ji Yanqi's reply, Tai Junli had to agree with him, but it had been a bold decision. I need to talk to her, Tai Junli said. Then he stood and wanted to walk out. Seeing that, Ji Yanqi thought he was going to make things difficult for Leng Xiaoyao, so he immediately stood in his way. What do you want to do? She just saved you. Don't be rude to her. Relax, I'm not stupid. The operation she did was so successful. I think she's even better than many medical experts. I simply want to learn from her, Tai Junli said. Although the operation was conducted by a young girl, he was completely shocked and even doubted her because of her age. He had never been mad at her. After all, it was undeniable that she finished the operation successfully, so he only admired and respected her. Hearing that, Ji Yanqi was relieved, but he needed to stay here and take care of Han Yu, so he couldn't go down with Tai Junli. In the living room, Tai Junli looked at Leng Xiaoyao with excitement. Hi, Miss Leng. I'm Han Yu and Ji Yanqi's friend, Tai Junli. Oh, I also know your third uncle, Leng Yeqing, but we're not close. When Tai Junli saw Leng Xiaoyao, he greeted her and reached out his hand to shake her hand. Seeing that, Leng Xiaoyao stood up at once. Nice to meet you, Mr. Tai. I just heard that you did the operation for you. It's really amazing. I can't believe that you're so skilled at medicine at such a young age. I have to say that I definitely couldn't do that, Tai Junli said sincerely. He admitted that Leng Xiaoyao was better than him since she was able to do the operation. I'm flattered, Mr. Tai. There is a lot I still need to learn, Leng Xiaoyao said in a modest tone. Miss Leng, you're being modest. Many medical experts wouldn't dare to do the operation for you. I don't even have the courage and confidence because it's highly likely to fail, but you did. And it was extremely successful. May I know what the probability was before you conducted the operation? Tai Junli asked. I never do things without confidence, so I had a 90% probability, Leng Xiaoyao said. Tai Junli was shocked once more. There was a 90% probability that the operation would be successful. Did she say that because she had already succeeded, but she didn't seem to be lying? And she indeed had the ability to finish it. Miss Leng, where did you learn medicine? Tai Junli asked. I learned from an old doctor who's an expert of Chinese herbs, so I only know about herbs. I barely know anything about Western medicine, said Leng Xiaoyao. I never thought highly of herbs because I thought it's outdated, but now I've changed my mind, Tai Junli admitted. He honestly changed his opinions on herbs. You're right. Herbs are indeed losing their appeal, but I think Western medicine and herbs are both useful. As long as the operation is successful, whether it's Western medicine or herbs, there is no difference, Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't care about what medicine it was, as long as the operation was successful. Of course, Miss Leng. Tai Junli answered and agreed. Can we exchange phone numbers? If it's possible, I hope we can talk more about medicine, Tai Junli asked. Sure, but my knowledge is limited. I'm afraid I might disappoint you, Leng Xiaoyao said. Honestly, she didn't want to talk about medicine, but he was Han Yu and Ji Yanqi's friend, and he even knew Leng Yeqing, so she couldn't embarrass him. Don't say that. People's knowledge is limited. If we knew everything, there would be no need to study and learn from each other, right? You're very modest, Miss Leng, Tai Junli said. Leng Xiaoyao said nothing further. Then they exchanged phone numbers. They chatted for a while longer. Then Ji Yanqi came out and announced that Han Yu was awake. Hearing that, both Leng Xiaoyao and Tai Junli immediately stood up and went upstairs. He's awake so quickly? Tai Junli couldn't believe it. Leng Xiaoyao, on the other hand, knew that Han Yu was supposed to wake up now, so she wasn't surprised. After the effect of anesthetic went away, Han Yu would feel the pain and wake up. Anyway, it proved that he would recover quickly since he could wake up so soon. Normally, it took half a day for a patient to wake up after a major operation, but Han Yu woke up as soon as the effect of the anesthetic faded away. During the operation, Leng Xiaoyao used her magical energy, so Han Yu was already halfway back to normal after it was done, but nobody knew that except for Leng Xiaoyao. Because of that, Han Yu felt much less pain from the wound. Although he woke up in pain, it was tolerable. Most importantly, Han Yu was conscious and didn't lose his senses. He could speak and only felt a little weak. Therefore, except for Leng Xiaoyao, everyone was surprised. It was like a miracle. They understood that it was because of Leng Xiaoyao's effort. Miss Leng, thank Yu. Han Yu did his best to speak and thanked Leng Xiaoyao. There is no need to thank me. After all, it wasn't free, but you can pay me after you have made a full recovery and are sure that you're all better. I'm not afraid that you'll deny it, Leng Xiaoyao said. Actually, she hadn't planned to ask Han Yu for money at the beginning, but she changed her mind after he threatened her. Therefore, he needed to pay her 50 million yuan. Of course, Miss Leng. I won't deny it, Han Yu said. He was more than happy to pay her 50 million yuan, since it was nothing in his eyes. Even if it would cost him a fortune, he wouldn't complain. After all, he could make more money as long as he was healthy, but if he lost his life, it would be meaningless no matter how much money he had. I've prepared a medicine made of herbs to improve your blood circulation. Mr. Liu is watching it boil now. It should be done in half an hour. There is enough for a week. You can take the medicine during the following week. Take a bowl of it twice a day. As for the herbs you need to apply to the wound, you don't need to change it frequently. Once every 3 days is enough. During the recovery, you can let Dr. Tai check your body. I don't think there will be anything wrong, but if anything happens, let me know any time, Leng Xiaoyao said. Great, I know, Han Yu answered. He would listen to Leng Xiaoyao regarding his treatment. All right, I should go back now, Leng Xiaoyao said. It's already 12 p.m. now. Why don't you have a meal before you leave? Ji Yanqi asked. No need. I'll deal with it on my own. Leng Xiaoyao refused. Lu Lin can send you back, Han Yu said. Thanks, but he's watching the boiling medicine. I've told him what he needs to do, Leng Xiaoyao said. Since she said that, Han Yu didn't insist, and Leng Xiaoyao left soon afterwards. Once she was gone, Tai Junli asked, how much did she ask for it? 50 million yuan. Ji Yanqi replied. What? 50 million yuan. Tai Junli was shocked and almost bit his tongue. Did I hear that correctly? That's too much. Didn't she agree to do the operation for you for Leng Yeqing's sake? Why did she still ask for so much money? Even 5 million yuan is too much, let alone 50 million yuan. If you go to the best hospital and let the best doctor do the operation, it might only cost you 500,000 yuan at most. Tai Junli couldn't accept it and immediately had the worst impression of Leng Xiaoyao. He was grateful to Leng Xiaoyao for healing Han Yu earlier, but now she seemed like a thief in his eyes. Yeah, you heard it correctly, but don't be mad, and don't blame Leng Xiaoyao because you asked for it himself. At the very beginning, Leng Xiaoyao proposed to do it free, but you threatened her due to lack of trust. He said he would pay her and Leng Yeqing back if the operation failed. If he only threatened Leng Xiaoyao, she would have accepted it, but he mentioned Leng Yeqing too, so Leng Xiaoyao got angry and asked for such a large sum of money. Jianqi said resignedly. I understand why she did that. She was willing to help because of Leng Yeqing, but you threatened him. Leng Yeqing is completely innocent in this matter, and he's Yu's close friend. However, you used him to put pressure on Leng Xiaoyao. It's very normal that Leng Xiaoyao is mad. It was totally up to you whether he wanted to do the operation. Leng Xiaoyao didn't force him, Jianqi explained. Hearing that, Tai Junli didn't know what to say, and felt guilty for having a bad impression of Leng Xiaoyao. Even though he still felt 50 million yuan was too much, he might have refused to do the operation if he were Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao didn't refuse to help Han Yu and only asked for a lot of money, which wasn't a bad result. Jianqi also said that it was totally up to Han Yu whether he wanted to do the operation, so it was a deal between them. What was most important was that Han Yu survived under Leng Xiaoyao's care. Anyway, 50 million yuan wasn't much for Han Yu. Even if it cost more, it wasn't more important than his life. Therefore, he was happy that Han Yu survived. After Leng Xiaoyao left, she didn't return to the Leng family's house right away. Instead, she decided to have a walk by the sea. City Chong was near the ocean, but the Leng family's house was located in the city center, which was far from the ocean. Leng Xiaoyao needed to spend about 1.5 hours on the road if going by car. However, that actually wasn't so far in a large city. Leng Yuqi went out at about 10 a.m. Chu Jianan didn't come over to pick her up because their parents didn't allow them to be together, so they wanted to attract as little attention as possible. Once Leng Yuqi met Chu Jianan, they left. Jianan, where are we going? Asked Leng Yuqi. Why don't we go to the sea? I booked a room at a popular love hotel over there. It's a good day today. We can hang out and come back after having dinner. I'll drive you to your evening class, Chu Jianan suggested. Sure, Leng Yuqi answered. She looked calm, but couldn't help thinking more when she heard about the love hotel. She wondered what they would do there. She hoped they could do something because it would help them get closer. But they went there during the day and wouldn't stay there for a night, so nothing special should happen. No matter how much Leng Yuqi wanted to do something different with Chu Jianan, she wouldn't show it on her face. She wanted to leave a good impression on Chu Jianan. When Leng Yuqi and Chu Jianan arrived at the popular love hotel by the sea, it was nearly 12 p.m., so they went to have a fine seafood meal. After the meal, they ambled by the ocean. Although it was a good day today, it was still a little cold, so they didn't swim in the sea. They simply walked by the water for more than half an hour before returning to the hotel. The hotel stood next to the shore and the rooms were very romantic. After all, this was a love hotel for couples, so it was sexually exciting. Seeing the decoration, Leng Yuqi flushed and her heart pounded. She felt somewhat aroused. Right at that moment, Chu Jianan hugged her from behind. Leng Yuqi was a little scared. She got excited, but she was also nervous. Yuqi, I'm so sorry for upsetting you these days, but trust me, I only love you. I believe that we can be together publicly one day, Chu Jianan said. Jianan, I'm not upset at all. As long as we can be together, I can wait, Leng Yuqi said. She was lying when she said she wasn't aggrieved, but she had to be considerate in front of Chu Jianan. Chu Jianan turned her around, then kissed her. He brought her here, not just to kiss her, and Leng Yuqi also wanted more. Therefore, as they kissed, they undressed and laid down in the bed. This wasn't the first time that Leng Yuqi had slept with Chu Jianan, but it had only happened about 5 times. As a result, Leng Yuqi was still shy and nervous. She wanted it, but felt embarrassed too. They did foreplay for about 10 minutes before Chu Jianan penetrated Leng Yuqi. Because Leng Yuqi had only slept with Chu Jianan a few times, her vagina was still very tight. Chu Jianan's manhood was also thick, so it was painful when he penetrated her. Relax, it'll soon feel better. Chu Jianan comforted her. Great, Leng Yuqi answered. Then she relaxed her body and Chu Jianan thrust inside. At the beginning, Lung Yuqi found it painful, but gradually she began to enjoy it. How is it? It's not painful now, right? Seeing the change in Lung Yuqi's expressions, Chu Jianan knew that she didn't feel pain any longer, and it was becoming pleasurable, but he still asked her because he wanted to hear her answer. Yeah, it's not painful now, Lung Yuqi replied. Is it comfortable? Chu Jianan asked again. Lung Yuqi felt slightly embarrassed, so she didn't answer. Chu Jianan was unwilling to stop until he heard her answer, so he asked again, Is it comfortable? Yeah. Lung Yuqi flushed. Tell me, is it comfortable? Chu Jianan continued. It's comfortable. Lung Yuqi answered with a flushed scarlet face. Hearing Lung Yuqi's answer, Chu Jianan got more excited and rougher. As time went by, Lung Yuqi was extremely pleased. She even started cooperating in the sex. They didn't stop until an hour later. At that moment, Lung Xiaoyao reached the seaside. She had a meal first, then went for a walk by the ocean. Since she was here, she wouldn't just walk around. She decided to do some activities. Therefore, Lung Xiaoyao walked to the service center and booked a yacht. Normally, visitors needed someone to drive the yacht for them, but Lung Xiaoyao didn't need help and drove it on her own. After booking the yacht, she sailed out. Although it wasn't very warm yet and not many people were having fun on the sea, there were some visitors and yachts. Right after Lung Xiaoyao sailed out, she attracted a lot of attention because she sailed fast and steadily. Most importantly, she was a woman. However, people couldn't see her age due to the distance. Seeing that, a few young men wanted to challenge her, so they immediately sailed their yachts over. However, due to the long distance, they were unable to catch up with Lung Xiaoyao no matter how fast they sailed. Besides, as soon as they sped up, they became unsteady, so they didn't dare to go too fast. Fuck! She's sailing so fast. She's not only fast, but is steady as well. We can't catch up to her. I don't believe it. We must catch her, one man said in annoyance. Then he sped up and continued to chase Lung Xiaoyao. Lung Xiaoyao saw them chasing her, but she didn't care. If they could, they would catch up to her. If they couldn't, she wouldn't wait for them. At that moment, Lung Yuqi finished having sex with Chu Jianan. She walked to the window and looked out at the sea, then saw the moving yachts. Because they were far away, she could barely see the people on the yachts. The yacht at the front is so fast. The three behind can barely catch up to it, Lung Yuqi exclaimed. The yacht is indeed very fast. Do you want to go on one? If you want, we can try it too, Chu Jianan said. He liked sailing yachts, so he was good at it. Why not? Lung Yuqi answered happily. After that, Lung Yuqi and Chu Jianan dressed and went out. At the same time, Lung Xiaoyao sailed further away. After chasing for a while, the three men had to give up. She's bold. She's sailing further away, the one man exclaimed in surprise. All right, we shouldn't take the risk. Let's go back now, said another man. They loved and often looked for adventures, but they wouldn't go far into the ocean. After all, it was very dangerous and accidents happened. Moreover, they were already far from the shore. If they went further, they might lose their sense of direction. Therefore, they wouldn't take the risk and chase after her. If Lung Xiaoyao could come back safely, they would have a lot of respect for her. Afterwards, the three men returned, while Lung Xiaoyao sailed further by herself. It was dangerous, but she wasn't afraid. She had been through a lot of danger before, so it wasn't much in her opinion. The three men went back to the shallows and waited for more than half an hour, but Lung Xiaoyao didn't show up. Did she have an accident? She's been out for a long time, one man guessed. She must be lost, another man said. We're lucky that we didn't follow her, or we might have lost our direction and been unable to come back. The third man joined their conversation. Anyway, they believed that Lung Xiaoyao must have encountered danger, so she couldn't return. After all, she had been gone for a long time. It had been 2 hours since they followed Lung Xiaoyao over and came back. 2 hours were enough to go to a place which was far away. Right, but the woman is so good at sailing a yacht. If she really encounters danger, it's a shame. It's indeed a shame, but she asked for it herself. Right when they thought Lung Xiaoyao encountered trouble, They saw a yacht coming back from afar. In that instant, the three of them were all shocked. Is that the woman? I suppose so. She's back. She seems good. Why don't we strike up a conversation with her? Let's go. After making a decision, the three of them sailed towards Leng Xiaoyao. This time, Leng Xiaoyao didn't avoid them, but directly faced them. Whether they were nice or not, Leng Xiaoyao didn't care. Once they were near, the three men saw a very young girl which completely shocked them. They didn't pay much attention to the freckles on her face, because they weren't handsome men either and wouldn't disdain her just because of that. Hey, you're really good at sailing a yacht. You are so fast and steady. One man complimented her. They had no bad intentions and were simply curious about Leng Xiaoyao. Thanks. Since the man complimented her, she thanked him without hesitation. But you're really bold. How did you dare to sail so far into the ocean by yourself? Aren't you afraid of something happening? There is no signal. You might not be able to call for help, another man said. I'm back now. Don't be so scared. I wouldn't have gone so far if I didn't have the ability, Leng Xiaoyao said. Because the man reminded her to be careful out of kindness, Leng Xiaoyao had a good attitude too. You're right, the three men agreed. If Leng Xiaoyao didn't have the ability, she wouldn't dare go so far. At that moment, Leng Xiaoyao saw two familiar figures on a yacht not far away. Perhaps because she was a cultivator, she had a very good sight, so she recognized Leng Yuqi and Chu Jianan, but she felt nothing when she saw them again. Instead, she had the idea of making fun of them since she met them. Sorry, I need to go now. Saying that, Leng Xiaoyao sailed straight towards Leng Yuqi and Chu Jianan. Because she sailed too fast, the three men didn't react until a few seconds later. Without delay, they followed her. Leng Xiaoyao sailed from behind Chu Jianan and Leng Yuqi, so they didn't see her. Although Chu Jianan felt it when Leng Xiaoyao was very near, he didn't think it was special. Unexpectedly, the yacht didn't avoid them when it sailed over from afar. Instead, it passed right by them. It was fine, but the problem was that when they passed by, there was a burst of water splashed directly on them. It wasn't small, so Leng Yuqi and Chu Jianan could barely stand after they were hit. They almost fell from the yacht. Chu Jianan and Leng Yuqi were furious. Damn it! Hey you, stop! Chu Jianan angrily shouted. Leng Xiaoyao stopped before them, then turned to face them. Oh, I didn't know that it was you. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. My yacht almost hit you, so I immediately turned it to the side. I didn't mean to splash the water on you, she said, acting surprised. Although she apologized, she didn't look guilty at all, because she obviously did it deliberately. The moment Chu Jianan and Leng Yuqi saw that it was Leng Xiaoyao, they were stunned. They couldn't believe that she could sail a yacht. In their memories, she had never sailed a yacht before. However, they were also surprised when Leng Xiaoyao suddenly became good at studying and fighting. No matter how unbelievable it was, it happened. Therefore, they soon went back to normal and accepted the fact that Leng Xiaoyao could sail a yacht. Nevertheless, they didn't believe that Leng Xiaoyao didn't do it on purpose. If someone else did it, they might believe it, but not her. You did that on purpose. Leng Yuqi argued angrily and aggrieved. If you don't believe me, I can do nothing about it, Leng Xiaoyao said airily. She didn't care whether they believed her or not. Honestly, it would be strange if they believed her. Leng Xiaoyao, what exactly do you want to do? Our engagement has already ended. You should stay away from me, Chu Jianan said. He believed Leng Xiaoyao secretly followed them here and got jealous when she saw him with Leng Yuqi. So she attacked them. Chu Jianan, don't be stupid. Do you know what you are in my eyes right now? You're merely a pile of shit. Do you think I'd be interested in a pile of shit? Leng Xiaoyao said disdainfully. She honestly disliked Chu Jianan now. Chu Jianan could see that, and felt extremely insulted. Why? Why did Leng Xiaoyao disdain him? Didn't she love him deeply? She shouldn't disdain him. He should be the one who disdained her. Even though Chu Jianan disliked Leng Xiaoyao and even hated her, he enjoyed her affection, because his vanity was stroked by her. You? Chu Jianan was angry when Leng Xiaoyao said that he was a pile of shit. He refused to believe that she was being honest, so he argued. Leng Xiaoyao, do you think I'd believe that? If you don't have interest in me, why did you deliberately splash the water on us? Believe it or not, but Leng Xiaoyao didn't care about his opinions about her. If she did, it meant she hadn't gotten over him yet. Unfortunately, she wasn't affected by his anger at all. She made fun of them simply because she harbored a grudge against them. But what? Leng Yuqi asked. But I still wanted to make fun of you, because I hate you, Leng Xiaoyao said. Then she put on a bad smile. The next second, she started the yacht and swayed its tail, sending a stream of seawater at them again. Chu Jianan and Leng Yuqi were hit by the water again, and their yacht heavily shook for a while. They were extremely mad since they almost got thrown into the sea. Leng Xiaoyao, how dare you? Chu Jianan angrily shouted. He couldn't wait to tear Leng Xiaoyao to pieces, but he didn't have that ability. So what? Leng Xiaoyao replied. She sounded very pleased, which filled Chu Jianan and Leng Yuqi with fury. Leng Xiaoyao, you should stop, Leng Yuqi criticized, feeling like crying. What can you do then? Leng Xiaoyao said. Without delay, she did the same thing once more and another stream of sea water hit them. This time, the sea water was too much and directly turned their yacht upside down. As a result, Leng Yuqi and Chu Jianan fell into the sea. Luckily, they were wearing life jackets, so they were safe even though they fell into the sea. Oh, you fell down. How weak you are. Leng Xiaoyao laughed at them, while Leng Yuqi and Chu Jianan were furious. The three men who were focusing on Leng Xiaoyao watched everything clearly, and were shocked by her behavior. She's really bold. Isn't she afraid they'll die? They're wearing life jackets. Nothing will happen. I'm just curious about the reason why she did that. She must have a grudge against them. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made things difficult for them. Is the man her boyfriend? I agree. If so, they deserve it. But it's amazing when she swayed the tail of the yacht. Right? She's very skilled. Chu Jianan and Leng Yuqi didn't stabilize themselves until they struggled several times. They were wearing life jackets so they wouldn't sink, but they were still frightened after falling into the ocean. No! Leng Yuqi burst into tears in horror. She couldn't care less about her image right now. After all, she was only a 17-year-old girl, so she couldn't bear so much stress. Leng Yuqi looked pitiful, but Leng Xiaoyao had no sympathy for her. Chu Jianan wanted to sympathize with her, but he was in no mood right now. Glaring at Leng Xiaoyao, he was full of hatred. Standing on her yacht, Leng Xiaoyao looked down her nose at them in the water. She had no intention of helping them and even laughed at them. Look at you now, a couple in the water. You're indeed a perfect match. Leng Xiaoyao. Being humiliated by Leng Xiaoyao, both Leng Yuqi and Chu Jianan were mad, but they couldn't argue against her. What? Leng Xiaoyao asked. Leng Xiaoyao, I promise I'll get you back, Chu Jianan threatened. Great, but don't keep me waiting. Do keep your word. I'll disdain you if you don't do what you just said. Leng Xiaoyao provoked him. Chu Jianan was struck dumb and didn't know what to say. He dared to do that, but there was a price. If he was going to pay Leng Xiaoyao back, he must be careful and couldn't let her get anything on him. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. After Chu Jianan and Leng Yuqi fell into the water, the staff soon saw them and swam towards them at once. However, they didn't see how Chu Jianan and Leng Yuqi fell into the water. Seeing them coming over, Leng Xiaoyao immediately drove away. She only wanted to make fun of Chu Jianan and Leng Yuqi, and she wouldn't kill them, so there was no need for her to stop the staff from rescuing them. However, before she left, Leng Xiaoyao scared them. Chu Jianan, Leng Yuqi, it's just the beginning. Be prepared to face what will happen to you. Enjoy! Once she finished, Leng Xiaoyao was gone, but Chu Jianan and Leng Yuqi trembled in horror and anger. It was true that they were scared of Leng Xiaoyao right now because she suddenly became strong. She sprayed seawater at them and even made them fall into the sea. There was nothing she didn't dare to do. If they didn't want to be hurt by Leng Xiaoyao again, they had to do something before she did. However, Chu Jianan wouldn't do that right away. He still wanted to see the result of Fang Haoming scheming against Leng Xiaoyao. If Fang Haoming succeeded, he wouldn't need to do anything, in case he was exposed. If Fang Haoming failed, he needed to see the price of paying Leng Xiaoyao back. After Ling Xiaoyao was far away, the three men surrounded her and asked curiously, "Hey, why did you do that? Do you have a grudge against them? Or is the man your boyfriend?" "I have a grudge against them," Ling Xiaoyao answered. "Anyway, I have to say the way you swayed the tail of the yacht is really amazing. It's perfect." The man complimented. "I know," Ling Xiaoyao replied. She didn't bother to be modest, which surprised the three men, but they somehow had a good impression of her. "Enjoy yourselves. I need to go now," Ling Xiaoyao said. Then she ignored them and quickly sailed away. Nevertheless, the three men weren't displeased. They only felt that skilled people all had a personality quirk. Ling Xiaoyao directly returned to the shore and gave the yacht back. It was enough that she had sailed for 2 hours. After that, she decided to try bungee jumping, but her phone rang suddenly and the caller was Lang Yeching. "What's up, uncle?" Ling Xiaoyao asked. "Yao Yao. The stock you told me to buy is losing value," Lang Yeching said. He was a little impatient. Although Ling Xiaoyao had told him to listen to her, he was anxious when the stock was declining. "It's fine. There is no need to pay attention to that. Just hold it for a while longer," Ling Xiaoyao said. "Fine." Lang Yeching sighed. Right when Lang Yeching was about to hang up, a boom suddenly sounded, followed by sounds of broken glasses and Lang Yeching's moan of pain. Ling Xiaoyao was immediately scared. It was obviously a car accident. She wondered whether Lang Yeching was injured. "Uncle, are you all right?" Ling Xiaoyao asked hurriedly. At the same time, she turned and ran towards the exit. Whether Lang Yeching was fine or not, she needed to see him as soon as possible. "I am fine," Lang Yeching answered with difficulty. "How is that possible? What happened?" Ling Xiaoyao asked seriously. She didn't believe that Lang Yeching was fine, because she clearly heard his car being hit heavily. "There was a car accident, but I'm fine. I just knocked my head," Lang Yeching explained. He understood that he couldn't fool Ling Xiaoyao, so he gave an explanation, but he wasn't honest. In fact, his injuries were much more serious than he said. He didn't just knock his head, his lap was also compressed seriously. Upon hearing that, Ling Xiaoyao was nervous and asked, "Where are you right now?" It was too late to rescue Lang Yeching, but she needed to know where he was. "I'm at Peijiang Road," Lang Yeching said. "Great. Call me once the ambulance arrives. Tell me which hospital you're going to." "All right," Ling Xiaoyao said. "Sure," Lang Yeching answered. At this time, Ling Xiaoyao ran to the roadside, but didn't see a taxi, which filled her with even more anxiety. This place was far from Peijiang Road, so it was impossible for her to run there. At this moment, Ling Xiaoyao felt it was honestly inconvenient that she didn't have a car. All of a sudden, Ling Xiaoyao saw a familiar far in the distance. It was Li Machen's car. Without hesitation, Ling Xiaoyao waved her hand at it. Li Machen's chauffeur didn't know Ling Xiaoyao, so he ignored her when she waved at them. "Why do girls nowadays randomly flag down cars?" he complained. Li Machen, who lowered his head, subconsciously raised it and gave a glance. Then he saw Ling Xiaoyao, who flashed past the window. "Stop the car," he said at once. Hearing that, the chauffeur stepped on the brakes and said, "What's wrong? Open the car door," Li Machen demanded. "Yes, sir." The chauffeur obeyed his order at once. Li Machen didn't answer his question, so he didn't dare to ask again. Ling Xiaoyao was actually mad that Li Machen's car didn't stop, but she immediately rushed to open the back door when it stopped. Then she got inside. She did it really quickly, which surprised the chauffeur. When the chauffeur wanted to snap at her, Li Machen opened his mouth first. "Miss Lung, where do you want to go?" "I'm going to Peijiang Road, please. I can't find a taxi and my uncle encountered a car accident there," Ling Xiaoyao explained. "To Peijiang Road," Li Machen said to the chauffeur. "Yes, sir." The chauffeur saw that they knew each other, so he said nothing further and quickly drove the car. "Peijiang Road is far away. After you arrive, your uncle should have already been sent to the hospital," Li Machen said. "To the direction of it, please. When my uncle tells me which hospital he's being sent to, we can go to the hospital then." "Oh, are you busy now? If you are, you can let me down at a place where I can take a taxi." "If," Ling Xiaoyao said. I'm not busy. I can send you there. Li Machin answered. Hearing that, the chauffeur rolled his eyes. He wasn't busy? How was that possible? They were on their way to get on a plane. However, the chauffeur wouldn't say anything since Li Machin said that. Thank you so much, Mr. Li. Leng Xiaoyao thanked him. Afterwards, they said nothing and it became quiet in the car. But the atmosphere was relaxing. Li Machin was always aloof. No matter whom he was with, he wouldn't feel uneasy. Only other people would be nervous when they were with him. They might also feel embarrassed. Because Li Machin's aura was too powerful. Even though he sat there quietly, other people would still feel stressed. But Leng Xiaoyao felt nothing. She had seen countless powerful people before, like her father, her mother, her grandfather, and many other senior officials in the government. Except for in front of Leng Xiaoting, she had never felt stressed before powerful people. However, she had to admit that Li Machin and her father were alike, whether inside or outside. Li Machin looked cold on the surface, but he was actually warm-hearted. Otherwise, he wouldn't be tolerant and be willing to take responsibility after having sex with her by accident. Although there was no love, it was very good to have such a reliable partner. Leng Xiaoyao was very familiar with Li Machin, so she didn't feel uneasy, and was instead at ease. 10 minutes after Leng Xiaoyao had a call with Leng Yeqing. Leng Yeqing called her again. Leng Xiaoyao answered it immediately. Yao Yao. We're being sent to the number 3 hospital. Leng Yeqing said. Great. I'm on my way. Leng Xiaoyao replied, then hung up. When she was about to tell Li Machin, he said to the chauffeur, to the number 3 hospital, since he had heard their conversation. No problem, the chauffeur replied, but he was astonished by Li Machin's actions. He agreed to give the girl a ride to Peijiang Road and even gave him an order before the girl opened her mouth. He had never seen him treat anyone else like this before. If this girl was a great beauty, he could understand, but this girl... He didn't disdain Leng Xiaoyao, but he was curious to know why Li Machin suddenly became so considerate. Honestly, even if this girl was a beauty, he didn't think Li Machin would cherish her. After all, there were countless beautiful women in Li Machin's circle. He had never treated any of them specially. Perhaps this girl was family of one of Li Machin's friends. Thanks. Leng Xiaoyao thanked him. My pleasure, Li Machin replied. Afterwards, it was quiet again, but Leng Xiaoyao felt it wasn't easy to meet Li Machin, so she wanted to make full use of the time by chatting with him. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao asked Li Machin, Mr. Li, where are you from? The capital city, Li Machin replied. I'm sure you must be suspicious of me, Mr. Li. After all, we've met a few times on the street, and I paid special attention to you, Leng Xiaoyao said. Leng Xiaoyao understood that it would definitely arouse his suspicions, but it was unavoidable. So in order to not leave a bad impression on him, she felt it was necessary to explain. Hearing Leng Xiaoyao's words, Li Machin was slightly alert, but he looked calm on the surface. Why? Because I've dreamed of you many times. Would you believe that? Leng Xiaoyao said. It sounded as if she was flirting with Li Machin. The chauffeur had that thought, even though Leng Xiaoyao looked and spoke seriously. Therefore, he immediately had a bad impression of her. But Li Machin somehow felt Leng Xiaoyao wasn't joking. However, he didn't believe it right away. After all, Leng Xiaoyao wasn't an ordinary girl. It should be easy for her to disguise herself. Oh, what happened in the dream? Li Machin asked. If it was fake, he wanted to know how Leng Xiaoyao would make it up. If it was real, he wanted to know what Leng Xiaoyao had dreamed of. I always have the same dream these days. In the dream, I attend a party and meet an injured man. The man seems crazy and attacks me repeatedly. When I saw you for the first time, I felt you were similar to that man, so I focused on you to make sure whether you were really the same, Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't tell the whole story. After all, it was a story that happened in the previous incarnation. It sounded ridiculous, but both Li Machin and the chauffeur were slightly scared by the description that the injured man seemed crazy. Li Machin had a hidden illness. When he had a relapse, he would lose his reason and totally lose control of himself. How did Leng Xiaoyao know that? Did she really dream of it? Or did she know something secret? Li Machin and the chauffeur instantly became alert and became even more suspicious of Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao felt it. Suddenly, she didn't know whether it had been a good decision to say that. Anyway, she already said it aloud, so she had to continue. Mr. Li, are you suspicious that I might harm you? Leng Xiaoyao asked, but she was very certain of it. Mr. Li, I think it should be very easy for you to collect my information. No matter how well a person hides, there should be clues, right? If you're really suspicious of me, you can do an investigation. In fact, Leng Xiaoyao guessed that Li Machun must have already conducted an investigation about her early on. So she said straightforwardly, if you do an investigation, you'll discover that I've made a big change. I'm totally different now. As for the reason, I feel it's quite unbelievable myself. The Saturday before last week, my fiancé pushed me and I passed out. After I woke up, I found my brain was different. No matter what I learned, I could quickly remember it. I also had a good comprehension too. To be honest, I even have a photographic memory now. I can remember things that I've only seen a few times. If you don't believe me, you can test me. Hearing Leng Xiaoyao's explanation, the chauffeur felt it was completely ridiculous. Li Machun, however, didn't think it was ridiculous, because he had experienced strange things as well before. Therefore, it could happen in his opinion, but that didn't mean he would believe every word Leng Xiaoyao said. Miss Leng, can you make great improvement in Kung Fu within 2 weeks too? Li Machun asked. He was doubtful. Leng Xiaoyao wasn't as good as him at martial arts, but there wasn't a huge gap. He had spent 20 years in practice, so it was impossible for Leng Xiaoyao to become so skilled within a short time no matter how talented she was. However, if Leng Xiaoyao had magical experience, it would be another thing. Mr. Li, you should have noticed that I fight in a traditional way. Ever since I was little, I had great interest in wuxia shows. When I found I had a good memory, I remembered all the movements. Because I'm a quick learner, I quickly become a master, Leng Xiaoyao said. When Leng Xiaoyao said that she became a master by accident, the chauffeur felt like laughing. He didn't see Leng Xiaoyao's competition with Li Machun, so he felt she was naive. Did she know what a master was? Did she think she was a master after she learned some skills? Although he had that thought, he said nothing. However, Li Machun had competed with Leng Xiaoyao, so he was aware of her abilities. Therefore, he admitted that she was a master. I know it sounds ridiculous to you, but you can verify it easily. Well, you and I are merely acquaintances, so I shouldn't care how you think of me, but I always trust my instinct. I have always felt that we might have a close relationship in the future, so I felt it was necessary to explain something to you, Leng Xiaoyao said sincerely. However, it was still not very convincing. At most, Li Machun half believed it. Leng Xiaoyao indeed fought traditionally, but that wasn't a persuasive reason. And Leng Xiaoyao also said that she felt they would have a close relationship in the future. Was it just her instinct? Or did she want to form a close relationship with him? The chauffeur couldn't stand it any longer, so he interrupted. I'm sorry, but it's really ridiculous. Miss, although you look serious, do you think anyone would believe that? Please forgive me for being straightforward. You said you have a feeling that you'll have a close relationship with my boss. Is it just your feeling? Or do you want to form a close relationship with my boss? Questioned by the chauffeur, Leng Xiaoyao wasn't mad, because she was destined to have a close relationship with Li Machun, whether she was willing to do so or not, since she was going to help him out. But she couldn't say that now. If you're suspicious of me, you won't believe me no matter what I say. So only time can prove it. Leng Xiaoyao said, Actually, I plan to relieve Mr. Li's suspicions, but now it seems that my explanation has only made it worse. Anyway, I honestly have no intention of harming you. But Mr. Li, you better be more careful. I can foresee the future in my dreams. Hearing that, they wondered whether Leng Xiaoyao caused Li Machun to be injured. If there was a connection, why did she remind him to be careful? It was possible that Leng Xiaoyao did that for a purpose. Perhaps she wanted to win Li Machun's trust, but Li Machun was less suspicious of Leng Xiaoyao, because he indeed needed to do a very dangerous task these days. He hadn't told anyone about it yet, and he didn't know the destination. He wasn't even sure where he was going. Therefore, it was impossible for Leng Xiaoyao to know beforehand. In that case, Leng Xiaoyao might really have special abilities, and her words might be true. However, he still remained doubtful, so he didn't reply to her. Leng Xiaoyao said nothing further. After they arrived at the hospital, she got out of the car and thanked Li Machin, before hurriedly leaving. "Boss, I think there must be something wrong with this girl. She might have bad intentions," the chauffeur said. "All right, we still have time. Let's go to the airport now," Li Machin said. He didn't want to talk about Leng Xiaoyao. "Yes, sir," the chauffeur answered, then immediately drove to the airport. He didn't bother to say more about Leng Xiaoyao, because Li Machin could deal with it. After Leng Xiaoyao got out of the car, she took out her phone and called Leng Yeqing at once. She asked him where he was right now. At this time, Leng Yeqing was treating his wound in the emergency room, so Leng Xiaoyao directly ran there. Leng Yeqing wasn't seriously injured, but his injuries weren't minor either. He didn't need to have an operation. He could still move his hands and talk, but it was difficult. He was still a little dizzy now, but he did his best to stay awake so that he wouldn't pass out. His right leg was also broken. He had it in a cast, but he had to use a wheelchair for the next month. On the other hand, Leng Yeqing's secretary, Chen Yushi, was seriously injured. He had a concussion after the crash and was in a coma now. Both of his legs had been injured. Although his legs weren't dislocated or broken, his left leg was injured by pieces of broken glass. When Leng Xiaoyao saw Leng Yeqing, she felt like crying. "Doctor, how's my uncle's condition?" she asked the doctor at once. The doctor introduced Leng Yeqing's condition to Leng Xiaoyao. Hearing that Leng Yeqing wasn't seriously injured, she was relieved. "All right, don't be sad. I'm fine." Leng Yeqing comforted Leng Xiaoyao when he saw that she looked so upset. "You're fine? You hit your head and your leg is broken. Isn't that serious enough? Do you think it's serious only when you have been handicapped?" Leng Xiaoyao was mad. She cared about Leng Yeqing a lot, so she wouldn't allow him to take it lightly. Leng Yeqing didn't feel embarrassed or mad after being lectured by Leng Xiaoyao. Instead, he felt very touched. All right, don't be mad. No one wanted the accident to happen. I had good luck and survived this time," Leng Yeqing said. "Did you tell Grandpa?" Leng Xiaoyao asked. "Not yet. I didn't want to worry him, so I haven't told him yet," Leng Yeqing said. "Were you alone or was there anyone else with you?" Leng Xiaoyao asked. "Secretary Chen was with me, but he's seriously injured. He has a relatively serious concussion and is still in a coma now. Both of his legs were compressed. His left leg was also injured by pieces of broken glass. Luckily, his life is safe," Leng Yeqing said. Speaking of Chen Yushi, he was really sad. "The wound has been treated. You can go to the ward now," the doctor announced. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoyao followed Leng Yeqing to the ward. Leng Yeqing stayed in a single room because he needed quiet. Chen Yushi's ward was right next to his, and it was also a single room. There was an attendant in the ward, so Leng Yeqing didn't inform Chen Yushi's family immediately. Most importantly, he just went to deal with his wound, so he decided to do it after he finished and returned to the ward. "Uncle, tell me how the accident happened," Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't think it was an accident, so she wanted to conduct an investigation. "A truck was out of control and hit us. Then we hit the back of the big car in front of us," Leng Yeqing said. "And? What did the truck driver say?" Leng Xiaoyao asked. "He said that he had been driving for a long time, so he was exhausted. He didn't know how it happened. He had a good attitude and agreed to pay the compensation," Leng Yeqing said. "Do you know his basic information, like his name, age, height, place of birth, and his license plate?" Leng Xiaoyao asked. Leng Yeqing didn't think further about it and answered. "His name is Zhang Jinhua. He's about 40 years old, slightly taller than 1.7 m, about 75 kilograms. He said he's from County Yanhua. His license plate is XXXXX. Uncle, do you think it was an accident?" Leng Xiaoyao asked. Hearing that, Leng Yeqing was surprised and asked, "Do you mean it's not?" At the beginning, he didn't think much about it, but now he felt it might have been a scheme. They didn't have a delusional disorder, but sometimes they had to be careful. After all, they were in a special situation right now. "It's just my suspicion, but we need to do an investigation." If it's an accident, you had bad luck. If not, we must pay the mastermind back, Leng Xiaoyao said aggressively. Even Leng Yeqing was frightened by her power. His niece suddenly became so powerful that he could barely take the pressure. But she looked very cool. Although his abilities were limited, he never hesitated to pay his enemies back. Therefore, if this car crash was really a scheme, he would definitely injure the mastermind as well. I'll arrange for someone to do the investigation, Leng Yeqing said. No need. I can do it, Leng Xiaoyao said. You? Can you do it? Leng Yeqing was doubtful. Even though he knew Leng Xiaoyao was different now, it wasn't easy to find out the truth, so he had his doubts. Of course. Just wait and see, Leng Xiaoyao said confidently. She was good at hacking as well, and she had investigated such cases many times. Although she didn't succeed every time, she rarely failed. You're injured now. Can you still deal with the business in the company? Leng Xiaoyao asked. Hearing that, Leng Yeqing was upset and said resignedly, I'm afraid it'll be delayed. I need to talk about a business deal the day after tomorrow. I can still do that, but Secretary Chen might not be able to show up. I need his cooperation. If so, I can go with you. I can do Secretary Chen's job. You only need to tell me how Secretary Chen would cooperate with you, and I'll make it clear during the night. Leng Xiaoyao said, If this car crash was a scheme, it must have something to do with this business deal. Therefore, I must go with you. Leng Yeqing subconsciously wanted to decline, because he felt it was too difficult for Leng Xiaoyao to completely understand Secretary Chen's job within a day. But the last sentence of what she said persuaded him. If this car crash was a scheme, it must have something to do with the business deal. Leng Xiaoyao was skilled at martial arts, so she could protect him if she went with him. Secretary Chen's job is complicated. Can you really do his job? Leng Yeqing asked with concern. After all, it was a very important business deal, and he didn't want to make any mistakes. You'll know whether I can do it. Leng Xiaoyao said, You should know I used to be a terrible student, but I became excellent at studying recently. The result of the monthly test will be out tomorrow. After you see my rank, you'll definitely believe that I've completely changed. If I can improve my score within a short time, can't I learn about the project during the night? I know business and studying are two different things, but I have confidence in myself. You can let me go with you after making sure of my abilities. Hearing that, Leng Yeqing was astonished. You suddenly became excellent at studying? Yes, Leng Xiaoyao replied. What score will you get this time? Leng Yeqing asked. If nothing unexpected happens, I can rank among the top 10, Leng Xiaoyao said. Leng Yeqing was shocked and couldn't believe his ears. Are you sure? Of course, Leng Xiaoyao said confidently. Leng Yeqing was too shocked to process the news. Great, I'll send the files to you later. You can read it at home. I'll leave the hospital and come back tomorrow night. At that time, I'll test you, Leng Yeqing announced. Although Leng Yeqing and his secretary had a car crash, he still kept the files with him because it was very important. If the files were lost, it would cause serious trouble. I'll go to school tomorrow morning. I need to ask for leave for the next 2 days. I won't go to classes again until this is done, Leng Xiaoyao said. Is that a good choice? Leng Yeqing asked. If Leng Xiaoyao was absent from class because of him, he would feel guilty. Of course, given my level now, it isn't a big deal if I'm absent from class for a few days. Anyway, my score will be as high as usual. I used to be absent from classes very often, and you said nothing. Why are you worried about it now? Anyway, I've made my decision. It's useless no matter what you say now, Leng Xiaoyao said adamantly. Fine. Since Leng Xiaoyao said that, Leng Yeqing didn't say anything else because it was meaningless. I don't think we can keep this a secret from Grandpa. Why don't you tell him first? Secretary Chen's family should also know his condition. After that, you can pay a reliable person to take care of you. I need to go out for a while now. I'll come and see you later. You can have the files, Leng Xiaoyao said. Great, Leng Yeqing answered. Then Leng Xiaoyao left. After walking out of the hospital, Leng Xiaoyao took a taxi to the herb store she had visited that morning. She planned to buy some herbs to help Leng Yeqing and Chen Yushi with their recovery. Then Leng Xiaoyao directly asked an employee to boil and prepare the medicine for her, and she would come and get it later. Without hesitation, Leng Xiaoyao took a taxi to a computer shop and bought a new laptop, before she returned to the herb store. She spent 1.5 hours on the road, and the medicine would only be done after another half an hour. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao waited at the side and collected information about the truck driver. According to the information Leng Yeqing told her, she quickly found the man. He was indeed called Zhang Jinhua. He was 42 years old, 1.73 m tall. He was from County Yanhua, City Chong, and was a truck driver. The truck he drove belonged to himself. Given his information, there was nothing wrong with him, but that wasn't important. If there was anything wrong, it must be with Zhang Jinhua. After that, Leng Xiaoyao hacked into the surveillance cameras of Peijiang Road, then watched the route of the truck. Before long, she saw the video and found a problem after watching the car crash. The truck didn't go in front of Leng Yeqing's car until 4 minutes before the car crash happened. Then it moved ahead steadily and the big truck behind Leng Yeqing's car started approaching 3 minutes later. It didn't slow down when it came near. Then it slipped a little and directly hit Leng Yeqing's car. It might be an accident, but Leng Xiaoyao didn't think it was so simple. Leng Xiaoyao repeatedly watched it, but the medicine was done before she found more clues, so she stopped and took the medicine to the hospital. When Leng Xiaoyao was gone, Leng Yeqing called Leng Chongyuan at once and told him what had just happened. Upon hearing the news, Leng Chongyuan was so scared that he could barely stand steadily. Without delay, he ordered his chauffeur to drive him to the hospital to see Leng Yeqing. After that, Leng Yeqing called Chun Yushi's family. When Chun Yushi's family heard the news, they were also frightened and immediately rushed to the hospital. They didn't blame Leng Yeqing for it. Instead, before they knew the details, they even felt guilty because it was Chun Yushi who was driving. At the hospital, after hearing the details, they felt much better, because they didn't know Leng Yeqing much in that case. However, they were still heartbroken when they saw Chun Yushi so seriously injured, lying unconscious in the bed. Leng Chongyuan had the same feeling. He was slightly relieved when he found out that Leng Yeqing wasn't seriously injured, but he was still sad. Leng Chongyuan didn't think it might be a scheme. He directly believed it was an accident, so Leng Yeqing said nothing. Leng Chongyuan was an old man, so he couldn't bear much bad news, so Leng Yeqing decided to handle it by himself with Leng Xiaoyao's help. That afternoon, Leng Yuqi and Chu Jianan were in no mood for more activities after falling into the sea. Therefore, when they returned to the shore, they rested for a short while, then directly went home. They didn't tell their parents about what Leng Xiaoyao had done to them, because they didn't want them to find out that they went on a date. Leng Xiaoyao went out for 4 hours, so it was already 10 p.m. when she returned to the hospital and Leng Chongyuan was gone. Leng Yeqing had slept for 2 hours and looked better after waking up. He didn't feel so dizzy now. Chun Yushi's mother was taking care of him, and his other family members were back home. Unfortunately, he was still in a coma. After Leng Xiaoyao walked into Leng Yeqing's ward, Leng Yeqing saw the stuff in her hands. "What did you buy? Uncle, do you trust me?" Leng Xiaoyao asked in a serious tone. "Of course I trust you," Leng Yeqing answered seriously as well. "If I tell you that I can help you recover faster, would you believe me?" Leng Xiaoyao asked. Leng Yeqing was surprised and couldn't believe his ears. "Can you help me recover faster?" "Yes, but don't rush to doubt it. Let me massage your head first and you can feel it," Leng Xiaoyao said. Then she put down the stuff in her hands and walked towards Leng Yeqing. She didn't take out the medicine right away. She would take the medicine out after she used her magical energy to make him feel better. In that case, he would trust her. Sure. Leng Yeqing agreed. He wanted to see what Leng Xiaoyao could do. Standing behind Leng Yeqing, Leng Xiaoyao covered his head with her palms, then massaged his head. At the same time, she released magical energy and poured it into Leng Yeqing's brain. Once the magical energy entered his brain, Leng Yeqing felt the pain being greatly relieved, so he was shocked. Gradually, he became clear-headed and wondered whether Leng Xiaoyao was doing magic. However, Leng Xiaoyao's magical energy couldn't completely heal Leng Yeqing's injury. He still needed a while to make a full recovery, but he was feeling much better after Leng Xiaoyao's treatment. Jesus, did you do magic? I no longer felt the pain after you massaged me for a few minutes. Lung Yeqing exclaimed in surprise. I can't tell you details, but you can trust me, Leng Xiaoyao said. Of course I trust you, Lung Yeqing said. If he still didn't believe it, he would be an idiot, but he was really curious. However, Leng Xiaoyao refused to tell him the reason, so he stopped asking. And the broken part of your leg? Leng Xiaoyao said as she massaged Lung Yeqing's broken leg. The same thing happened as when she healed his head. Lung Yeqing didn't feel the pain from his leg any longer. But it was a little itchy. It was very normal because the broken bones connected again. The broken part of his leg recovered a lot too, but it would still take him a week before he could walk. Anyway, recovery time was much shorter than a month. Yao Yao, it's too unbelievable. Lung Yeqing was really amazed. He felt it was too unbelievable to be true. I bought some herbs. You need to take the medicine and apply the herbs to your wounds. I need to remove the cast now. It'll help you recover much faster, Leng Xiaoyao said. Sure. Lung Yeqing was fully convinced now, so he would do whatever Leng Xiaoyao told him to. After that, Leng Xiaoyao began to remove the cast. Oh, it's late now. Have you told Grandpa? Does he know you're here? Lung Yeqing suddenly asked. Oh, right. I haven't told him yet. I need to give Grandpa a call. I won't go home tonight, and I'll sleep on the sofa in the living room for the night. I need to treat Secretary Chen later, Leng Xiaoyao said. Fine. Leng Yeqing didn't want her to stay here, because the hospital wasn't as comfortable as their home. He was afraid Leng Xiaoyao might be uncomfortable, but Leng Xiaoyao needed to treat Chen Yushi as well, so he couldn't stop her. They encountered the car crash together, so he couldn't abandon Chen Yushi. Moreover, Leng Xiaoyao was adamant, and it was useless even if he disagreed, so he accepted it. Without delay, Leng Xiaoyao called Leng Chongyuan. At that moment, Leng Chongyuan was about to call her since she was still outside. The moment he picked up his phone to call her, it rang, showing that the caller was Leng Xiaoyao, so he answered it at once. Yao Yao, where are you right now? When will you be home? It's late, Leng Chongyuan asked worriedly. Grandpa, I'm at the hospital to take care of Uncle Yeqing. I won't go home tonight. Secretary Chen isn't awake yet, so I need to help Uncle Yeqing with his work, Leng Xiaoyao said. Hearing that, Leng Chongyuan was struck dumb for a moment. Oh, you already heard the news? He hesitated to tell Leng Xiaoyao the bad news, because he was afraid that she might be worried. But unexpectedly, she was already aware of it. Yeah, Leng Xiaoyao answered, and didn't explain further. Fine. Leng Chongyuan was worried that Leng Xiaoyao couldn't sleep well in the hospital, but he didn't turn her down when she said she needed to deal with some things for him. After all, he didn't want his business to be delayed either. After her call with Leng Chongyuan, Leng Xiaoyao helped Leng Yeqing change his medicine. She looked even more skilled than a doctor, which surprised Leng Yeqing. Yao Yao, where did you learn medicine? You're even more professional than the doctor who treated me this afternoon. It's a secret, Leng Xiaoyao replied with a mysterious smile. Fine. Leng Yeqing was disappointed, but he could understand it, so he didn't ask anything else. Leng Xiaoyao was becoming more and more mysterious, and he somehow felt that she was strange. However, he was happy that she was getting better and better. No matter how she changed, she was always Leng Xiaoyao, his niece. Before long, Leng Xiaoyao finished changing the medicine and wrapping the wound for Leng Yeqing. What if Secretary Chen's mother doesn't trust me and doesn't allow me to treat Secretary Chen? If she's reluctant to let me do it, I can't force them, Leng Xiaoyao said. You can go and call Mrs. Chen over. I'll talk with her about it, Leng Yeqing said. Great, Leng Xiaoyao replied, but she didn't rush to go out. Instead, she took out Leng Yeqing's medicine first and told him to take it. Herbs are bitter, but it's good for your health. For the sake of your health, just swallow it, Leng Xiaoyao said. At the same time, she handed him a glass of water. It's not an issue, Leng Yeqing exclaimed. As long as it could improve his health, he was willing to take it no matter how bitter it was. After watching Leng Yeqing take the medicine, Leng Xiaoyao went to Chen Yushi's ward. As soon as she went out, she knocked on the door of the next ward. After a moment, Mrs. Chen opened the door. She knew Ling Xiaoyao but disliked her. In fact, she hated Ling Xiaoyao, but Ling Xiaoyao was the niece of her son's boss, so she couldn't show her dislike on her face. "Miss Ling, may I help?" Mrs. Chun inquired. "Mrs. Chun, my uncle wants to see you. He needs to talk to you about something," Ling Xiaoyao said. "Sure." Mrs. Chun agreed and went over with Ling Xiaoyao. In Leng Yeching's ward, she saw that he looked much better, but she didn't think further about that. "Executive Chun, what can I do for you?" "Mrs. Chun, I know a way to help Yushi recover quickly. I've already tried it, and I'm much better now, but I need you to trust me," Leng Yeching said seriously. "Really? What is it?" Mrs. Chun asked excitedly. She hadn't decided whether to believe it or not, and simply wanted to know what it was. In addition, since Leng Yeching said he had already tried it and became much better, she believed that he wouldn't fool her. My niece Yao Yao can help us. She just treated me. As for the details, she can't tell us. I won't ask about it either, but it's really helpful." "Mrs. Chun, haven't you noticed that I look much better now?" Leng Yeching said. Because Leng Yeching understood that it was hard for other people to believe that Ling Xiaoyao had completely changed. He was afraid that Mrs. Chun might not be willing to trust them and try it. "What?" Mrs. Chun looked at Ling Xiaoyao in astonishment. She was aware that Ling Xiaoyao was a naughty, good-for-nothing. It was really unbelievable that she could treat patients now, but Leng Yeching did look much better, and she noticed that as soon as she walked inside. She just didn't pay much attention to it. Now Leng Yeching told her that, so she trusted him even though she didn't trust Ling Xiaoyao. Could Ling Xiaoyao really treat her son? At this time, Ling Xiaoyao said seriously, "Mrs. Chun, I know it's hard for you to believe that I've completely changed. I honestly can't discuss why I'm good at medicine now, but I'm sure that I can help your son recover faster. It won't do me any good to lie to you. It'll only cause me trouble." Hearing that, Mrs. Chun didn't say anything but sized Ling Xiaoyao up. She still couldn't believe it, but she couldn't deny that Ling Xiaoyao's words made sense. There was indeed no need for Ling Xiaoyao to lie to her. It wouldn't do her any good and would only cause her trouble. "How will you do it?" Mrs. Chun asked. Although Leng Yeching just said that Ling Xiaoyao was unwilling to tell them any details, she was still curious about it. "I need to massage Secretary Chen's wound first. Although it's just a massage, it's a secret method to heal the wound. Can help him wake up. After he wakes up, you can see whether he indeed feels better. Then you can decide whether to trust me and take the medicine I bought," Ling Xiaoyao explained. The massage was the key, because she needed to put magical energy into their bodies. But in Mrs. Chen's eyes, it was just a massage. It wouldn't hurt Chen Yushi, and the medicine was more important. Therefore, Mrs. Chun agreed. "Sure, we can try it." After that, Ling Xiaoyao and Mrs. Chun returned to Chen Yushi's ward where Ling Xiaoyao began to massage his head. Because Chen Yushi was in a coma, he felt nothing. After 7 minutes, Chen Yushi's head was cured. Although it wasn't completely healed, it was enough for Chen Yushi to wake up. When Chen Yushi woke up, Mrs. Chun wasn't excited or happy. She was shocked. She was shocked that Ling Xiaoyao really had the ability to wake Chen Yushi up so quickly. Although Ling Xiaoyao said that she could help Chen Yushi wake up faster, Mrs. Chun thought it wouldn't happen until a few hours later. After all, the doctor made it very clear that Chen Yushi might only wake up tomorrow morning. Therefore, when Ling Xiaoyao promised to wake Chen Yushi up faster, she thought the time would only be a bit shorter. The next moment, Mrs. Chun was excited and full of happiness. "Yushi, you're finally awake. You're awake." Mrs. Chun burst into tears of joy. Then she immediately walked towards Chen Yushi, but she didn't dare to touch him, because she was afraid it might hurt him. "Mom!" Chen Yushi spoke with difficulty. "Oh, my son." Mrs. Chun was extremely emotional when Chen Yushi called her and directly burst into tears. Afterwards, Chen Yushi saw Ling Xiaoyao by his side. Although he didn't know that it was Ling Xiaoyao who treated him, he still politely greeted her. "Miss Ling." "Secretary Chen, how does your head feel now?" Ling Xiaoyao asked. Hearing that, Chen Yushi felt his head, then said, "It's a little painful, but it's much better now. Much of the pain has faded." Oh, how long has it been? Chun Yushi felt that he should have been in a coma for a long time, otherwise the pain wouldn't suddenly go away. Hearing that Mrs. Chun was even happier and more convinced by Leng Xiaoyao's words. You've been unconscious for 5 hours. The doctor said that you wouldn't wake up till tomorrow, but Leng Xiaoyao treated you with a massage. A few minutes later, you woke up? Mrs. Chun said, looking at Leng Xiaoyao with gratitude. What? Chun Yushi was shocked and immediately turned to look at Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao smiled and said, no need to ask about it. I won't tell you the details, because it's a secret. Sure. Chun Yushi didn't ask since Leng Xiaoyao was unwilling to tell him. Now let me treat your leg, Leng Xiaoyao said. Thank you so much, Miss Leng, Chun Yushi said. Because Leng Xiaoyao didn't want them to ask about it, Chun Yushi said nothing further. After that, Leng Xiaoyao treated Chun Yushi's leg. Because Chun Yushi had already woken up, he could feel the changes in his wound. It was very painful, but the pain gradually went away after Leng Xiaoyao massaged his leg, which shocked Chun Yushi. Even though he quickly woke up after Leng Xiaoyao's treatment, he was unconscious earlier, so he didn't have the chance to experience it, but now he could clearly feel the effect, so he was completely amazed. However, he remembered Leng Xiaoyao's words. No matter how curious he was, he wouldn't ask about it. A while later, Leng Xiaoyao stopped and asked, how do you feel now? I feel much better, Chun Yushi said excitedly. So, do you trust me now? Leng Xiaoyao asked. Although she asked that question, she could see that they were already convinced from their reaction. She simply needed their answer. Yes, of course, Chun Yushi and his mother said excitedly and with a sincere attitude. It seemed they were afraid Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't believe them. Miss Leng, thank you so much. If it hadn't been for you, my son wouldn't have gotten so much better yet. Mrs. Chun thanked her with tears in her eyes. Even though she felt it was quite unbelievable, that wasn't important. Most importantly, Chun Yushi really got much better thanks to Leng Xiaoyao's treatment. In her opinion, Leng Xiaoyao could do magic. Miss Leng, thank you. Chun Yushi also thanked her, feeling extremely grateful. All right, I accept your gratitude. No need to thank me again. I'll bring the medicine over right now. There is medicine you can apply to the wound and medicine to take, Leng Xiaoyao explained. After all, Chun Yushi was injured because of Leng Yeqing, so it was necessary for her to treat him too. There was no need to thank her. Great, great, Chun Yushi and Mrs. Chun replied. After that, Leng Xiaoyao went out while Chun Yushi and his mother were still in shock. Son, am I dreaming? Mrs. Chun asked with uncertainty. She felt it was unreal. Most importantly, Leng Xiaoyao left a totally different impression on her right now. You're not, Chun Yushi said with determination. He was surprised, but he was sure that everything was real. He had seen Leng Xiaoyao's abilities before, so it was easier for him to accept her big change. Why did Miss Leng become so different? Wasn't she a good-for-nothing? Mrs. Chun asked. I don't know. I didn't know that she had changed so much until I saw her deal with Zhang Guanglin at the company last time. Chun Yushi said, all right, there is no need to think so much. In fact, we know very little about Miss Leng. We only heard some bad things about her. Perhaps that wasn't the real her. Chun Yushi didn't think a person could completely change overnight. He thought it might be because he knew too little about Leng Xiaoyao and only saw her bad side. You're right. Miss Leng used to be arrogant, but now she's calm and elegant. I think she's going to achieve a lot, Mrs. Chun said. Although their family wasn't wealthy, they weren't poor either. Mrs. Chun also had her own career. She had seen countless people, so she could see Leng Xiaoyao's difference. I believe so, Chun Yushi agreed. Once Leng Xiaoyao was back in Leng Yeqing's ward, Leng Yeqing asked her hurriedly, Yao Yao, how is Secretary Chen now? He's awake and is doing much better. I need to give them the medicine, Leng Xiaoyao said. Then she took out the medicine she prepared for Chun Yushi. Great, Leng Yeqing answered. If it was possible, he would go over and see Chun Yushi in person. Leng Xiaoyao went back to Chun Yushi's ward with the medicine, then dressed his wound. When Chun Yushi and Mrs. Chun saw Leng Xiaoyao dressing the wound, they knew she was very professional. No matter how Ling Xiaoyao became so skilled, both Chun Yushi and Mrs. Chun believed that she must have learned medicine. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to be so good at it. Afterwards, Ling Xiaoyao took out more medicine for Chun Yushi to take. Mrs. Chun, please pour a glass of water. This medicine is bitter. After Secretary Chun takes it, he will need the water, Ling Xiaoyao asked. Sure, Mrs. Chun said, then immediately went to pour a glass of water. I've tolerated so much pain. Why do I even care about the bitter medicine? Chun Yushi joked, half serious. I understand, but there is no need to tolerate bitterness. Ling Xiaoyao said with a smile. Change the medicine on your wound every 2 days. The next time should be the day after tomorrow at the same time. As for the medicine you need to take it twice a day at noon and in the afternoon for the following week. After you finish the medicine, I'll come and check on your condition. Great. Thank you, Miss Long. Chun Yushi and Mrs. Chun said. All right, it's late now. You should have some sleep. I won't leave tonight. I'll be staying in my uncle's ward. If you need any help, feel free to let me know, Ling Xiaoyao said. Thanks. Chun Yushi and Mrs. Chun replied. After that, Ling Xiaoyao left. It was already 12 p.m. at this time, but she didn't go to bed right away. Instead, she continued to watch the surveillance videos. Before she did that, Ling Xiaoyao told Leng Yeqing what she had found today. Uncle, I just did a bit of investigating. I found out that the car crash wasn't an accident. However, I haven't found out more information yet, so the investigation needs to continue, Ling Xiaoyao explained. What? It really was a scheme. Although Leng Yeqing also thought that it was likely to be a scheme, he was still surprised when Ling Xiaoyao told him the result. Moreover, Ling Xiaoyao already found it out. How did you find out? Leng Yeqing asked. I hacked into the surveillance cameras along Peijiang Road, Ling Xiaoyao said. She was very honest with Leng Yeqing. Hearing that, Leng Yeqing was astonished. You can hack? Yeah. Are you amazed? Now you should believe that I have some skills, Ling Xiaoyao said proudly. It's indeed amazing. But when did you learn to hack? Leng Yeqing asked. It wasn't easy to master hacking. It's a secret. All right, don't ask me about it. I won't tell anyone, Ling Xiaoyao said. Leng Yeqing remembered that Ling Xiaoyao didn't want them to ask too much about her abilities, so he stopped asking. Fine, I won't ask again, Leng Yeqing conceded. Have a good sleep. I'll stay in the living room. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, just call me, Ling Xiaoyao said. Then she picked up the files she needed to read. I'll take these. It's late now. You should go to bed. Shouldn't you go to school tomorrow? Leng Yeqing said. He was afraid that Ling Xiaoyao might not be able to get up and be energetic tomorrow. It's fine. I don't want to sleep right now and I can't fall asleep either. I need to watch the surveillance videos. I need to find out the truth as soon as possible, in case the mastermind does anything else. I don't want them to ruin the evidence, Ling Xiaoyao explained. Although the mastermind might not know that they had already found out that it was a scheme, it was possible that the mastermind would destroy the evidence. Fine. Leng Yeqing understood that he couldn't persuade Ling Xiaoyao, so he had to give in. Anyway, Ling Xiaoyao was right. If the mastermind destroyed the evidence, they wouldn't be able to take revenge. Therefore, it was better if they could find out the truth right away. Thank you for your effort, Yao Yao. Leng Yeqing felt very guilty. He couldn't handle it well, and needed Ling Xiaoyao to help him. Not at all. We're family after all. If you're in trouble, our family can't live a good life either, Ling Xiaoyao said. Leng Yeqing didn't know what to say. Ling Xiaoyao was right. They were family, so he shouldn't treat her as if they weren't close. After that, Ling Xiaoyao went out with the files. She had now become mature and outstanding, which pleased Ling Yeqing, but he was also worried. If his older brother and sister-in-law were still alive, they would be happy about Ling Xiaoyao's change. Ling Xiaoyao was so skilled now that she could live a good life on her own. The Leng family would always support her at the same time. However, Leng Yeqing somehow had a feeling that Ling Xiaoyao would support the Leng family in the future. It was true that the Leng family couldn't support Ling Xiaoyao. Instead, the Leng family needed her support. Ling Xiaoyao stayed in the living room, but there was a bed and quilt, so she could sleep well. In addition, there was also a desk in the living room which was convenient for Leng Xiaoyao to read. She put her laptop on the desk, then sat down in front of it and turned it on. After turning on the laptop, Leng Xiaoyao didn't rush to watch the surveillance videos. Instead, she checked Zhang Jinhua's bank account and call records first to see whether he had a sudden transaction and who had contacted him recently. Even if there wasn't a sudden transaction, that didn't mean he wasn't guilty. Perhaps they made the deal in cash. Afterwards, she read the call records and verified which one of the numbers was her target. She had investigated for nearly half a day, but still didn't find any suspects. It could only prove that Zhang Jinhua didn't directly contact the mastermind. He might do it through a middleman. Therefore, it wasn't easy to find out the truth. As a result, Leng Xiaoyao turned to watch the surveillance videos to see who Zhang Jinhua had met. Before long, she hacked into the surveillance center and got the videos she needed. She watched the videos backwards in time, then saw the truck that was in front of Leng Yeqing's car had stopped by the side of the road. The truck driver answered a call, then got in. However, the truck driver didn't start it right away. He waited till Leng Yeqing's car was near, then drove ahead of it. At the beginning, there was a distance between them, but the distance was gradually shortened. A while later, another big car followed Leng Yeqing from a place near his company. Zhang Jinhua also didn't start his car until after answering a call. Obviously, it was a scheme, otherwise they wouldn't do that at the same time. Leng Xiaoyao always believed that it was a scheme, so she wasn't surprised when she verified it. At this time, Leng Xiaoyao stopped watching surveillance videos and turned to check the phone numbers in Zhang Jinhua's call records during the time in the video. After finding the number, she found out who the owner was. The result was that the number which called the truck driver in front of Leng Yeqing was the same one that called Zhang Jinhua. Obviously, they were a group. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoyao needed to investigate this phone number. After her investigation, she found the person was a middleman, but he had contacted Zhang Guanglin the day before yesterday. After a series of investigations, Leng Xiaoyao finally figured out that it was Zhang Guanglin who turned to this middleman for help. And the middleman paid the truck driver to harm Leng Yeqing. In other words, the key person in this car crash was Zhang Guanglin, but Leng Xiaoyao didn't think he was the mastermind. There must be someone else behind his back. Who was it? Leng Xiaoyao guessed the person must be in the company Zhang Guanglin wanted to work for. Without delay, Leng Xiaoyao investigated Zhang Guanglin's call records. She then saw call records between Zhang Guanglin and a manager in another company. There were many people who had called Zhang Guanglin, so it wasn't enough to prove that he was guilty, but Leng Xiaoyao was extremely suspicious of them. She just needed to make sure of it by conducting a further investigation. After all, she only had clues now. After Leng Xiaoyao figured it out, it was already 3 a.m., but she didn't feel sleepy or tired. She was still full of energy. Anyway, she could stop investigating for the time being. All they needed to do next was to interrogate Zhang Guanglin. Leng Xiaoyao decided to do that on her own. After that, she took out the files and started reading. Leng Xiaoyao had learned about business from Guning and was talented. She had dealt with complicated cases before, so she easily and quickly remembered the designing project for Fenglin Yuan. She spent 2 hours getting familiar with it, then slept for an hour before waking up at 6 a.m. At this time, Leng Yeqing was awake too. He immediately rang the bell because he needed to use the bathroom. Leng Xiaoyao was in the room, but she was a girl and his niece. It wasn't convenient for her to help him. After a male nurse came, he helped Leng Yeqing use the bathroom and left. Then Leng Xiaoyao went inside to see Leng Yeqing and told him what she had found out. "Uncle, I found out something, but I still need more time to get the final result." When Leng Xiaoyao told Leng Yeqing what she had found out, Leng Yeqing was stunned. He wasn't surprised that Zhang Guanglin might be guilty, because he was suspicious of him once he realized the car crash was a scheme, but he was shocked by Leng Xiaoyao's abilities. Within such a short time, she had found out a lot of clues. Now he admired Leng Xiaoyao more than ever. "What do you plan to do next?" Leng Yeqing asked. "We should interrogate Zhang Guanglin." "I'll do that," Leng Xiaoyao said. "Great," Leng Yeqing answered. After witnessing Leng Xiaoyao's abilities, Leng Yeqing completely trusted her. As long as she was willing to help, he believed there was nothing she couldn't do. Oh, I've read all the files. There is still some time. I can present it to you. What do you think? You can be the client and ask me difficult questions to see whether you can be persuaded by me, Leng Xiaoyao said. Hearing that, Leng Yeqing was surprised again. Leng Xiaoyao read all the files too? Did you not sleep at all last night? Leng Yeqing asked, but Leng Xiaoyao looked energetic. It didn't seem as if she had stayed up all night. Instead, it seemed as if she had a very good sleep. I slept at 5 a.m. and got up at 6 a.m. After all, I've practiced kung fu for a long time, so it won't affect my condition even if I'm up all night, Leng Xiaoyao said. She was very honest with Leng Yeqing. Hearing that Leng Xiaoyao was up for a whole night, Leng Yeqing felt a little guilty. Even though you can still be energetic, don't stay up all night again. It'll harm your health. All right, I know. In order to set Leng Yeqing's mind at ease, Leng Xiaoyao agreed. She wouldn't be so honest with Leng Yeqing next time if she stayed up all night again. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoyao took Leng Yeqing as the client and introduced the project of Fenglin Yuan. When she did the introduction, she edited it and made it better. Leng Yeqing noticed the change, and his eyes lit up after hearing Leng Xiaoyao's introduction. Yao Yao, you're a genius, an all-round genius. As soon as Leng Xiaoyao finished, Leng Yeqing complimented her. Luckily, Leng Xiaoyao was his niece, or he wouldn't hesitate to poach her if she worked for another company. In fact, talented people wouldn't stay in small companies, they always chose to work for big companies. I agree with you, Leng Xiaoyao said with pride. But Leng Yeqing didn't think that she was thinking too highly of herself. After all, she was really very outstanding. If she was too modest, she might appear hypocritical. However, Leng Yeqing still joked. Aren't you modest? It's a fact. I don't think I need to be modest. After all, I'll look hypocritical if I'm too modest, Leng Xiaoyao said. When it was necessary, she would be modest, but it was unnecessary in front of her family. You're right. Leng Yeqing was amazed. Leng Xiaoyao's character didn't change much. She was as proud of herself as always, but her pride matched her abilities now. What questions do you have? Leng Xiaoyao asked. After Leng Yeqing asked her several difficult questions, which Leng Xiaoyao answered easily, Leng Yeqing was very satisfied. Ningning, you're really amazing. I believe you can take over the company in the future, Leng Yeqing said. Although he had been managing the company during these years, he had no intention of keeping it. If Leng Xiaoyao wasn't a good manager, he would support her. But if she could manage the company well, he was more than willing to leave it to her. As for his kids in the future, he had shares of the company, which was enough to provide them with a good life. Don't. I only need 20% shares and a dividend is enough. I don't need more of it. Whatever I want, I'll get it by myself. Uncle, you should be aware of my abilities now, so you can trust me, right? Leng Xiaoyao said confidently. She had no intention of taking over the company. Fengshang design was different now, and Leng Yeqing made it successful. It was already a lot for her to have 20% shares. Hearing Leng Xiaoyao's words, Leng Yeqing was surprised. He didn't expect that she had no intention of taking back the company. He surely had confidence in Leng Xiaoyao, but it wasn't easy to build up a new company. But, all right, no one can change my mind. Uncle, if you can manage the company well, keep it away from my first uncle, Leng Xiaoyao said. They could provide their family with a good life, and Leng Yeqing was willing to let Leng Xiaoyao's first uncle use the car he bought for the family. But it was impossible for them to steal Fengshang design. Since Leng Xiaoyao said nobody could change her mind, Leng Yeqing understood that it was useless no matter what he said right now. Therefore, he agreed. Honestly, even if Leng Xiaoyao didn't tell him to keep Fengshang design away from her first uncle, he would do that. Don't worry, Yao Yao. I'll never let them steal Fengshang design, Leng Yeqing promised. Great. Oh, I should go to school now. Remember to take the medicine at noon, Leng Xiaoyao said, then walked out. At their school, many students surrounded the notice board and exclaimed once in a while. Leng Xiaoyao knew the result of the monthly test was out, and the top scorer must be her. She wasn't surprised at all when she realized she was number 1, because she guessed that she would be in the top 1 or 2. After all, she was ranked at the top in the previous incarnation as well, and she nearly had a full score. Before the test, she told them that she might be among the top 10 because she was modest. In addition, it would be embarrassing if she failed to do what she said. "Hey boss!" Before Leng Xiaoyao walked closer, Wu Minmin called her from behind. She stopped and turned around. Wu Minmin gasped for breath in front of Leng Xiaoyao and asked, "Boss, the result of the monthly test is out. Where do you think you're ranked?" "The top 1, Leng Xiaoyao said. "What?" Wu Minmin understood that Leng Xiaoyao was excellent at studying now, so she thought Leng Xiaoyao might rank 5th, but she wasn't too sure of it because no one knew the results yet. Unexpectedly, Leng Xiaoyao confidently believed that she was the top scorer. "I heard them talking about me." Leng Xiaoyao pointed at the notice board. Wu Minmin followed the direction, but the notice board was over a dozen meters away. She could hear nothing. "You have very good hearing," Wu Minmin exclaimed with admiration. "Let's go have a look," Leng Xiaoyao said. Afterwards, they walked to the notice board together. "Leng Xiaoyao is coming." When Leng Xiaoyao walked over, someone saw her and shouted. Hearing that, everyone turned to look at Leng Xiaoyao with gazes full of respect for her. When Leng Xiaoyao was at the edge of the crowd, they subconsciously separated and let her pass. Leng Xiaoyao didn't hesitate to go inside. Then she took out her phone and took a picture of the list. She was going to send it to Leng Chongyuan and Leng Yeqing. "Wow boss, you're really the top 1. The full score is 750 points, and your total score is 747. That's unbelievable. You have 32 more points than the number 2. Wu Minmin exclaimed as soon as she saw Leng Xiaoyao's name on the top of the list. She was so excited that other people might think that she was the top 1. Because the news that Leng Xiaoyao suddenly became good at studying went abroad before the monthly test and many people witnessed it, they guessed she could rank among the top 10 this time. So even though she ranked top 1 in the end, no one thought she had cheated. However, they didn't expect her total score to be 747 points, which was incredible. Therefore, a few students thought she might have cheated, but no one knew how she managed to do that. In fact, most of them were jealous of Leng Xiaoyao, so they attacked her. Everyone felt excited for Leng Xiaoyao, but Leng Xiaoyao didn't look surprised at all, which deeply impressed them. Leng Xiaoyao wasn't surprised, because she had confidence in herself and believed she could be the top 1. However, everyone else was astonished because they didn't expect Leng Xiaoyao to be the top 1. After taking a picture, Leng Xiaoyao didn't send it to Leng Chongyuan and Leng Yeqing right away because she saw Chunmeng walking over. Therefore, she waited for her arrival. The moment Chunmeng got out of the car, she directly ran towards the notice board. She was running over quickly because she wanted to know about Leng Xiaoyao's score. She didn't care about her own score. She only cared about Leng Xiaoyao's score right now. In fact, she ranked the same place every time, and there wouldn't be a big change, but Leng Xiaoyao was different. Although she didn't see Leng Xiaoyao's score yet, she was mentally prepared to be surpassed by Leng Xiaoyao. She only needed to verify it. When Chunmeng arrived, she saw a vague smile on Leng Xiaoyao's face and was sure that Leng Xiaoyao won. Although most students had heard about the bet between Chunmeng and Leng Xiaoyao, they said nothing in a tacit agreement as Chunmeng walked over. They were afraid that she might be angered if they made a sound. When Chunmeng saw the list, the first name at the top of it shocked her. What? Leng Xiaoyao was the number 1, and her total score was 747 points? And Chunmeng couldn't believe her eyes. She understood that it was highly likely for Leng Xiaoyao to surpass her, but she didn't expect Leng Xiaoyao to be number 1 with a total score of 747 points. Therefore, Chunmeng stood there without a word from the shock. After days of hard studying, Chunmeng ranked higher this time, going from 139th to 126th. Her total score was slightly more than 20 points higher too, and it was 608 points, but she was hardly comparable to Leng Xiaoyao. "And Chunmeng, you lost, so don't bother our boss again," Wu Minmin said triumphantly. Hearing that, Chunmeng turned to look at Leng Xiaoyao with reluctance. She lost nothing, but she somehow felt she suffered a great loss. "Leng Xiaoyao, given my family background, It won't do you any harm if you accept me as one of your girls. Instead, you can have one more helper and expand your connections. If you need anything in the future, I might be helpful. Why are you turning me down? And Chenmeng asked confusedly. It was rare to see a girl aiming to be another girl's lackey, especially when that girl was poorer. And Chenmeng's words aroused their curiosity. Why did Leng Xiaoyao turn such a rich heiress down? Wasn't it pleasant to order a richer girl to do things for her? You know your family is richer than mine. Then why do you want me to be your boss? There is nothing I can do for you, Leng Xiaoyao said. She understood that An Chenmeng admired her because An Chenmeng liked fighting and she was good at fighting. I saw your skills in fighting, so I want to join you. Isn't that enough? And Chenmeng said, Of course it's enough, but don't forget what I told you. I won't fight or cause trouble again. I'll focus on my studies and preparing for the National College entrance examination. I also need to help my classmates review. I won't have much time to spend with you, Leng Xiaoyao said. You can spend time with me after the National College entrance examination. Which university are you going to study in? I can apply for the same university. I know I'm hardly comparable to you right now, but I can make a lot of progress in the following months. I'll do my best to study in the same university as you, and Chenmeng said sincerely. Hearing that, not only the other students were shocked, Leng Xiaoyao was too. She originally thought that it was an impulsive decision that An Chenmeng made to join them, but unexpectedly An Chenmeng took it very seriously. She didn't seem to be joking at all. Was this really an impulsive decision? I don't care whether you've carefully thought about it, but you've promised me that, so you must keep your word. I hate people who can't fulfill their promises, Leng Xiaoyao said. Fine, I accept the result, and I'll do what I've promised. But now please give me a second chance to join you. And Chenmeng insisted. No, you can't, Leng Xiaoyao answered. Then she ignored An Chenmeng and left with Wu Minmin. And Chenmeng didn't chase them, but she honestly didn't want to give up. Jesus, why is she so determined? I can't believe she would do something like that in order to join us, Wu Minmin said in surprise after being pulled away by Leng Xiaoyao. The moment Leng Xiaoyao walked away, Leng Yuqi came. Without delay, she went to look at the result of the monthly test. Only Leng Xiaoyao, Uncle Lu, Leng Chongyuan and she were aware of their bet, so she wasn't afraid of being embarrassed. However, she was unwilling to lose. Although other people didn't know that Leng Yuqi also competed with Leng Xiaoyao in the monthly test, they knew that they were cousins, so they always compared them with each other. After all, they were both born in the Leng family, but there was a big difference between them. Leng Yuqi always ranked among the top 50 in their grade, while Leng Xiaoyao was among the bottom 50. Now Leng Xiaoyao ranked higher than Leng Yuqi, and the others compared them with each other again. Leng Yuqi used to be better than Leng Xiaoyao, but now Leng Xiaoyao is ranked higher than her. Change is the only constant, right? But Leng Yuqi isn't bad. She ranks behind 40th normally, but this time she has ranked 32nd. She has ranked higher than before, and her total score is also about 20 points more than last time. Hearing their conversation, Leng Yuqi understood that she lost, but she still went to see where Leng Xiaoyao's name was. Surprisingly, she saw Leng Xiaoyao's name at the top of the list and her total score was 747 points, which was 79 points more than hers. Leng Yuqi couldn't believe her eyes and believed it must be wrong. After all, the top scorer last time was now 32 points behind Leng Xiaoyao. If the news about Leng Xiaoyao's change hadn't gone abroad and many students as well as teachers hadn't witnessed it, she would say that Leng Xiaoyao had cheated in the test. However, the news about Leng Xiaoyao's outstanding performance in class was known to everyone in their school, so she couldn't criticize Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao had the ability to get a high score. However, Leng Yuqi still couldn't accept that, because she lost and had to give Leng Xiaoyao 10,000 yuan. She was reluctant to face it. Even though Leng Yuqi was full of hatred and irritation, she didn't show it on her face. She didn't want anyone to notice her abnormal reaction. Therefore, she hurriedly ran away from the crowd after seeing the result. However, she wasn't good at hiding her emotions. Even if she did her best, she still showed some of it on her face, but not many people saw it. Those who saw her reaction didn't pay much attention to it. After all, Leng Yuqi was always better than Leng Xiaoyao at studying, so it was normal that she would be upset when Leng Xiaoyao surpassed her. Shortly after Leng Yuqi walked away, Chu Jiayu and Zhang Yihan came over. They met each other after getting out of their cars and ran to the notice board at once. Then they saw Leng Xiaoyao's name and total score. The moment they saw Leng Xiaoyao's name and score, they were as shocked as everyone else and even thought Leng Xiaoyao might have cheated in the test. However, given what Leng Xiaoyao had done recently, it wasn't likely that she had cheated. Yuqi, did you see the result? Leng Xiaoyao is the top scorer. Her total score is 747 points. I know she's excellent at studying right now, but I still can't believe she's so good, Chu Jiayu said in astonishment. Right? Leng Xiaoyao is totally different now. I hate it. Zhang Yihan chimed in. Although they were jealous of Leng Xiaoyao, they weren't as jealous of her as Leng Yuqi was because there was no conflict between them. They mostly disliked Leng Xiaoyao because they had a good relationship with Leng Yuqi. Leng Yuqi was in a terrible mood at this moment, so when Chu Jiayu and Zhang Yihan talked about the result in front of her, she became more annoyed. However, she couldn't vent her anger at them, so she only replied unhappily. Yeah, it's shocking. Zhang Yihan gave Leng Yuqi a glance, then said, Leng Xiaoyao suddenly changed so much. If Jianan knew, would he? She didn't finish, but Leng Yuqi and Chu Jiayu understood what she wanted to say. No, it won't happen. Leng Yuqi denied it at once. She sounded confident, but she was actually full of worries. In fact, there were too many conflicts between Leng Xiaoyao and them. Chu Jianan hated Leng Xiaoyao to death right now. However, Leng Yuqi felt very stressed when facing Leng Xiaoyao. She felt insecure and cared too much about Chu Jianan, so it was impossible for her not to be worried. No way! Even if Leng Xiaoyao is different now, her face is still the same. It's full of freckles. No one will like her, Chu Jiayu said disdainfully. She was sure that Chu Jianan cared about a girl's appearance. Although there are freckles all over Leng Xiaoyao's face, she has fine and delicate features. She can easily become beautiful by removing the freckles at the hospital, Zhang Yihan said. The moment she finished, she added to prevent Leng Yuqi getting mad at her. I don't really mean that. It's my older cousin who told me that. You know, my older cousin is a makeup artist, so she's professional. Without surprise, Leng Yuqi was getting angrier, but she didn't blame Zhang Yihan because she explained immediately. She also understood that Leng Xiaoyao had fine and delicate features. Leng Xiaoyao wasn't attractive now because of those freckles, but she could be much prettier without them. After all, Leng Xiaoyao's parents were both good-looking and no one in the Leng family had a plain face. If Leng Xiaoyao was ugly, she might not have the blood of the Leng family. I don't think she will be as pretty as Yuqi even if she removes those freckles, Chu Jiayu said. She was very protective of Leng Yuqi. Of course, Zhang Yihan agreed. Anyway, there were freckles all over Leng Xiaoyao's face, so she wasn't attractive at all. Actually, Zhang Yihan complimented Leng Xiaoyao in front of Leng Yuqi because she was jealous of Leng Yuqi. She loved Chu Jianan too, but Chu Jianan was only interested in Leng Yuqi. In fact, her family was richer than Leng Yuqi's family, but Leng Yuqi was prettier and sexier than her. Therefore, since Leng Yuqi couldn't be together with Chu Jianan publicly right now, Zhang Yihan came up with the idea of stealing Chu Jianan away. She understood that it would make them enemies, but she didn't care. Leng Yuqi acted pure and elegant in front of them, but she knew Leng Yuqi was a calculating girl. The moment anything went wrong when they did something together, Leng Yuqi always put the blame on her. She had been embarrassed like that many times, so she had a grudge against Leng Yuqi. Therefore, she didn't care if they became enemies. She knew that Chu Jianan might not be aware of Leng Yuqi's real colors. If he knew, she didn't think he would continue to be together with her. However, she had to think of a way to impress Chu Jianan and collect enough evidence to prove that Leng Yuqi was hypocritical. Along Leng Xiaoyao's way to the classroom, students who knew her score in the test looked at her with admiration. Wang Yiming arrived at the classroom earlier, so he raised his voice once Leng Xiaoyao walked inside. Now, let's applaud Leng Xiaoyao's excellent performance in the monthly test this time. She's the top scorer and nearly got a full score. Her total score is 747 points. The next moment, there was a round of thunderous applause. Leng Xiaoyao, you're so impressive. You're amazing. All of them were full of excitement, as if they were the top scorer. But they were the worst class, and none of them had ever ranked among the top 200. Now that there was a top scorer in their class, it was impossible for them not to be excited. And they felt extremely proud. In addition, Leng Xiaoyao was the worst of the worst students. Now she suddenly became the top scorer, which shocked a lot of people. They were happy to hear the news too. No one was more excited than Wang Yiming, their head teacher. When the result came out, he was ecstatic, especially when other head teachers showed their envy of him. He had believed that Leng Xiaoyao might be among the top 10, but unexpectedly she was the top scorer. Because of the shocking news, even the dean of students and the principal called him to the office to talk about it. At the beginning, they were doubtful of Leng Xiaoyao's score, but they were convinced after Wang Yiming's explanation. However, they said something that upset Wang Yiming afterwards because they wanted Leng Xiaoyao to study in the best class. Given her score, she should be with the best students. It was true that Leng Xiaoyao matched the best class, and she might not study well in Class 8. Wang Yiming was unwilling to lose Leng Xiaoyao, but he didn't know her opinion yet, so he couldn't turn them down right away. He needed to ask Leng Xiaoyao her opinion first. Thanks. Leng Xiaoyao politely thanked them for their applause and compliments. Before Leng Xiaoyao went to her seat, Wang Yiming asked her out. Leng Xiaoyao, we need to have a talk outside. Sure, Leng Xiaoyao said. Then she followed Wang Yiming out. Outside the door, Wang Yiming immediately turned from happy to upset. Seeing that, Leng Xiaoyao understood that something wasn't right, but she said nothing and waited patiently. Wang Yiming remained silent for a few seconds, then said, Leng Xiaoyao, because you're the top scorer in this monthly test, the dean of students wants you to join the best class in our school, because you deserve the best teaching. If you stay in Class 8, it'll only affect your studying. So, they want me to ask you about your opinion. Do you want to stay in Class 8? It's totally up to you. You can make the decision on your own. Wang Yiming hoped that Leng Xiaoyao would stay in their class, so that the other students could make progress together with her. Leng Xiaoyao only helped their class review for a few days, but they all got higher scores in this monthly test. If she continued to help them, he believed all of them could make great progress. However, he wouldn't force Leng Xiaoyao to stay for his own good. After all, given Leng Xiaoyao's score, it was indeed a better choice for her to study in the best class. The best class? Do you think it's the best for me? Don't they know I can teach by myself? Many teachers have been impressed by my way of explaining the questions. Even if I want to be accepted by the capital university, it wouldn't be difficult. Why should I move to the best class? I don't think it's a good thing for me if I have to adjust to a new class 2 months before the National College entrance examination. Strange classmates and the classroom will only bother me. I don't want to join them. I'll stay in Class 8, Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't think it was a good idea. Actually, she just said that strange classmates and a new classroom would bother her as an excuse. She simply didn't want to join the best class. And she could see that Wang Yiming didn't want her to leave, because she could clearly see the sadness on his face. Hearing that Leng Xiaoyao didn't want to join the best class and was willing to stay in Class 8, Wang Yiming became excited. Are you sure? He asked with uncertainty. Of course, sir, you can pass my words to the dean of students, Leng Xiaoyao said. Great, I'll go tell them what you want right now. You can go back to the classroom, Wang Yiming said. He couldn't wait to tell the dean of students and the principal about her opinion. He was honestly amazed by Leng Xiaoyao's reply. Sure, Leng Xiaoyao answered. Then she went back to the classroom and explained the questions to her classmates. Because Leng Xiaoyao had just become the top scorer with a total score of 747 points, the other classmates attached more importance to her class. Leng Chongyuan and Leng Yeqing read Leng Xiaoyao's message as soon as they received it. After seeing the picture, they were both stunned. Actually, Leng Xiaoyao had told them that she could get into the top 10, and they believed that she had the ability to do that, but they never thought that she would be among the top 3, not to mention becoming the top student. Knowing that Leng Xiaoyao still had classes afterwards, they didn't call her. Instead, they sent her a message. In the message, they expressed their happiness and admiration. Because Leng Xiaoyao was helping her classmates review, she didn't read their reply until the morning class was over, but she didn't reply. Once they had a break, everyone surrounded Leng Xiaoyao and repeatedly complimented her. Leng Xiaoyao was very used to it, so she didn't feel uneasy at all. On the contrary, she happily accepted their compliments. However, she disliked their loud discussion, but she showed nothing on her face, because she understood that her classmates were just being nice to her. After Wang Yiming passed Leng Xiaoyao's words to the dean of students and the principal, the dean and the principal didn't insist. After all, they couldn't force her. During the break, Leng Xiaoyao went to see Wang Yiming and asked for leave. As for the reason, Leng Xiaoyao decided to be honest and said that Leng Yeqing and his secretary had just been in a car accident, and there was a proposal that they needed to deal with tomorrow, but the secretary couldn't go because he was seriously injured. Therefore, she would go with Leng Yeqing. Hearing that, Wang Yiming doubted whether Leng Xiaoyao could do that. Leng Xiaoyao explained that she had already passed her uncle's test, and she was capable of doing it. Wang Yiming was shocked. To his astonishment, Leng Xiaoyao had suddenly become excellent at studying and business as well. In the end, Wang Yiming agreed. Even if Leng Xiaoyao didn't give him a reason, he wouldn't ask much. Leng Xiaoyao simply gave him a reason out of respect. After their classes in the morning, Leng Xiaoyao told her classmates that she would be gone for 1.5 days. She couldn't help them review, and they needed to do it on their own. The students in Class 8 were Leng Xiaoyao's fans now, so none of them felt as if it wasn't her business. Instead, they actively responded to her. That day, everyone in their school was talking about Leng Xiaoyao's score. After leaving her school, Leng Xiaoyao directly went to the hospital. In Leng Yeqing's ward, his girlfriend was with him. Looking at the injured Leng Yeqing, she looked very sad. Unfortunately, it was just an act. She didn't love Leng Yeqing at all. She only formed a romantic relationship with him for a reason. Leng Yeqing's girlfriend was Shikoi. She was 25 years old and was a beautiful model. Shikoi met Leng Yeqing at an event. She was a friend of his friend, so they gradually got closer. As time went by, Leng Yeqing fell in love with Shikoi. However, that was actually Shikoi's scheme, and she was so good at acting that Leng Yeqing didn't notice anything wrong. Luckily, they were only boyfriend and girlfriend for 2 months, so they weren't deeply in love. Leng Xiaoyao had to get rid of Shikoi as soon as possible, so that Leng Yeqing wouldn't be hurt. Once Leng Xiaoyao came, she directly walked inside. She didn't care whether they would feel bothered, because she intended to interrupt them. "Uncle, is this your friend?" Leng Xiaoyao asked. "Yeah." Leng Yeqing was a little embarrassed. He hesitated to tell Leng Xiaoyao that Shikoi was actually his girlfriend. "Hi, nice to meet you. I'm his niece. My name is Leng Xiaoyao." Leng Xiaoyao greeted Shikoi. Even though she knew Shikoi was a bad person, she couldn't embarrass her right now. She had to act kind till she had solid evidence. Because she was occupied with other things recently, she didn't have much time to investigate Shikoi. "Nice to see you too. My name is Shikoi. I've heard about you from your uncle." Shikoi gently smiled at Leng Xiaoyao, but she actually disdained Leng Xiaoyao in her heart, because she was aware of what Leng Xiaoyao had done before. She didn't hear about Leng Xiaoyao's bad deeds from Leng Yeqing, because Leng Yeqing never said anything bad about Leng Xiaoyao. She heard about Leng Xiaoyao because she had collected information about the Leng family beforehand. "Oh, you've talked about me?" Leng Xiaoyao acted surprised, then turned to look at Leng Yeqing. "Uncle, what did you say about me before Miss Shi? Did you badmouth me behind my back?" She seemed confused. "I didn't. I never said anything bad about you," Leng Yeqing said. "Great," Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't ask Leng Yeqing about their relationship because she didn't want to hear about it nor would accept Shikoi. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao changed the topic. "Oh, uncle, have you eaten?" "Yes, Kai brought food for me," Leng Yeqing said. He was hesitating to tell Leng Xiaoyao their real relationship, so he was extremely relieved when Leng Xiaoyao changed the topic. He wasn't afraid of Leng Xiaoyao knowing. He only felt that Shikoi and he weren't in a stable relationship yet, and he decided to share the news with his family when their relationship became stable. However, Shiki felt slightly uncomfortable when Leng Xiaoyao didn't continue to talk about it. Even though she formed a close relationship with Lang Yeqing for a purpose, she was Lang Yeqing's girlfriend now, so she wanted their romantic relationship to be public. Otherwise, it would make her feel as if their romantic relationship was unacceptable. However, they had stopped talking about it, so she said nothing. "Oh, have you taken the medicine?" Leng Xiaoyao asked. "Yes," Lang Yeqing answered. "Great. I haven't eaten yet. You two can stay here and chat. I need to go eat," Leng Xiaoyao announced. "You haven't eaten yet? Go eat. Don't stay hungry for too long," Lang Yeqing said. "Sure. I'll talk to you about the company after I finish eating. See you then," Leng Xiaoyao said in a bid to chase Shikai out. Once she finished speaking, Leng Xiaoyao went out. I think I should leave soon," Shikai said. She didn't think much about whether Leng Xiaoyao did it on purpose, because Leng Xiaoyao seemed very normal. She seemed to accept Shikai as Lang Yeqing's friend and didn't even ask further about their relationship. "Great, but I can't be with you these days, so take care of yourself," Lang Yeqing said. "I'm not a kid. I can take care of myself." "I'm just worried about you," Shikai said considerately. "You don't need to worry about me. There is a nurse to take care of me. The hospital isn't a good place for your health. I don't want you to get a cold," Lang Yeqing said with concern. "Fine," Shikai replied. Leng Xiaoyao really did go to eat. She randomly grabbed a meal outside the hospital, then came back. On her way back, she met Shikai. "Miss Shi, are you leaving?" Leng Xiaoyao asked. "Yeah. I have something else to deal with, so I need to leave first." Shikai gently smiled. "Oh, of course. Miss Shi, thank you for your visit to my uncle," Leng Xiaoyao said, deliberately making them seem distant. Shikai understood that the Leng family wasn't aware of her relationship with Lang Yeqing yet, so it was very normal for Leng Xiaoyao to talk to her like that. However, she was still displeased. "Well, I have a very close relationship with your uncle. You don't need to thank me for that," Shikai said, trying to imply that she wasn't a stranger. "I know, but it's about being polite. No matter how close you are, I still need to thank you." "All right, Miss Shi, I won't stop you from leaving. I need to see my uncle now," Leng Xiaoyao said. Then she directly walked away. Shikai thought Leng Xiaoyao would ask further about her relationship with Lang Yeqing, but unexpectedly Leng Xiaoyao had no interest, so she didn't know what else to say. Besides, she somehow felt that Leng Xiaoyao was different from the girl she had heard about. Leng Xiaoyao looked mature and stable. She wasn't arrogant, nor was she stupid. It seemed as if Shikai had collected the wrong information. Back in the ward, Leng Xiaoyao asked Lang Yeqing, "I told you to arrange for someone to spy on Zhang Guanglin. Have you received any news?" "I asked about it in the morning, but we found nothing abnormal. I think the hacker we paid is much worse than you," Lang Yeqing said. He wasn't blaming the hacker. After all, one's abilities were limited. He wouldn't blame the hacker just because the hacker wasn't skilled enough. How is that possible? Leng Xiaoyao had already reached the highest level of hacking, so it couldn't be easier for her to investigate this case. Even though Leng Xiaoyao was less skilled than K didn't become so skilled until the year of 2018 when he met Guning. Before that, K was just as skilled as Leng Xiaoyao. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao was outstanding at hacking. "How's the company now?" Leng Xiaoyao asked. "Several shareholders came to see me this morning. Several of them are sincere, while several simply wanted to know my condition. Although we work in the same place, it's unavoidable that some are disloyal and ambitious. If I'm really in a bad condition, the shareholders will definitely compete against each other. But I think they should behave themselves after seeing I'm fine," Lang Yeqing said. "Wonderful. I'll go to see Zhang Guanglin at the company when they're about to get off work. But for now I need to investigate something else," Leng Xiaoyao said. She decided to investigate Shikai first. "What happened?" Lang Yeqing asked. "I'll tell you after the result is out," Leng Xiaoyao said. Before the result was out, she couldn't tell Lang Yeqing anything. Fine. Since Leng Xiaoyao was unwilling to tell him, Lang Yeqing didn't ask more. Then Leng Xiaoyao went out and sat down in front of the desk in the living room. She turned on the laptop and began to investigate Shikai. Shikai, female, 25 years old, born in Sichuan, graduated from the Capital Film Academy, was currently a still model with some fame. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoyao collected information about Shi Kai's family. There were 4 people in her family, including her parents, her younger brother, and her. The Shi family was involved in business as well, but they didn't have a large business. They had just over 100 million yuan in assets. Leng Xiaoyao found out Shi Kai's address and hacked into the surveillance cameras around the house. Leng Xiaoyao saw a young man frequently get in and come out of Shi Kai's apartment, but the young man wasn't Leng Yeqing. After the young man walked into Shi Kai's apartment, he didn't come out until the next day. It was a single apartment and they were alone together. Without further thinking, Leng Xiaoyao figured out what they were doing. Upon thinking that Shi Kai was dating another man while being Leng Yeqing's girlfriend, Leng Xiaoyao was furious. She didn't know whether Leng Yeqing had slept with Shi Kai. If not, it wouldn't be a big deal. If they had, it would be disgusting. Shi Kai was like a whore in Leng Xiaoyao's eyes. However, before she had solid proof, Leng Xiaoyao had to curb her anger and continue to investigate it. After that, Leng Xiaoyao found the young man's face and took a screenshot of him. Without delay, she searched for information about him. Before long, she learned about who he was. His name was Song Shuyan. He was 29 years old and was the general manager of Yuhua Model Management. He graduated from the Capital Finance University. It meant he graduated from the same university as Leng Yeqing. Leng Xiaoyao investigated further on that, and it proved that they indeed graduated from the same university in the same year. It seemed that Song Shuyan was the mastermind who aimed to trap Leng Yeqing, but Leng Xiaoyao didn't know whether there were any grudges between them. If they had grudges in school, it would be hard for Leng Xiaoyao to know. She had to ask Leng Yeqing about it. If they had grudges after they graduated, it might be easier to know what had happened between them. Leng Xiaoyao thought it was necessary for her to ask Leng Yeqing, but not now. She needed to wait till tomorrow's work was done. If she asked Leng Yeqing right now, his mood would be affected, which would affect their business tomorrow. It would be best if Leng Xiaoyao could get evidence of Shi Kai's abnormal relationship with Song Shuyan. In order to have evidence of their affair, Leng Xiaoyao needed to continue to watch Shi Kai. As a result, Leng Xiaoyao immediately hacked into the surveillance cameras and followed Shi Kai after she left the hospital. After Shi Kai left the hospital, she directly returned to her apartment. Because Shi Kai walked into the apartment, Leng Xiaoyao couldn't see her anymore, but she was alone inside as was shown in the surveillance video. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao had to continue to investigate. At 3 p.m., Ji Yanxi came. Leng Yeqing didn't share the news with Ji Yanxi and Han Yu at the beginning, so Ji Yanxi didn't know about it until now, and he came to see Leng Yeqing at once. Han Yu was still recovering, so he didn't come. Coincidentally, Han Yu and Leng Yeqing became patients on the same day. In Leng Yeqing's ward, Ji Yanxi saw Leng Xiaoyao and felt a lot more relieved, because he believed Leng Yeqing would be fine with Leng Xiaoyao's help. After watching Leng Xiaoyao do the operation for Han Yu, he was sure that she was skilled at medicine. Because Leng Xiaoyao didn't want Leng Yeqing to know that she had already met Ji Yanxi, she pretended that she didn't know Ji Yanxi when he showed up. Ji Yanxi didn't point it out. They didn't know each other until Leng Yeqing made the introduction. Ji Yanxi left after about 10 minutes. At 4 p.m., Leng Xiaoyao went to Fengshang Design. It was 4:30 p.m. when she arrived, so it wasn't time for them to be off work yet. Zhang Guanglin was still in his office. Leng Xiaoyao didn't care about it and directly went into his office. After Zhang Guanglin attacked Leng Yeqing, he was always anxious because he was afraid that he might be exposed. Now Leng Xiaoyao suddenly came in, so Zhang Guanglin was scared, because he still remembered how aggressive Leng Xiaoyao was. However, why did Leng Xiaoyao suddenly come to see him? Did she find anything? No, that was impossible. He was very careful. After Leng Xiaoyao went inside, she directly shut the door close behind her. The next second, she walked towards Zhang Guanglin. Zhang Guanglin shrank in horror and asked, What do you want to do? Zhang Guanglin was too frightened to speak smoothly. To talk about something with you, Manager Zhang, Leng Xiaoyao said. What is it? Zhang Guanglin asked. Although he didn't know whether Leng Xiaoyao came here because of Leng Yeqing, it couldn't be good news. About my third uncle, Leng Xiaoyao said. looking at Zhang Guanglin with a vague smile, but she didn't elaborate on that. Upon hearing that it was about Leng Yeqing, Zhang Guanglin got nervous. Was he really exposed? However, he still acted dumb. What about Executive Leng? Don't be so nervous, Manager Zhang. It seems you know why I'm here. Leng Xiaoyao put on a meaningful smile. She didn't say why she came here, but asked him instead, which filled Zhang Guanglin with more anxiety. I am nervous simply because I'm afraid you'll beat me. I can't read your face. How could I know why you're here? Zhang Guanglin argued, but even he didn't believe his words. Since you're afraid of being beaten by me, why did you do such a thing? Leng Xiaoyao asked. Such a thing? What thing? Leng Xiaoyao didn't say it, so Zhang Guanglin wouldn't make a connection. What is it? Be clear. Don't pin strange blame on me. Did Leng Xiaoyao really know something? Or was she just suspicious of him? Was she trying to trick him into admitting the crime? Manager Zhang, I'm giving you a chance to be honest right now. Be honest or be punished. If you refuse to be honest, I'll deal with it seriously, Leng Xiaoyao said. She only wasted time arguing with him to play psychological tactics. Miss Leng, if there is anything you want to say, don't beat around the bush. If you're not straightforward, how could I know what you're talking about? Zhang Guanglin said. He was scared of Leng Xiaoyao, but he was angry too since he felt Leng Xiaoyao was fooling him. Manager Zhang, don't you know what you've done to my third uncle? Or do you think I'm trying to trick you into admitting the crime because I'm suspicious of you? Leng Xiaoyao said meaningfully. Hearing that, Zhang Guanglin was frightened and rounded his eyes in shock. Leng Xiaoyao easily saw through him. Did it mean she really knew something and was not just tricking him? However, before Leng Xiaoyao pointed it out, Zhang Guanglin still refused to admit it. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know? Leng Xiaoyao sneered. Then she stopped wasting time arguing with him. If so, I need to make myself understood. Zhang Guanglin, it was you who paid a man called Yang Qingyuan to find a man to hit my third uncle's car, which caused a car accident, wasn't it? Leng Xiaoyao asked, even though she already knew the answer. Hearing that, Zhang Guanglin was stunned. It seemed Leng Xiaoyao knew everything. Nonsense. However, even though Leng Xiaoyao pointed it out, Zhang Guanglin still refused to admit it. Do you have any evidence to prove it? You need evidence to say I paid a man called Yang Qingyuan to find a man to hit Executive Leng's car. Although he was retorting, his voice was trembling and he was losing confidence. He knew that he was in serious trouble at this moment. If Leng Xiaoyao found out about Yang Qingyuan, she must know more than just that. I came here to see you because I have collected evidence. I know you feel you're not cherished in Fengshang design, so you want to join another company for the generous package, but I saw through you that day and kept you in the company for the time being. Now you've been abandoned because you failed to destroy the project for Fenglin Yuan. In order to successfully join Yunqian design, you decided to attack my uncle, then you went to see Yang Qingyuan. Yang Qingyuan is a gangster, and he caused the car accident, so my third uncle couldn't meet the supervisor of the project for Fenglin Yuan. You want them to replace my third uncle. Fengshang and Yunqian are the only two candidates, Leng Xiaoyao said. How do you know that? Zhang Guanglin was completely shocked and subconsciously asked. The moment he asked it aloud, he realized he shouldn't have said that. The next second, he argued. You made it up, right? You dislike me, so you put the blame on me. Zhang Guanglin, you don't look innocent at all given your reaction. You're obviously guilty and scared of the truth coming out. No one is an idiot, Leng Xiaoyao mocked. You? Zhang Guanglin was struck dumb for a moment and didn't know what to say. Zhang Guanglin, are you still trying to deny it? Do you think Yunqian will help you if you're in trouble? No way, they'll immediately cut off their relationship with you, Leng Xiaoyao said. Hearing that, Zhang Guanglin trembled and looked shocked. He had to admit that Leng Xiaoyao was right. Once he was in trouble, Yunqian would undoubtedly cut off their relationship. It was impossible for them to help him out, because he wasn't one of them yet. Leng Xiaoyao continued. Do you always think highly of yourself? You think you're the best and feel aggrieved since you haven't got much attention in Fengshang? In fact, Fengshang offered you a very high salary. The clients don't like you, You can't vent your anger on Fengshang. Is there something wrong with you? Do you think Yunqian appreciates your skills? Nonsense. They simply want to use you against Fengshang. If you betray Fengshang, do you think Yunqian will really accept you? They're not dumb. They'd be afraid that you'll betray them as well if you're offered a more generous treatment. Business is like a battlefield, and no one will trust a betrayer. Zhang Guanglin sank down into the chair with no idea what to do right now. He didn't think so much before, and now suddenly he realized that he was so stupid after hearing Leng Xiaoyao's words. At this moment, he was completely confused and honestly didn't know what to do. Zhang Guanglin, do you still think it's a good decision? I meant it when I told you to be honest or you would be punished. If you're honest, you can have a lighter punishment. Otherwise, you'll receive the heaviest punishment. Leng Xiaoyao threatened him. Don't force me to use violence. I'm losing my patience. Saying that, Leng Xiaoyao clenched her fists and cracked her knuckles, looking extremely scary. Finally, Zhang Guanglin couldn't stand the pressure and admitted it. I am sorry. If so, tell me what you've done, Leng Xiaoyao said. She wasn't surprised that Zhang Guanglin admitted he was guilty. After all, not everyone had great psychological quality and could bear the pressure from her. In the end, Zhang Guanglin told Leng Xiaoyao everything, which was what she just said. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoyao called the police without delay and handed him to the police. After the police came, Leng Xiaoyao gave them the recording pen. She recorded Zhang Guanglin's confession. Then Zhang Guanglin was taken away. The staff of Fengshang Design didn't know what had happened until Zhang Guanglin was taken away by the police. When they heard the news, they were all shocked. They couldn't expect that the car accident Leng Yeqing had been in had something to do with Zhang Guanglin. Leng Xiaoyao called Leng Yeqing and told him about the situation. What surprised Leng Yeqing was that Leng Xiaoyao easily made Zhang Guanglin confess. Nevertheless, they successfully solved the problem. After that, Leng Xiaoyao walked away. She went to a nearby restaurant and had a meal. At the same time, she turned on her laptop and hacked into Song Yanxiu's company to spy on him. Leng Xiaoyao finished her meal and waited till nearly 8 p.m., then saw Song Shuyan leaving the company. However, he didn't go to Shi Kai's apartment right away. Instead, he went home. In that case, Leng Xiaoyao couldn't get the evidence of them staying together for a night, so she had to go back to the Leng family's house. She didn't go to the hospital and would go to see Leng Yeqing tomorrow morning. At that time, they would go to see the client together. After hearing Leng Xiaoyao's total score in the monthly test, Leng Chongyuan was ecstatic all day. Leng Yehua and Song Meiyu, on the contrary, were in the worst mood. They didn't expect Leng Xiaoyao to be the top scorer. When did she become so good at studying? The moment they heard the news, the first idea Leng Yehua and Song Meiyu had in their mind was that Leng Xiaoyao must have cheated. Upon hearing their thoughts, Leng Chongyuan angrily criticized them. He completely believed that Leng Xiaoyao had the ability to get the highest score without cheating in the exam. Though honestly, he was also surprised by Leng Xiaoyao's sudden change in studying. Either way, Leng Xiaoyao was indeed different now. It was impossible for her to cheat, because she wasn't such a student. If she cared about her rank, she wouldn't do that right now. After all, she used to be a joke in their school. After all, no one could become the top scorer by cheating. Without real abilities, it was impossible for a student to be the top scorer by cheating. Although Leng Yehua still refused to believe Leng Xiaoyao was the top scorer with a total score of 747 points, he didn't dare to say anything after Leng Chongyuan criticized him. Once Leng Xiaoyao got back, Leng Chongyuan bombarded her with questions. He kept on asking her whether she was hungry or tired. It was as if she had the highest status in their family. Leng Chongyuan was extremely happy, because Leng Xiaoyao's performance finally brought honor to them. Xiaoyao, did you get the total score of 747 points by yourself? Song Meiyu couldn't help but ask. Of course, Leng Xiaoyao answered, looking slightly arrogant. You were so bad at studying. How did you suddenly become so good? Song Meiyu was doubtful. Can't Yao Yao become good at studying? Leng Chongyuan asked unhappily. He understood they were displeased since Leng Xiaoyao surpassed Leng Yuqi in the test. But it was a fact that Leng Xiaoyao was the top scorer. Grandpa is right. Can't I be an excellent student? If you think I've cheated in the test, you can do an investigation, Leng Xiaoyao said. You? Song Meiyu was mad and suddenly didn't know what to say. After all, Leng Xiaoyao was so confident and even asked her to conduct an investigation. It seemed that she hadn't cheated after all. Oh, you can also ask Leng Yuqi about it. She clearly knows that I haven't cheated, Leng Xiaoyao said. And she agreed to bet with me on our scores in the monthly test. I won, so she needs to give me 10,000 yuan. She should be home in about an hour. I think I'll have a lot of allowance then. I wonder what I can buy with it. What? Hearing that Leng Yuqi bet with Leng Xiaoyao on their scores in the monthly test and lost 10,000 yuan, Song Meiyu and Leng Yihua were shocked. Although 10,000 yuan was not much, it was humiliating that Leng Yuqi lost. Besides, Leng Yuqi didn't tell them about it. Leng Chongyuan was already aware of it, so he was very calm. Buy whatever you want. You're the top scorer this time. Grandpa will give you an award of 10,000 yuan. Leng Chongyuan said. Great. Thank you, Grandpa. You're the best grandfather in the world. Leng Xiaoyao held Leng Chongyuan's arm at once and acted cute. She didn't lack money, but it was Leng Chongyuan's award, so she was sincerely happy. Leng Yihua and Song Meiyu, on the other hand, were even more displeased because they felt embarrassed by Leng Xiaoyao's change. Leng Chongyuan always spoiled Leng Xiaoyao. Now Leng Xiaoyao became an excellent student, so Leng Chongyuan would pay even more attention to her. Upon thinking that Master Leng attached much more importance to Leng Xiaoyao than their two kids, they lost their calm. Leng Yuchen was afraid of Leng Chongyuan ever since he was little, so he wasn't close to Leng Chongyuan. Leng Yuqi used to have a good relationship with Leng Chongyuan, but Leng Chongyuan disliked her after finding out about her affair with Chu Jianan. Although Leng Xiaoyao was good for nothing and fought with other people all day, she was good at pleasing Leng Chongyuan and won Leng Chongyuan's love. Leng Chongyuan owned this large house. If Leng Chongyuan disliked Leng Yihua's family wouldn't be able to inherit this house. Even though Leng Yihua was an official and Song Meiyu had a successful career, their salaries were barely enough to afford a luxurious house. In addition, they had two kids who also needed a large house. Therefore, they had to stay with Leng Chongyuan in the Leng family's mansion, and had the idea of stealing it. Anyway, Leng Yeqing was rich and he could buy a house by himself. Leng Xiaoyao was also rich and it wasn't difficult for her to afford a house. Therefore, they always believed that this house belonged to them. At 9:30 p.m., Leng Yuqi got back. She didn't know that they had already heard the news about her bet with Leng Xiaoyao, so she said nothing. She understood that she couldn't deny it. She had no intention of doing that either. She simply wanted to give Leng Xiaoyao the money secretly. However, Song Meiyu asked her right when she got home, Chi-Chi, did you bet with Yao Yao on your scores in the monthly test? Hearing that, Leng Yuqi understood that they were aware of everything. She instantly became mad and glared at Leng Xiaoyao. However, since they already knew and Song Meiyu asked her that question, she had to admit it. Yes. So, it's true that you need to give her 10,000 yuan? Song Meiyu asked. Yes, Leng Yuqi said in a worsening mood. She blamed Song Meiyu for it in her heart, because it only embarrassed her more when her mother asked that question in front of everyone. And Song Meiyu wanted to continue, but Leng Yuqi got furious this time. Before Song Meiyu could say anything further, Leng Yuqi directly interrupted her. Since you already know, why are you asking me about that? Don't you know I'm embarrassed already? Once she finished speaking, Leng Yuqi went upstairs. Song Meiyu didn't realize Leng Yuqi was that embarrassed until she heard that. So she wasn't mad because Leng Yuqi shouted at her. I'll send my bank account to you later. Don't forget to transfer the money to my account. Leng Xiaoyao couldn't care less about Leng Yuqi's feelings and shouted at her back. I won't forget. Leng Yuqi replied coldly, then sped up. Song Meiyu glanced at Leng Xiaoyao, then at Leng Chongyuan. Dad, I need to go speak to Chi-Chi. She understood that Leng Yuqi was in a bad mood now, so she needed to comfort her. Sure. Leng Chongyuan answered in a flat tone. Then Song Meiyu immediately went upstairs. Afterwards, Leng Yihua went to his study. In Leng Yuqi's room, Song Meiyu knocked on the door for a long while before Lung Yuqi opened it. Chi-Chi, didn't Lung Xiaoyao cheat? How is it possible that she suddenly became so good at studying? Song Meiyu asked. Given the situation, Lung Yuqi couldn't hide it any longer, so she told Song Meiyu about what had happened in their school. After hearing Lung Xiaoyao's deeds, Song Meiyu was shocked, but she still couldn't figure out why Lung Xiaoyao suddenly became so excellent. Anyway, it was an undeniable truth that Lung Xiaoyao was very different now. Therefore, Song Meiyu was upset as well. Lung Xiaoyao chatted with Lung Chongyuan for a while, then returned to her room. She turned on her laptop and continued to watch Shikai's apartment, but she saw nothing special. The next morning, Lung Xiaoyao had breakfast before going to the hospital. Although they had an appointed meeting at 2 p.m., she needed to go over early to see whether there was anything she needed to prepare. That morning the doctor noticed that Lang Yeqing and Chen Yuxi had changed their medicines. He immediately stopped and lectured them, but Lang Yeqing and Chen Yuxi insisted, and asked the doctor to check their condition. The new medicines didn't harm them. Instead, they were recovering faster. After checking their condition, the doctor surprisingly found that Lang Yeqing and Chen Yuxi were indeed much better. Therefore, he didn't stop them again, and instead asked them about the new medicines. Lang Yeqing didn't say that it had something to do with Lung Xiaoyao. He explained that he had a friend who was adept at Chinese medicine. When his friend heard they were injured, he gave them formulas and they prepared the new medicines to take and apply to their wounds. The truth proved that the new medicines were very effective. Although only a day had passed, Lung Yeqing was much better and was full of energy again. He just couldn't walk yet. As a result, when Lung Xiaoyao and he went to the business meeting, he had to go to the company in a wheelchair. Because Fengshang Design was still a small company, there weren't so many good business people and Lang Yeqing had to do deals on his own many times. This time it was a very important deal, so Lang Yeqing needed to go in person. Chen Yuxi was also a bit better, but he wasn't as energetic as Lang Yeqing, so he couldn't go with him. He blamed himself, but there was nothing he could do. Luckily, Lung Xiaoyao could help him. When Lung Yeqing told Chen Yuxi that Lung Xiaoyao would replace him for the business deal, Chen Yuxi was astonished and couldn't believe his ears. But since Lung Yeqing agreed, he believed that Lung Xiaoyao was able to strike the deal. The supervisor of Fenglin Yuan had also heard about the car crash Lung Yeqing had been in. Yesterday afternoon, he contacted Lung Yeqing. After making sure that their meeting could be held at the appointed time, they didn't cancel it. They were very satisfied with Fengshang's design, so they were willing to postpone the meeting if it was necessary, but if it was delayed for a long time, they wouldn't be able to stay patient. After all, they didn't have much time to waste. After everything was ready, they had lunch, then set off. Lung Yeqing went there in the wheelchair provided by the hospital. When they got in the car, Lung Yeqing wanted to ask the chauffeur to lift him inside. But Lung Xiaoyao did it before the chauffeur and put Lung Yeqing in the rear seat. That scene shocked a lot of people. She looked like a weak girl, but unexpectedly she easily lifted a man that was 1.8 m tall and who weighed more than 50 kilograms. Even though Lung Yeqing knew Lung Xiaoyao wasn't weak and that she was good at kung fu, he was still amazed. Lung Xiaoyao was extremely strong. Jesus! That girl is so strong, right? She easily lifted such a large man. It's unbelievable. The chauffeur had no reaction. He didn't come back to his senses and get in the car until Lung Xiaoyao called him. Miss Lung, you're so strong." The chauffeur swallowed in shock. Lung Xiaoyao smiled, but said nothing. This chauffeur was Lung Yeqing's executive chauffeur. Normally, he drove the car, though Chen Yuxi would sometimes be the driver. However, unfortunately the accident happened when Chen Yuxi drove the car. Luckily, only the two of them were in the car. If there had been more people in the car, more of them would have been injured, which was the last thing they wanted to see. At about 1:30 p.m. they arrived. The meeting was half an hour later, but they came earlier in order to show their sincerity. When they got out of the car, Lung Xiaoyao helped Lung Yeqing once again. This time, many employees from the company saw them and were surprised. Looking at Lung Xiaoyao, they were full of admiration. The chauffeur waited in the car, while Lung Xiaoyao pushed Lung Yeqing into the company. This company was a construction company called Daxing Construction, which was a large company in City Chong. Fenglin Yuan was a mountain villa in the ancient style built by Daxing. Although Daxing had its own design team, their boss was unsatisfied with it, so they turned to work with another company. After bidding, Fengshang Design won the chance, but it wasn't finalized yet. They wouldn't sign the contract until the final result was out. Today was the day when the final result would be out, so Leng Yeqing attached a lot of importance to it. In fact, he paid a lot of attention to it from the beginning. Leng Xiaoyao and Leng Yeqing reached the front desk of Daxing, then told the receptionist why they were there. The receptionist immediately contacted the supervisor, then took them upstairs to the meeting room. Because it wasn't time yet, there was nobody in the meeting room, but only a dozen minutes were left, so they waited there until the team that was responsible for Fenglin Yuan came. Manager Shen, I'm terribly sorry. Because of the car crash, I have to sit in this wheelchair. Leng Yeqing apologized to the supervisor of this project. Don't say that, Executive Leng. I know it's not what you want, Manager Shin, the supervisor of this project, said. It was an accident, so they didn't blame Leng Yeqing. Afterwards, they all sat down and Leng Yeqing said, because my secretary was seriously injured, he can't come. This is my niece, Leng Xiaoyao. She will replace Secretary Chen and introduce the project to us. I know she's young and it's hard for you to believe her, but I promise she's no worse than my secretary. It was true that no one believed that such a young girl could do the presentation. After all, she seemed to be a high school student. Could she really do it? As a result, they felt disdained and were displeased. But Leng Yeqing promised that this girl was no worse than his secretary, so they accepted it. Anyway, it was up to them whether to use their idea, so Leng Yeqing wouldn't joke about that. Nice to meet you all. I hope you can give me the chance, Leng Xiaoyao said politely. Fine, we will give your niece a chance, Manager Shin said. Then he sat down in his seat. Although he was still slightly displeased, he understood that someone had to do the job if Leng Yeqing's secretary was injured. After all, they were already here, so they had to be prepared. If they didn't give Leng Xiaoyao the chance, their time would be wasted. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao began to introduce their idea. Although Manager Chan understood Leng Yeqing wouldn't fool them, they still doubted Leng Xiaoyao's abilities, so they were completely shocked after hearing Leng Xiaoyao's presentation. To their astonishment, Leng Xiaoyao was extremely skilled and made them feel as if it was an experienced designer talking to them. Looking at their shocked expression, Leng Yeqing suddenly felt quite honored and believed that they would strike the deal this time. This girl is incredible. She gave an excellent presentation. Yeah, it seems that we took her too lightly earlier. I don't think she was just reciting the speech. She's very good at it. Everyone talked about Leng Xiaoyao's performance. After Leng Xiaoyao finished the presentation, she asked, Now, you can ask me questions if you have any. Very well. Miss Leng, I have to say that I took you too lightly earlier. I didn't expect you to be so good at such a young age. We're very satisfied, but I do have several questions. Manager Shin complimented Leng Xiaoyao sincerely. Manager Shin's questions were very difficult. He did that, not to make it difficult for Leng Xiaoyao, but because Leng Xiaoyao's performance was completely beyond his expectations. So he wanted to know how much else she knew. After all, she could recite the speech, but answering professional questions relied on her real skills. Leng Xiaoyao perfectly answered Manager Shin's questions, totally convincing him. He thought the idea proposed by Fengshang Design was flawless, and he was even more impressed by Leng Xiaoyao. Most importantly, Leng Xiaoyao was very young. If Leng Yeqing or Chen Yushi did it, they would have been less surprised. Miss Leng, you're so young and successful. I thought you were reciting the speech, but I was totally convinced by your answers to my questions afterwards. Miss Leng, I believe you really have abilities and you're going to achieve a lot in the future, Manager Shen said. Thank you so much, Manager Shen, Leng Xiaoyao replied modestly. She was determined to make great achievements, otherwise her abilities would be wasted. She didn't want to live an ordinary life. Great, I think the deal is done. This is the contract. Executive Leng, you can read it. If there are no problems, we can sign it right now, Manager Shen said as he placed a file in front of Leng Yeqing. Great. Leng Yeqing was relieved. Although Leng Yeqing was confident to be able to strike the deal even without Leng Xiaoyao, he was worried after the car crash happened. Luckily, Leng Xiaoyao was very helpful. While Leng Yeqing was reading the contract, Manager Shen chatted with Leng Xiaoyao for a while. "Miss Leng, are you studying in a high school or university?" Manager Shen asked. "I'm a senior student in a high school. I'm going to write the National College Entrance Examination soon," Leng Xiaoyao said. "What's your target university? What major are you interested in?" Manager Shen asked. He asked Leng Xiaoyao these questions because he was curious about her. He had no bad intentions. After all, he was in his 40s and his kid was a junior in high school. Leng Xiaoyao had totally amazed him and he wished his kid could be as excellent as her. "I plan to apply for the Capital University to major in economics," Leng Xiaoyao said. She made up her mind in her previous incarnation. If she couldn't do it in the previous incarnation, she would do it in this life. "You must be excellent at studying," Manager Shen said. "I'm not bad," Leng Xiaoyao replied. She didn't say more because it was unnecessary. After reading the contract, Leng Yeqing saw no problem, so he signed his name, finalizing the deal. "Glad to cooperate with you. Glad to cooperate with you." In the end, Leng Yeqing shook hands with Manager Shen. "After making sure of the date, I'll contact you again, Executive Leng," Manager Shen said. "Great," Leng Yeqing said. After that, Leng Yeqing and Leng Xiaoyao left. Manager Shen walked them out in person. When they got in the car, Manager Shen wanted to ask his secretary to help Leng Yeqing, but Leng Xiaoyao lifted Leng Yeqing up before he could say anything. Seeing that, they were all amazed once more. Jesus! Leng Xiaoyao looked weak, but was surprisingly strong. After helping Leng Yeqing get into the car, Leng Xiaoyao got inside as well. Then they said goodbye to Manager Shen. "Yao Yao, you did a very good job just then. You really amazed them," Leng Yeqing said. Although he knew the result should be like that, he was still very happy to see their reaction. "Haha, I know," Leng Xiaoyao said proudly. There was no need for her to be modest in front of Leng Yeqing. The manager in Yunqian, who had made the deal with Zhang Guanglin, soon learned that he was caught. Yang Qingyuan, Zhang Jinhua and another man were arrested. Although Zhang Guanglin harmed Leng Yeqing because of Yunqian, Yunqian didn't order him to do that. Therefore, Yunqiao wasn't involved in the trouble. Before long, Yunqian heard that Leng Yeqing struck the deal with Daxing. They were unwilling to accept the result, but it was over, so they had to face it. After Leng Xiaoyao sent Leng Yeqing back to the hospital, she stayed there for a short while, then left. But she didn't go back to the Leng family's mansion. Instead, she went to a cafe and ordered a cup of coffee, then continued to spy on Shikai through the surveillance cameras. It was still early. Shikai and Song Shuyan were busy at work, so it was better to get evidence of their affair at night. Currently, it was 4 p.m. If Leng Xiaoyao went home, she would have to go out again once there was a clue. At that time, she would have to make up an excuse. Therefore, she decided to stay outside for a while longer, since it would be more convenient for her to take action if she got any clues. Song Shuyan was in the company today, and Shikai was also at work. In addition to investigate their affair, Leng Xiaoyao also checked the stocks. The stock Leng Xiaoyao bought was declining, and some people began to sell it, but it wasn't the best time yet, so Leng Xiaoyao remained patient. That wasn't the only stock she bought. She had bought several stocks, but invested more money in the one with the most potential. Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't just wait like that and do nothing. She also learned about the reason why the stock market was in turmoil. She found out that it was a business battle, but something hadn't happened yet, so she couldn't find out the truth. She only had the list of related companies. Even though she wasn't sure whether the final result would be the same, she wouldn't lose since she decided to buy the stocks. If anything went wrong, she would help them. It was very easy for a hacker to do many things with a computer. Leng Xiaoyao stayed in the cafe till it was time for dinner. Then she ordered a simple meal. After eating, Leng Xiaoyao still saw nothing wrong with Song Shuyan and Shikai. So while she was free, she read business news on the internet. In fact, she could start up a company in many industries, but she was too ambitious to start from a small one. It was less exciting. Honestly, she made money much faster by gambling or rescuing someone than by building up a new company. Therefore, if she was going to start up a company, she would run a large business. As Leng Xiaoyao read the news, she noticed a company. It was a technology company called Fengyang Technology. It wasn't large and the registered capital was only 5 million yuan. But after 3 years, this company developed well and had over 100 million yuan in assets. It had a lot of fame in City Chong. However, it was in a financial crisis at this moment. The 3 partners had conflicts and one of them withdrew money, which caused an ongoing project to stop. Now they had to pay a large amount of money as compensation and had to sell the company. If not, they wouldn't have enough money to pay the compensation. Suddenly, Leng Xiaoyao developed an interest in this company. She was a hacker and couldn't be more skilled at information technology, so it was a very good choice for her to join this industry. She had played a game that K made before, and it was very popular. Now she could directly make the same game. It would probably be popular too. After that, Leng Xiaoyao collected information about Fengyang Technology, then learned it was a company with a simple history and she could buy it. Without delay, she wrote down the manager's phone number and made a call. After a moment, her call was answered by a man. "Hi." The man opened his mouth first. "Hi. Is this the manager Mu of Fengyang Technology?" Leng Xiaoyao asked. "Yes, I'm Mu Yufan. Who is this?" The man answered. "Well, I just read that Fengyang Technology is on sale. I have an interest in your company, so I was hoping we could have a talk face-to-face." Leng Xiaoyao said. "Really? When can you come?" "I'm free," Mu Yufan said excitedly. "I don't have time right now. Can we meet tomorrow when I'm free?" Leng Xiaoyao asked. It was dark now, and she wanted to investigate Song Shuyan and Shi Kai's affair first. "Of course, no problem," Mu Yufan said. As long as there was a buyer, he was willing to wait as long as it was needed. They had released the news a month ago, but not many people wanted to meet him. It was hard to find a potential buyer. After the call with Mu Yufan, Leng Xiaoyao continued to watch Song Shuyan and Shi Kai. At 7 p.m., Shi Kai finished work. She called Song Shuyan, then directly went home. When Song Shuyan received Shi Kai's call, he also left his company and went to her apartment. Leng Xiaoyao seized the chance and immediately packed up her laptop and set off for where Shi Kai lived. Before she took a taxi to the block where Shi Kai lived, Leng Xiaoyao went to buy a set of black sportswear, a black baseball cap, and a mask. Black was easy to blend in so she wouldn't be easily found. When she arrived at the block, it was about 8 p.m. By this time, the sky was completely dark. Song Shuyan had gone inside at 7:30 p.m. and was still in Shi Kai's apartment. Leng Xiaoyao quietly sneaked into the block, reaching the building Shi Kai lived in. Because this was a new block, many apartments were still empty, which was convenient for Leng Xiaoyao to take action. But there were surveillance cameras, so she needed to destroy them before she climbed up. Leng Xiaoyao decided to climb into the building instead of taking the elevator, because if she wanted to see the inside of the room clearly, she had to do it from the window. Shi Kai lived on the 9th floor, which wasn't too high, so Leng Xiaoyao easily climbed up. Even if it wasn't the 9th floor and was the 90th floor, it wouldn't be a difficulty for Leng Xiaoyao. After all, she wasn't an ordinary girl, but a cultivator. After easily climbing up to the 9th floor, she reached the window of the master bedroom. Although the curtain was closed, it wasn't tightly closed. There was a gap large enough to see the bed. When she looked through, Leng Xiaoyao saw them having sex in the bed. In fact, before she saw them, she had already heard their sounds. Without hesitation, Leng Xiaoyao took out her phone and filmed what they were doing. Although she knew Shi Kai had an affair with Song Shuyan, she was still furious when she saw them having sex. What they were doing was humiliating Leng Yeqing. After filming a few minutes, Leng Xiaoyao left. She only needed evidence to prove that Shi Kai was having an affair with Song Shuyan. She was reluctant to watch them for a long time. With the evidence, Leng Xiaoyao decided to tell Leng Yeqing about it tomorrow when she went to see him. It was cruel to let Leng Yeqing know the truth, but it was crueler if he didn't know. Therefore, it was better to deal with painful things quickly. Once Leng Xiaoyao left, she returned to the Leng family's mansion. Back in the Leng family's mansion, Leng Yuqi was still at the evening class. so Leng Chongyuan knew that Leng Xiaoyao had skipped the evening class. However, he didn't ask about it because he trusted her. I heard you visited Daxing with your third uncle for a business deal. You did the presentation and amazed all of them. I heard that they thought you are very young and successful, Leng Chongyuan said. Honestly, when he heard the news, he was very surprised and excited. Unexpectedly, Leng Xiaoyao was good at business too. Hearing that, Song Meiyu was astonished. What? Leng Xiaoyao visited Daxing with Leng Yeqing for a business deal? Leng Xiaoyao did the presentation and amazed all of them? They even said that she was young and successful? Leng Xiaoyao was good at business as well? Song Meiyu was still in shock since she heard that Leng Xiaoyao suddenly became good at fighting and studying. And now Leng Xiaoyao had made another achievement. It seemed she could do everything. Did Leng Yeqing secretly train Leng Xiaoyao to prevent them from stealing Fengshang design? Looking at Leng Xiaoyao, Song Meiyu felt very threatened. Yeah, because Secretary Chun was seriously injured. I replaced him, Leng Xiaoyao explained. Haha, great. Yao Yao, you're becoming more and more impressive. I even wonder if you might know everything. Leng Chongyuan beamed. I don't know everything, but I do know a lot. I won't deny it if you think I'm a genius. Haha. Leng Xiaoyao joked half-seriously. However, it was the truth, so she wasn't really bragging. Hearing that, Leng Chongyuan was even happier and believed her. However, Song Meiyu was jealous and anxious now that Leng Xiaoyao became so impressive. Would Leng Yeqing let Leng Xiaoyao take over Fengshang design? However, she was a girl who was going to marry into another family. If Leng Xiaoyao took over, Fengshang design would become another family's wealth. In that case, Leng Yuchen should take over. Thinking of that, Song Meiyu hated Leng Xiaoyao. Well, if Xiaoyao can do business too, she can take over Fengshang design in the future. Song Meiyu put on a fake smile and said. Leng Xiaoyao understood what Song Meiyu was thinking. Since Song Meiyu wanted to know, she decided to be honest. Fengshang design was built by my mother, but when Uncle Yeqing took it over, it only had 50 million yuan in assets. Now it has over 200 million yuan in assets. The credit should go to Uncle Yeqing. It has nothing to do with me. So, I have no qualifications to take over Fengshang design. It should be Uncle Yeqing's child who inherits it in the future. I'll take 12% shares at that time. I think it's already enough for me. With the dividend, I can get more than 50 million yuan every year. I believe Fengshang design will become even more successful under Uncle Yeqing's leadership. By then, I might even get 500 million yuan, Leng Xiaoyao said. Song Meiyu was extremely surprised. Surprisingly, Leng Xiaoyao didn't have the intention of taking over Fengshang design, but it was true that Leng Yeqing managed Fengshang design very well, so it was successful now. However, it was Leng Xiaoyao's mother who built up Fengshang design. Would Leng Xiaoyao really be willing to give it to Leng Yeqing? If she were Leng Xiaoyao, she wouldn't, but since Leng Xiaoyao said that, she had nothing to say. Leng Chongyuan, on the other hand, was very comforted when Leng Xiaoyao made that decision, because it was reasonable. He didn't have a bias in favor of Leng Yeqing, nor did he want to steal Leng Xiaoyao's mother's property, but Leng Yeqing had indeed spent a lot of energy in Fengshang design. In order to take it over, Leng Yeqing even gave up his own dream. If he hadn't taken over Fengshang design that year, Fengshang design would have been swallowed up or gone bankrupt. Therefore, according to Leng Xiaoyao's decision, both she and Leng Yeqing could benefit from it. Song Meiyu said nothing else, and Leng Xiaoyao ignored her afterwards. She chatted with Leng Chongyuan for a while, then went back to her room. At noon, Leng Yuqi transferred 10,000 yuan to her bank account. So it was over, but the grudges between them worsened. Even though Leng Xiaoyao had ended her engagement with Chu Jianan, she wouldn't allow Leng Yuqi to get together with him smoothly. She would stop them, however, not because she still loved Chu Jianan. She ended their engagement because she had no affection for him and he had betrayed her. She would stop them from being together successfully in order to pay them back for what they had done to her. If she hadn't gotten into Li Machen's room by accident, she would have fallen into an even worse situation. If she hadn't come back to this incarnation, then bygones could be bygones, but since she was back and even before the tragedy happened, she must do something. On that day, Leng Yuqi and Chu Jianan would do the same thing to her. so they wouldn't let her leave a peaceful life even if she wanted to let them go. However, right now she was angry with Shikoi. Luckily, the Lung family was unaware of Lung Yeching's romantic relationship with Shikoi. In fact, not many people knew about it. If too many people knew, it would be humiliating if the drama became a sensation. Now, they could deal with it secretly to prevent Lung Yeching's reputation from being damaged. Lung Xiaoyao's leave was over, so she had to go to school the next day. The majority of the school had lost interest in her total score in the monthly test, but some were still discussing it. Especially when Lung Xiaoyao showed up, they would bring it up. At the gate of their school, Lung Xiaoyao met An Chunmeng. Actually, An Chunmeng waited there for her. The moment Lung Xiaoyao walked over, An Chunmeng said, "Lung Xiaoyao, I gave up. I don't want to join you, but I want to be friends with you. You can't turn me down this time." "Why can't I?" "No, I don't agree," Lung Xiaoyao said at once. Hearing that, An Chunmeng was embarrassed, but she wasn't surprised. However, that wasn't the answer she wanted to hear. "Why?" she argued. "It's up to me whom I want to make friends with." "It's not up to you," Lung Xiaoyao said. And Chunmeng was struck dumb for a moment. She understood that she couldn't force Lung Xiaoyao to be friends with her, but she really wanted to be close to her. "What will make agree to be friends with me?" And Chunmeng asked. "I don't know. It depends on my mood. I don't want to be forced to do it." "The more you force me, the more I will dislike it," Lung Xiaoyao said. Afterwards, she ignored An Chunmeng and directly walked away. An Chunmeng wanted to say something else, but eventually said nothing, because Lung Xiaoyao plainly said that she disliked being forced to do anything. The more she forced Lung Xiaoyao to be friends with her, the more Lung Xiaoyao would dislike her. "Boss, she completely ignores you. Why do you still want to get her attention?" Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't stand it any longer and criticized An Chunmeng. "Right, boss, since she's unwilling to accept you, you'll only make a joke out of yourself if you continue." Another girl agreed. The other girls said nothing, but they had the same thought. They admired Lin Xiaoyao because she was good at fighting and studying, but that didn't mean they were willing to regard her as their leader. Since Lung Xiaoyao didn't hesitate to embarrass An Chunmeng, they became angry at An Chunmeng. "All right, it's my business. You don't have to judge." An Chunmeng was in a bad mood, and was even more irritated when they criticized her, so she interrupted them and left. "Boss!" Lin Xiaoxiao and the other girls immediately chased after her. They were displeased that An Chunmeng shouted at them, but they were angrier with Lung Xiaoyao. It was all because of Lung Xiaoyao that An Chunmeng shouted at them angrily. Even though they were mad at An Chunmeng, they didn't dare to show it. Besides, An Chunmeng always vented her anger on them, and they were already used to it. Because Lung Xiaoyao carried a laptop with her all the time, it aroused other people's curiosity. "Boss, why are you carrying a laptop everywhere?" Xiong Manxin asked. "Right, do you want to play games?" Wu Minmin asked. "I need to collect some information," said Lin Xiaoyao. She didn't tell them details, so they stopped asking. In the morning class, Lung Xiaoyao helped her classmates review as usual. When they had the morning classes, their head teacher directly let her do the job. Xiong Manxin and the other girls were slightly worried. "Boss has been teaching us for a long time. Can her throat bear that? Why don't we go buy some medicine that is good for the throat for our boss after the classes?" Wu Minmin suggested. "Great," Gao Lele agreed. It didn't damage Lin Xiaoyao's throat at all when she explained the questions to her classmates, but she was still very touched by her friend's care. During the break after the third class, Lin Xiaoyao called Mu Yufan. She asked him whether he had time at 12:30 p.m. If he had, they could meet in a cafe. In order to prevent other students from seeing her, Lung Xiaoyao chose a cafe further from school. Took 5 minutes to get there by taxi. Mu Yufan was waiting for Lung Xiaoyao's call, so he was undoubtedly free and immediately agreed. After the morning classes were over, Lung Xiaoyao directly walked out of school. Because she couldn't help them review that afternoon, she told them beforehand. At 12:20 p.m., Lung Xiaoyao arrived at the cafe, where Mu Yufan was already waiting for her. Although the appointed time was 12:30 p.m., Mu Yufan couldn't wait. He arrived at 12:10 p.m., then went to a private room. At 12:15 p.m., Mu Yufan sent Leng Xiaoyao a message and told her the number of the private room he was in. So as soon as Leng Xiaoyao arrived, she went to the private room. Mu Yufan didn't come alone. There was another partner, Zhou Yunkai, with him. They were both 27. They were still young and graduated from the same university. They were also classmates. Because they were very close, they decided to build a company together after working in other companies for a while. Leng Xiaoyao knocked on the door. Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai knew that it was the potential buyer. So Mu Yufan got up to open the door at once. Zhou Yunkai also stood up and turned to look at the door. If he stayed seated when the guest arrived, it would be impolite. When Mu Yufan opened the door, he saw a young girl. He was surprised and thought that she must have knocked on the wrong door. He couldn't believe that the potential buyer was a girl who looked younger than 20 years old. Looking at Mu Yufan's shocked face, Leng Xiaoyao understood that he didn't think she was the potential buyer because of her age. So she opened her mouth right away. "Manager Mu, I'm Leng Xiaoyao. I'm here to talk about acquiring your company." Hearing that, Mu Yufan rounded his eyes in shock. He thought this girl must have knocked on the wrong door, but unexpectedly she was here to talk with him about business. Although she was surprisingly young, he didn't shut her out because she sounded to be the same person on the phone. Therefore, Mu Yufan immediately moved away and invited Leng Xiaoyao inside. "Please, Miss Leng." Then Leng Xiaoyao walked into the room. When Zhou Yunkai saw Leng Xiaoyao, he was also surprised, but he heard their conversation, so he knew that she came for business. Therefore, he didn't ask her questions. However, because of her age, they didn't think today's talk would achieve anything. They didn't take Leng Xiaoyao lightly because she was young, but it was hard for a young girl to manage a company. Though if she was a rich heiress and bought a company for fun, that would make sense, but since she was already here, they would treat her politely. Zhou Yunkai greeted Leng Xiaoyao with a smile. "Miss Leng, nice to meet you. Please have a seat." Leng Xiaoyao gave a nod, then sat down. Mu Yufan then asked, "Miss Leng, have you eaten yet?" Mu Yufan was sure that she was still a student, so she should have come right after their morning classes were over. "Not yet, I came as soon as our classes were over, but I only need a simple meal. How about you? If you haven't eaten either, I can buy a meal for you," Leng Xiaoyao said. No, we can't let you pay the bill. We'll do that. We haven't eaten either." Mu Yufan declined at once. A simple meal only cost a few dozen yuan. They weren't stingy, so they wouldn't let Leng Xiaoyao pay the bill. Great! It was little money, so Leng Xiaoyao agreed. She ordered spicy fried beef over rice. She loved spicy food, so she wanted it to be the hottest. In addition to that, she also ordered a glass of kumquat lemon tea. Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai ordered slightly spicy meat and vegetables over rice and 2 glasses of kumquat lemon tea. After the waiter walked out, Leng Xiaoyao decided to be straightforward, so she directly said, "I know you might be doubtful because of my age. You don't think I have the abilities and money to take over your company. But first, I need to let you know that I have the ability and money. In addition, I want to buy your company, not for fun, but for serious business." When a teenager said that, most people would think she was joking and bragging, but they somehow felt Leng Xiaoyao was being very serious. In fact, they could see Leng Xiaoyao's determination and confidence. Only powerful people could be so confident, so it was hard for them to ignore her. Therefore, Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai became serious too. "However, I'm still a student now, so I can't manage the company in person. If I take it over, I hope that you all can stay in the same positions. I can be the boss behind the scenes. It doesn't mean that I won't do anything for the company. I'll be involved in the cases you're doing. In other words, you only need to obey my orders and do your work. And after I take over, I'll change its name. Can you accept that?" Leng Xiaoyao said. Hearing that, Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkan were astonished. She wanted them to stay in the same positions after she took over the company? That was good news for them. After they sold the company, they would have to look for a new job. Most importantly, they grew up together with Fengyang technology during the past 3 years. If they had to leave right now, they would be reluctant to accept it. Therefore, if they could stay, it would be the best result. However, Leng Xiaoyao also said she would be involved in the cases they were doing. Could she really do that? Before they knew her skills, it was very normal for them to be doubtful. But since Leng Xiaoyao said that, they couldn't deny her abilities right now. Moreover, it was her right to change the name of the company after she bought it, so they both agreed. It was a little sad, but the company wasn't owned by them any longer, so they wouldn't bother to keep its name. Well, if you're unwilling to accept that, it doesn't matter because it's not a condition for the acquisition. However, you built up Fengyang technology and you've developed it for 3 years. I think you're better than newcomers, Leng Xiaoyao said. Miss Leng, we established Fengyang technology, so we cherish it very much. If we have to leave, we'll be heartbroken. So we're more than willing to stay if you allow us to continue to work in it. We will definitely do our best. As for the name, if you want to change it after you take it over, you can do so. It's your right and we can't interfere. We won't be unhappy either, but it's a bit sad, because we've spent a lot of energy and effort in building it. Anyway, it's over now, and we accept the fact that we lost it, Mu Yufan said sincerely. Right, but we don't know what you can do yet. Do you have the ability to manage the company well? Don't worry, as long as the company exists, we'll do our best for it, Zhou Yunkai said. Because he was unaware of Leng Xiaoyao's skills, he had his doubts. Leng Xiaoyao smiled and said nothing. Then she took out her laptop and put it on the desk. Actions speak louder than words. If you want to know my skills, I can prove it to you right now. Hearing that and seeing Leng Xiaoyao's movement, Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai knew that she was going to prove her skills to them, and they were both looking forward to seeing it. After Leng Xiaoyao turned on her laptop, she said, "Let me show you how I hacked into the system in Yufeng. You can watch from behind me." Yufeng was the largest technology company in City Chong, and was also Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai's target. They knew it was too hard for them to reach that level, but it was good to have a target. Therefore, when Leng Xiaoyao mentioned Yufeng, both Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai were shocked. Yufeng had the best defensive system, but Leng Xiaoyao said she could hack into it. What if she was caught? It could cause serious trouble. Miss Leng, are you sure you'll be able to hack into the system of Yufeng? Mu Yufan asked worriedly. If Leng Xiaoyao was able to do that, they would be convinced by her skills. But the problem was that they doubted whether Leng Xiaoyao could really do it. I know you're doubtful, but let's see the result, Leng Xiaoyao said. She wasn't angry that they didn't believe her. After Leng Xiaoyao said that, she immediately worked on her laptop. Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai also didn't stop her, and only watched. Leng Xiaoyao didn't hack into the system of Yufeng right away, but gave a glance at the surveillance cameras above them. She moved her laptop aside and avoided the surveillance cameras before hacking. When Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai saw how Leng Xiaoyao did that with her laptop, they were surprised, because Leng Xiaoyao was very skilled and quick. Even they were barely comparable with her. A few minutes later, Leng Xiaoyao successfully hacked into the system of Yufeng. She also left a line of words in their system. Don't be nervous, just a trial. After that, she stayed in the system for a minute till she was found. Once she was found, she left, so that they couldn't follow and catch her. Seeing that, Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai were stunned. If they did that, they would be found before they even hacked in, but Leng Xiaoyao stayed in the system for a minute. It was amazing. That was amazing, Zhou Yunkai exclaimed in shock. Yes, it's unbelievable, Mu Yufan agreed. Although it's not enough to prove my other skills, it's enough to prove that I'm familiar with IT. And I can honestly tell you that I'm also familiar with viruses, games, softwares, and so on. Due to the limited time, I can't prove it to you one by one, Leng Xiaoyao said. Even though they didn't have much time, what she had just done was enough to convince them. Miss Leng, we believe you. Right, you have the ability to hack into Yufeng, which is already beyond our expectations. Zhou Yunkai and Mu Yufan were very sincere. So, what's your decision? Leng Xiaoyao closed her laptop and asked them. As long as you're willing to take over our company, we'll work for you. Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai quickly made up their minds. But there is a question I want to ask you. Actually, I've read information about the 3 partners of your company. You're very good at work. So, I want to know what happened among you? Why did you cut off your close relationship? Leng Xiaoyao asked. Hearing that, Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai became angry upon thinking of their friend, the third partner. Our friend leaked one of our programs to another company, which caused a serious problem to our business cooperation. We have to pay a large amount of money as compensation now. And he did it for a woman. The woman formed a relationship with him for that purpose. But he didn't know. He's been completely fooled by the woman, Mu Yufan said, curbing his anger. Leng Xiaoyao thought of Leng Yeqing. Although Leng Yeqing wasn't trapped by Shi Kai yet, he had let her touch important files of Fengshang design because he trusted her. Then the important files were stolen. How much is the compensation? Leng Xiaoyao asked. About 20 million yuan because we need to pay the client and for the following damage, Mu Yufan said. About the acquisition of Fengyang, I'll give you two options. First, I'll transfer 36 million yuan to you as the fee. You'll work for me and I'll offer you a high salary. Second, I'll give you 26 million yuan and 20% shares. You can have a high salary and dividends every year. I'm going to invest 50 million yuan in Fengyang, so it's a great deal if you can exchange 10 million yuan for 20% shares. I believe I can manage this company very well, and you'll get more than just that at that time. As long as you're loyal to me, I promise I'll be very generous, Leng Xiaoyao said. Hearing that, Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai were excited. They didn't hesitate and chose the second option. They had seen Leng Xiaoyao's skills and believed that she would be able to lead the company to a better future. In addition, if they had shares of the company, they would work harder. Miss Leng, I choose the second option with shares, Mu Yufan said. Me too, Zhou Yunkai said. Great, but if you dare to do the same thing as Jiang Zishu, I won't simply let you go. Oh, I also need to tell you that I'm a kung fu master. I've learned Chinese medicine too. I can kill without anyone knowing it. Leng Xiaoyao spoke a little creepily and scared them. They were surprised to know that Leng Xiaoyao had learned so many things, including hacking, kung fu, and Chinese medicine. They were scared because Leng Xiaoyao put a lot of pressure on them. They didn't doubt her words, because Leng Xiaoyao's attitude made them think she was serious. Although Leng Xiaoyao had read their information and knew that they were reliable, she just met them, so it was impossible for her to trust them unconditionally. In order to have their loyalty, she made full use of coercion and bribery so that they would honestly listen to her. Don't worry, Miss Leng. Since we decided to work for you, we won't betray you. We were just betrayed, so we know how it feels. We also hate betrayers, Mu Yufan reassured. Right? But we understand that it's impossible to get your full trust yet. After all, we just met. Nevertheless, since you dared to hire us, we accept your threat, Zhou Yunkai said. They weren't mad that Leng Xiaoyao threatened them, because their best friend had betrayed them. This was also their first meeting, so it was normal that Leng Xiaoyao didn't trust them and even threatened them. If Leng Xiaoyao trusted them at their first meeting, they would think that she was naive. Great. I hope we can grow to trust each other as soon as possible in the following cooperation. We can make the company better and better, Leng Xiaoyao said, then reached out to shake hands with them. Miss Leng, when can we finish the formalities? Mu Yufan asked. In case anything happened, he hoped to finish it as soon as possible. Have you prepared the necessary certificates? Leng Xiaoyao asked. Sure. We brought them with us to finish the formalities once the deal was decided on, Mu Yufan said. Although normally people wouldn't finish formalities right after making a deal, and would usually take several days, Mu Yufan wanted to do it as soon as possible if he could meet a quick buyer. Coincidentally, Gu Ning was a quick buyer. If so, we can finish the formalities right now. However, before that, I need to see your company, Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't have much free time, so it would be best if they could finish the formalities right away. She didn't want to waste much time on it. No problem. Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai agreed. Afterwards, they went to the office building of Fengyang Technology. At that moment, the technology department of Yufeng was a total mess. Their system was hacked, but they didn't notice that until a minute later and they could barely find any clues. What angered them more was that the hacker left a line of words. Don't be nervous. Just a trial. Just a trial? How could the person do that to Yufeng? After it happened, they did an investigation quickly, but failed to find anything. Therefore, they reported it to the technical director. The technical director couldn't find any clues either, so he reported it to the general manager. The general manager of Yufeng was a young man who was not even 30 years old. He was also a skilled hacker, but he also failed to find any clues. As a result, he was extremely disappointed. Then he took out his phone and made a call. "What's wrong?" The person answered. "Machin, I just encountered trouble," the general manager said. The person he just called was Li Machin. Li Machin had shares of Yufeng, and he was also excellent at hacking, so the general manager had to turn to him for help. "What happened?" Li Machin asked. "Someone just hacked into our system." The person did nothing, but left a line of word. "Don't be nervous. Just a trial." "Damn. How dare anyone do that to us? It's humiliating." The person did nothing this time, but what if something goes wrong next time? "I failed to find any clues, so I have to turn to you for help," the general manager said, feeling deeply upset. Even though he wasn't the best hacker, he was skilled and hadn't lost in a long time. But today he felt frustrated. Hearing that, Li Machin was angry too. It sounded like a time bomb, so he had to stop it from happening. "I just arrived at City Chong. I'll come to you right now. See you in half an hour," Li Machin said. "Great," the general manager replied. Knowing that Li Machin was coming, he was very relieved. Li Machin was a top hacker. Once he came, the general manager believed that they would be fine. Half an hour later, Li Machin arrived at Yufeng, where the general manager had been waiting for him for a long while. The general manager went to the hall and waited in person. Although Li Machin was just a shareholder, he was a very important figure. They were friends, but he still needed to be careful. As soon as Li Machin arrived, the general manager took him to the technology department. "I had great confidence in my hacking skills, but now I feel heavily hit." "Why didn't you have that feeling when you lost to me?" Li Machin asked. "Because I knew you were better than me." The general manager said he admitted that Li Machin was better than him, so he didn't feel upset. In the technology department, Li Machin conducted an investigation at once, but he also failed to find any clues. "The hacker is extremely skilled, leaving no clue, so we can't find anything. We must reset the firewall in case the hacker hacks in again. Mine is already broken. You can do it this time," the general manager said. He had no confidence in himself right now. "Sure," Li Machin answered, then started resetting the firewall for Yufeng's system. Li Machin's skills amazed all the professionals, because he was even better than their general manager. They didn't dare to say it aloud, and didn't know Li Machin's title. They only knew that he was their general manager's friend. At the same time, Lung Xiaoyao and the others arrived at Fengyang. Currently, only a few employees were there, because many left after Fengyang was put on sale. There were 8 employees who had a close relationship with Mu Yufan or Zhou Yunkai. Actually, they wanted to fight along with Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai, but it was useless. However, even though they failed, they didn't want to leave and decided to stay till the last moment. On their way to the company, Mu Yufan introduced the situation to Lung Xiaoyao. Lung Xiaoyao felt the 8 employees were reliable. When Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai walked over with a girl, the staff were confused. "Executive Mu, who is this? Everyone, please gather. I need to introduce someone to you," Mu Yufan said to them. Then they surrounded them. "This is Lung Xiaoyao, Miss Lung. She's going to take over Fengyang. She plans to invest 50 million yuan in us, and we can stay and continue to work here. Miss Lung will also give us high salaries. She's also excellent at hacking. Yunkai and I have seen it with our own eyes. We believe Miss Lung can lead our company to a better future. Yunkai and I have made the decision to stay. We'll continue to be the general manager and general supervisor. If you trust us, you can stay with us. If you have a better choice, you can leave as you want," Mu Yufan said. Hearing Mu Yufan's words, all 8 employees were shocked. What? This young girl was going to take over Fengyang? She also decided to invest 50 million yuan in it? Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai had seen her hacking skills and agreed that she was at a very high level? Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai decided to stay? Even if they doubted Ling Xiaoyao's abilities because of her age, They trusted Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai, so they immediately made their decision after hearing Mu Yufan's words. Executive Mu, even though we don't trust Miss Lung, we trust you and Supervisor Zhou. Since you've decided to work for Miss Lung, we'll join you. Right, so we'll stay with you, as long as Miss Lung is willing to accept us. We joined Fengyang at the very beginning. We've worked here for 3 years. We love it, so we don't want it to go bankrupt. Yes, as long as there is hope, we won't give up. Everyone said they would stay, which made Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai feel extremely touched. All 8 employees joined Fengyang right after graduation. They were rejected by many companies before they joined Fengyang. Although Fengyang was a very small startup back then, they didn't disdain it. They were all full of passion and believed that this was a great place for them to fulfill their dreams and potential. In fact, they made it, but they hadn't reached the highest level yet. If Jiang Zishu hadn't betrayed them, they believed that they would reach their highest level sooner or later. Of course, I'm willing to accept you. As long as you're self-motivated, hardworking, and loyal, I promise you'll have the highest salaries in the industry. Also, I don't want what Jiang Zishu has done to happen again. So you'll receive the most serious punishment if you dare to betray me, Leng Xiaoyao threatened. They immediately felt stressed and became convinced that she couldn't be an ordinary girl. If she was an ordinary girl, she wouldn't be so skilled at hacking and able to invest 50 million yuan in them. After all, Fengyang was about to go bankrupt. Therefore, they respected Leng Xiaoyao. Miss Lung, don't worry, we won't betray you. Miss Lung, don't worry, we won't betray you. They expressed their loyalty one after another. That was their attitude, but their actions would be more important. There is one important thing I need to tell you. After the National College entrance examination, I'll go to study in the capital university, so the company should move to the capital. If you still want to work for me at that time, you will need to move to the capital along with me. What do you think? Leng Xiaoyao said. Because that was what she had decided to do, she had to make it clear beforehand so that they could have enough time to choose. Hearing that, everyone was surprised. But their first idea was that they were afraid Fengyang might not be able to survive in the capital. They were willing to leave City Chong for the capital. Miss Lung, we're willing to go to the capital because it used to be our dream, but we're too unimportant. I'm afraid we might not be able to survive in the capital, Mu Yufan said. They had talked about their dreams during the years. In fact, the capital was a lot of people's dream and they all wanted to have a career there. Half of them had studied in the capital, so they had a special feeling for it. As long as you're willing to move there along with me, I believe we can be successful. If we don't give it a try, how can we know? Leng Xiaoyao said. Great, we'll go with you. They were excited and couldn't wait to go to the capital. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoyao had a tour around the company, then went to the Administration for Industry and Commerce to finish the formalities. Because Mu Yufan had all the necessary files, it was done within a short time. They spent the afternoon on it because it was a little complicated. After that, the owner of Fengyang became Leng Xiaoyao, while its name became Xiaoyao Technology. After that was done, Leng Xiaoyao transferred the money to Mu Yufan. They would sign the shareholders' agreement privately. Therefore, after they finished the transfer procedures, they returned to Fengyang and signed the shareholders' agreement. All of them needed to sign a new contract. The others didn't have any disagreements when they heard that Fengyang became Xiaoyao. They were the staff, so they had no power to interfere. Their salaries were raised by 5,000 yuan, which filled them with excitement. Their new boss was really generous. Don't be so excited yet. I raised your salaries because you're going to have more work. I don't have a plan to hire more people, so we need to do many things on our own, Leng Xiaoyao said, warning them to be prepared. Boss, we're not afraid of being overloaded. We're afraid of losing our jobs. They started calling Leng Xiaoyao boss now. Great. Currently, we don't need new deals. We should pay more attention to maintaining our good relationship with our current clients. But I don't think there will be new deals for the time being, Leng Xiaoyao said. It was true that no one dared to work with Fengyang again after what had happened. They were afraid that more dramas would occur and that the new boss might not be able to manage the company well. After all, the drama just happened and Fengyang was seriously affected. It would take a long time to recover. If they did a new project and it became popular, they might gain people's trust again. So, I plan to do a new project to make Xiaoya known to more people. I want it to be famous once the new project is out, Leng Xiaoyao said seriously. At the beginning, they still felt it was normal, but they lacked confidence when Leng Xiaoyao said that she wanted their company to become famous in the industry. They didn't think Leng Xiaoyao was bragging because that was also their dream, but they felt it would be very difficult. Leng Xiaoyao understood what they were thinking, so she said, I know your worries, but it's an idea I have had in mind for a long time. I wonder whether you can help me. What is it? They asked her. How much do you know about programming games? Leng Xiaoyao asked. Upon hearing that, they realized Leng Xiaoyao wanted to make a game, but that wasn't easy at all, so they were shocked. We've done several website games, but we've never succeeded in making mobile games, Mu Yufan said. They were involved in the technology industry so they could make games, but they weren't skilled enough to make a good one. It's not a problem. I can do the programming and you only need to maintain it. I'll teach you how to do it later. I'll write down the story and characters later. You can get familiar with it first, Leng Xiaoyao said. Hearing that Leng Xiaoyao would do the programming, everyone was surprised and amazed. Boss, can you do that alone? You'll be exhausted, Zhou Yunkai said worriedly. It took a long time to finish a single character in the game, and there would be at least a dozen main characters and some unimportant characters in a game. It was a lot of work. It's fine. Actually, I'm already doing it. Within a month, I will finish all the characters. The programming should take about a month. After I take the National College Entrance Examination, it can be released, Leng Xiaoyao said. Hearing that Leng Xiaoyao could finish all the characters and release the game within 2 months, they were astonished. Even a team could barely do the work that quickly, but Leng Xiaoyao was alone. What surprised them more was that Leng Xiaoyao was still a student, and that she was going to write the National College Entrance Examination soon. In that case, how did she have enough time to make the game? Normally, senior high school students would feel they didn't have enough time to review. Even though Leng Xiaoyao told them that she was already coding the game, they still felt it was unrealistic to finish it within 2 months. Boss, if you're going to take the National College Entrance Examination, do you have enough time to make the game? Mu Yufan asked. Yeah, you need to go to class and review. You can't neglect the exam because of the game, Zhou Yunkai said. He was worried about Leng Xiaoyao's study. No need to worry about that. Even if I don't review, I can easily get a total score of 700 points. And I study hard in class. I only make the game after class. You don't need to worry about me. I know how to handle it, and I never do things if I don't have the confidence, Leng Xiaoyao explained. If she was an ordinary girl, she wouldn't dare to say that, but she was a cultivator. It wouldn't affect her at all even if she stayed up all night. In fact, Leng Xiaoyao stayed up all night to make the game after the evening class was over. Sometimes she asked for leave. She could also stop helping her classmates with reviews on weekends once in a while. Then she had 2 more days to make the game. The others were still worried, but since Leng Xiaoyao said that, they said nothing else. After all, she was the boss. If they argued against her, it would be disrespectful. All right, it's late now. You can get off work and go home now. Manager Mu, you can pull me into your WeChat group. If you have any questions, you can mention me on WeChat when I'm absent. I'll reply to you once I read it, Leng Xiaoyao said. Sure, Mu Yufan agreed. After that, Leng Xiaoyao left after Mu Yufan gave her the key to the office building. When Leng Xiaoyao was gone, the staff didn't leave right away. Instead, they cleaned the floor and left an office for Leng Xiaoyao. Mu Yufan used to be the general manager, so he had the largest office. Without hesitation, he moved out and left it for Leng Xiaoyao. Then he moved into the office of the deputy manager, where Jiang Zishu used to be. After that, they talked about what Leng Xiaoyao had told them. Hey, do you think the boss can really do what she said? I can't believe it. Yeah, I trust her, but I don't think it's possible. I also think so I'm slightly worried. All right, no need to be so worried. I believe our boss can do it. She's so impressive. Even if we fail, we can try again till we succeed. I don't think we'll lose anything if we can't finish the game within 2 months. We can just postpone it, Mu Yufan said. Hearing that, the others agreed and stopped being worried. The boss said that she'll give us high salaries as long as we work hard and stay loyal. But if any of you dare to betray the company, I believe she'll punish you seriously. I hope you can keep it in mind. Yunkai and I will do the same thing. If the company can develop better and better, it'll be good for all of us. Otherwise, we won't be able to live a good life. Anyway, we need to work for our future, Mu Yufan said. Manager Mu will do our best. We'll never betray the company. Everyone promised sincerely. After Leng Xiaoyao left, she didn't go to school, but to the hospital. Anyway, she had asked for leave. At this time, it was about 6 p.m., so she had a meal before going to the hospital. There was a nurse taking care of Leng Yeqing, so Leng Xiaoyao didn't need to worry about him. In Leng Yeqing's ward, Leng Yeqing was on the phone with Shikoi. Leng Xiaoyao didn't fear she would interrupt them and directly walked inside. Seeing Leng Xiaoyao walking over, Leng Yeqing panicked a little. He quickly finished his call with Shikoi, then hung up. Hey, you look so happy on the phone. It seems you're in love, but I foresee that you shouldn't be in love this year, because you can easily be trapped by bad people. You might be ruined by a woman. Leng Xiaoyao joked, but suddenly became serious. At the beginning, Leng Yeqing felt a little guilty and thought Leng Xiaoyao noticed that he was different. If she continued to ask him about it, he wouldn't keep it a secret from her any longer. But in the end, Leng Yeqing was upset. However, he wasn't mad at Leng Xiaoyao and simply thought she was joking. Oh, you can foresee what will happen in the future? Leng Yeqing asked curiously. Of course, so I'm not joking with you, Leng Xiaoyao said. Hearing that, Leng Yeqing was unhappy. He understood that Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't lie to him. Was there really a problem between him and Shikoi? If you don't believe it, I can elaborate on that. Shikoi is your girlfriend, right? You've been in a romantic relationship for 2 months and a week, Leng Xiaoyao said straightforwardly. Leng Yeqing was surprised. Turned out that Leng Xiaoyao knew everything. Since she knew, there was no need for him to keep it a secret. In addition, he wanted to know why Leng Xiaoyao said that. Yes. How did you know that? I told you I can foresee things, so I foresaw it too. And I know you met each other at a party. In the beginning, you were merely strangers. You got familiar during the events afterwards. You exchanged phone numbers and WeChat accounts. Gradually, you were attracted to her. You felt as if you had a lot of things in common. As time went by, you fell in love with her and you started dating. 3 months later, you confessed your feelings for her, Leng Xiaoyao said. Right, but Leng Yeqing didn't think Leng Xiaoyao foresaw all of this because she told so many details. It seemed as if she knew something, so he asked, Are you sure you foresaw everything instead of knowing something beforehand? Fine, I didn't foresee that, but I found it out. You know I'm good at hacking. When I met her the day before yesterday, I knew there was a special relationship between you, Leng Xiaoyao said. She couldn't tell the future, so it would be embarrassing if she lied that she could and was asked to do it again. You secretly investigated us? Leng Yeqing was angry, feeling as if his privacy was invaded and his dignity was damaged. At this time, Leng Xiaoyao became serious. I did it for a reason. You're my third uncle. I wouldn't invade your privacy for no reason. Hearing that, Leng Yeqing forgave her, but also realized that it wasn't so simple. What's the reason? Leng Xiaoyao was anxious because obviously it had something to do with Shikoi. Otherwise, Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't have done a thorough investigation about them. However, he didn't want it to be related to Shikoi. They just became girlfriend and boyfriend and he didn't deeply love her yet. But he sincerely liked her. He didn't want their relationship to go wrong. It's not good news for you, so I didn't tell you right after I found out the day before yesterday. I didn't want you to be hurt, affecting the business meeting which would be the next day. Leng Xiaoyao said, I told you that you shouldn't fall in love this year, or you would be hurt and ruined by a woman. I meant it when I said that, because Shikoi formed a close relationship with you for a purpose. What? Hearing that, Leng Yeqing was shocked. He subconsciously wanted to argue against it, but upon thinking of Leng Xiaoyao's hacking skills, he realized she must have found something. However, it was still hard for him to accept. What's her purpose? Leng Yeqing asked. I want to ask you a question first. You must be honest with me, Leng Xiaoyao said, not answering Leng Yeqing's question right away. No problem, Leng Yeqing said. Have you had sex with Shi Kai yet? Leng Xiaoyao asked. Facing his niece, Leng Yeqing felt embarrassed, but still answered honestly. Not yet. Knowing that, Leng Xiaoyao was relieved. Then she continued. You didn't want to? Or did she not want it? I didn't want to do that yet, because I didn't feel our relationship was stable enough yet, Leng Yeqing said. In that case, Leng Yeqing was a real man. What's your relationship with Song Shuyan? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. Upon hearing Song Shuyan's name, Leng Yeqing was displeased. We had a fight over a girl during the last semester in university. I broke one of his ribs, but he started it. I tolerated him again and again, but couldn't stand it any longer, so I fought against him. Although his rib was broken, I also had a concussion. I lay in bed for 3 months before I made a full recovery. After he finished, Leng Yeqing suddenly realized that Shi Kai might have a relationship with Song Shuyan. So he immediately asked, Does Shi Kai have a relationship with Song Shuyan? Yes, Shi Kai works in Song Shuyan's company. She's his mistress and pawn, Leng Xiaoyao said. Shi Kai was Song Shuyan's mistress because Song Shuyan was already married. Therefore, their relationship couldn't go public. What? Leng Yeqing was extremely hurt. It was impossible for him to accept that. He had no idea how it became like this. It had been years, but now it seemed that Song Shuyan harbored a grudge against him and even arranged for Shi Kai to form a close relationship with him in order to get revenge. Why? Why would they do that to me? Leng Yeqing couldn't accept it, but didn't question Leng Xiaoyao, because he believed that Leng Xiaoyao had no reason to fool him. Even though Leng Xiaoyao didn't want Leng Yeqing to be hurt, it was necessary for her to tell him the truth. I discovered that Shi Kai and Song Shuyan regularly meet in Shi Kai's apartment, so I spied on Song Shuyan. When I saw him go to see Shi Kai at the company, I followed him, then took a video of them having sex. Shi Kai's apartment? She lives outside alone. Leng Yeqing was surprised. He didn't know that Shi Kai lived outside alone, because she always told him that she stayed at home. He believed it. Every time he drove her home, he stopped his car outside the block. Now it turned out that Shi Kai lived outside to have an affair with Song Shuyan, and she kept it a secret from him. Where is the evidence? Let me see it, Leng Yeqing said at once. Although he believed Leng Xiaoyao, he still wanted to see it with his own eyes. Leng Xiaoyao took out her phone and played the video, then handed her phone to Leng Yeqing. When Leng Yeqing watched the video, he was furious. He almost lost control of himself and smashed the phone, but he still curbed his anger and calmed down. After making sure that the man and the woman in the video were Song Shuyan and Shi Kai, Leng Yeqing stopped watching it before he really lost control of himself. He was sad, furious, and humiliated. He was trapped by a woman, and he noticed nothing wrong. If it hadn't been for Leng Xiaoyao, he could have lost everything, including Fengshang design. Thinking of that, he felt scared. Even though he was extremely hurt that Shi Kai cheated on him, he didn't love her deeply, so it wasn't difficult for him to get over it. Uncle, I know you're heartbroken since you were hurt by the woman you like, but I hope you can get over it as soon as possible. After leaving the hospital, I want you to live a good life as usual. Leng Xiaoyao said. Don't worry, I'm fine, Leng Yeqing said, though he was still very upset. Anyway, he would get over it. He was a sensible man, and wouldn't immediately devote himself to a romantic relationship. After all, there wasn't deep love between him and Shi Kai yet. In addition, he had principles. If Shi Kai became his girlfriend for a purpose and had cheated on him, he would definitely hate and disdain her. He wouldn't punish himself for other people's faults. Oh, you can leave their affair to me. I won't let them go easily since they dare to hurt my family. So, I hope you won't stop me, Leng Xiaoyao said. Although Shi Kai formed a close relationship with Leng Yeqing for a purpose and Leng Yeqing now knew about it, Leng Xiaoyao was afraid that Leng Yeqing would forgive her because he hadn't suffered any losses yet. However, in Leng Xiaoyao's eyes, her family suffered a loss. Leng Yeqing was extremely hurt. In the previous incarnation, Shi Kai and Song Shuyan's scheme succeeded, but it didn't mean they could get away with it in this incarnation. She was reincarnated to deal with these things. Sure. Although Leng Yeqing was indeed furious and sad after finding out that Shiki cheated on him, he had really liked her and was unwilling to punish her. After all, he was only hurt and sad, but didn't lose anything. Anyway, Leng Xiaoyao was so protective of him, so he didn't want to disappoint her, so he decided to leave it to her. If he stopped Leng Xiaoyao, she would be upset. Anyway, Shikai and Song Shuyan had hurt him, so he ought to pay them back. That night, Leng Xiaoyao stayed in the hospital to be with Leng Yeqing. She knew he wouldn't do anything to hurt himself, but she didn't want to leave him alone. In order to distract him, Leng Xiaoyao chatted with him. Leng Yeqing indeed felt better when Leng Xiaoyao talked with him. Uncle, if I want to start up a company in the technology industry, what do you think? Leng Xiaoyao asked. You'll have a bright future. You're so good at hacking and you're a quick learner. I think you can easily learn new skills even if there is something you're not familiar with, Leng Yeqing said. He didn't doubt Leng Xiaoyao's abilities at all. I had the same idea, so I've decided to start up a technology company, Leng Xiaoyao said. If you want to start up a company, I can give you money, but it's not easy. How much do you know about management? Leng Yeqing asked. He wouldn't stop Leng Xiaoyao from having her own career, but it wasn't easy. He hoped she could be prepared. I've learned a lot about it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of having my own company, but I'll do it after the National College Entrance Examination, Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't want Leng Yeqing to be worried. As for the money, I can make money by myself. After all, I have great confidence in the stocks we bought. Oh, I didn't remember that. Leng Yeqing suddenly remembered the stocks he had bought and immediately took out his phone to check them out. When he saw the stocks were declining, he was shocked. Yao, Uncle, trust me. It's fine. After a few days, the prices will be lower. Many people will sell them. Then we can buy them back, Leng Xiaoyao said confidently. Leng Yeqing wasn't very confident, but still chose to believe Leng Xiaoyao. Although he was distracted when Leng Xiaoyao talked with him, he was still sad when he was alone with his thoughts. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoyao hacked into the surveillance cameras around Shikai's apartment again. Song Shuyan stayed there again. Then Leng Xiaoyao sent the video of them having sex to Song Shuyan's wife. She also sent Song Shuyan's wife the address of Shikai's apartment and told her that they were having sex there right now. Leng Xiaoyao did that with her phone, but hid her phone number using her hacking skills. She also deleted the record. Even if Song Shuyan's wife wanted to find out who she was, it was impossible for her to find any clues. A few minutes later, Song Shuyan's wife read the messages and instantly became furious. No woman could stand her husband betraying her, unless they were in an open relationship. Song Shuyan's wife couldn't accept it either. Without delay, she turned to her two older brothers for help, and they went to Shikai's apartment at once. Without surprise, they caught Song Shuyan in Shikai's apartment. His two brothers-in-law beat him heavily. His wife also beat Shikai. Both Song Shuyan and Shikai were struck dumb. They couldn't believe that Song Shuyan's wife found them and even came over. They thought they hid their affair very well. Given what Song Shuyan had done, his wife was determined to divorce him. In fact, Song Shuyan got his current job through his connection with his brother-in-law, so his career would be ruined after they divorced. The next morning, Song Shuyan received a call from the company and was told that he was fired. Shikai also lost her job. The news that Song Shuyan and Shikai were caught immediately became a hot topic on the entertainment news. After all, Shikai had some fame, so she gained a lot of attention after the news spread. Song Shuyan's wife intended to ruin them, so she paid an internet water army to make the news popular. Because Song Shuyan and Shikai were manager and subordinate, their affair aroused a lot of criticism. Leng Yeqing read the news right away, because Leng Xiaoyao told him about it before going to school that morning. Perhaps their affair will be exposed this morning. During my investigation, I learned that Song Shuyan's wife isn't weak. She will definitely ruin their careers and reputation. There is no need for us to get involved. Knowing that Song Shuyan's wife would ruin them, Leng Xiaoyao didn't bother to get involved. She only wanted them to lose everything. When Leng Yeqing read the news, he had mixed emotions and felt sad. A few people knew that Shikai was Leng Yeqing's girlfriend, so they immediately called him after they read the news. The first person who called Leng Yeqing was Chen Yushi. Because both of them were patients, they were in the hospital at the same time. They were bored and played on the phone most of the time, so they quickly noticed the news. After reading the news, Chen Yushi left his ward and went to Leng Yeqing's. He was able to get out of the bed now, but he still needed support when he walked. Therefore, Chen Yushi asked his mother to help him get to Leng Yeqing's ward, then asked her to return to his ward since he needed to have a private talk with Leng Yeqing. Chen Yushi saw that Leng Yeqing was in a bad mood, but wasn't sure whether Leng Yeqing had read the news about Shikoi yet. If Leng Yeqing didn't know about it, he shouldn't be so upset. But if he knew, he wouldn't be so calm. When Leng Yeqing saw Chen Yushi hurriedly coming over, he knew the reason. So he directly spoke after Chen Yushi's mother was out. I found out about it yesterday. It was Yao Yao who told me. And she took the video and sent it to Song Xiuyan's wife. Hearing that, Chen Yushi was astonished. He didn't expect it to have been done by Leng Xiaoyao, but he appreciated Leng Xiaoyao for doing that and admired her more than before. He was curious about how Leng Xiaoyao did it, but he knew it wasn't the right time, so he asked nothing. Even though Leng Yeqing would be hurt if it was exposed, he would only hurt more deeply if it was left a secret. After all, it was better to deal with painful things quickly. I know no one likes this, but it's a good thing that you found it out earlier, Chen Yushi said. He didn't want to comfort Leng Yeqing with meaningless words. Talk was cheap. Only Leng Yeqing knew how it felt when one was betrayed. Chen Yushi also understood that Leng Yeqing had his own principles, so he would get over it after a while. Sure, you can go back and rest. I'm fine. I just need some time alone, Leng Yeqing said. He had his own principles, but he still needed time to get over it. Great. Chen Yushi didn't bother Leng Yeqing any longer, and walked out. After the news went out, Song Xiuyan hid in his own apartment outside, while Shikai didn't dare to go anywhere. She also hid in her apartment. The moment Shikai's family heard the news, they called her and seriously criticized her. It was a shame that they had such an amoral daughter. After that, many friends called Shikai too, but Shikai directly turned off her phone. She knew none of them really cared about her. It was true. They only wanted to make fun of her now that she was in trouble. Shikai didn't dare to contact Leng Yeqing. She had no idea whether he had heard the news yet. Even if he didn't know yet, he would sooner or later. What she didn't know was that Leng Yeqing had directly deleted all ways of contacting her, because it would be humiliating if he left her in his contacts. Only people Leng Yeqing trusted was aware of his romantic relationship with Shikai, so they called him because they really cared about him. Therefore, Leng Yeqing answered their calls. If he refused to answer their calls, they might think he was too heartbroken to talk to anyone. In that case, they would be even more worried about him. After knowing that Leng Yeqing was fine, the people who cared about him were very relieved. Han Yu was doing much better now. After making sure that he was totally fine, he called Leng Xiaoyao and transferred 50 million yuan to her. She didn't lack money, though it was in the previous incarnation to be specific. She could make money at a very young age. In her past life, she had over 100 million yuan savings, but now she badly needed money. A lot of money. Therefore, she was excited when she saw such a large sum of money being transferred into her account. Without hesitation, she invited her friends to have a big meal. Boss, why are you so happy? Everyone could see that Leng Xiaoyao was extremely happy, so Xiong Manxin asked curiously. Right? Did you pick up money on the streets? Wu Minmin asked jokingly. I think boss must have won the lottery, Tong Xiaobei chimed in. None of what you said. Stop guessing. I've invited you for a meal many times before. There is no need to think of a reason, Leng Xiaoyao said. You're right. The other girls agreed, not thinking much of it. Although they were going to have a big meal, they would normally eat all kinds of delicious food, so it wasn't really a big meal. It was just a regular meal that they would usually eat. Boss, you know what? My younger uncle won't stop talking about you these days. My grandparents even think he might have fallen in love with you. They even asked him to bring you home. It's so amusing, Xiong Manxin said. Because Xiong Manxin and Leng Xiaoyao were close friends, the Xiong family and the Ling family had heard a lot about Leng Xiaoyao. They didn't have a good impression of Leng Xiaoyao in the past, but now they were totally amazed by her. "Oh, do they know that I'm ugly?" Leng Xiaoyao was also amused and joked. "Boss, you're not ugly at all. Only people with a bad aesthetic will think you're ugly. You only have some freckles on your face. After the National College entrance examination, you can remove them. Right, you have delicate features. As long as the freckles are removed, you will be prettier than Lang Yuqi." "Yes. So, boss, you shouldn't say you're ugly. You're not ugly at all." The other girls denied it at once, because they clearly knew that Leng Xiaoyao wasn't ugly. Leng Xiaoyao only had some freckles, but her features were very beautiful. Therefore, they didn't want to hear anyone say that Leng Xiaoyao was ugly. They didn't allow Leng Xiaoyao to say that. In fact, they had taught many people a lesson in the past for saying that Leng Xiaoyao was ugly. "I'm just saying. Don't be so emotional. I know I'm a great beauty. My father is handsome, and my mother is very beautiful. It's impossible for me to be ugly. I've made up my mind. After the National College entrance examination, I'll remove all the freckles on my face." Leng Xiaoyao was touched to see that her friends were so protective of her. Actually, in this incarnation, her appearance was no different from the previous incarnation. She was indeed a great beauty. When she put on makeup before going to the casino last time, everyone was stunned by her beauty. "Great, we're looking forward to it. Right, you'll amaze all the people who said you're ugly. They will be stunned and many people will be jealous of you. Haha, I can't wait to see their jealous faces." "Me too." Because many teachers now let Leng Xiaoyao help the students with reviews during their classes, she didn't have to do it during the break. However, it was up to her whether she wanted to. It was tiring for Leng Xiaoyao to help her classmates review, so they couldn't occupy all her time. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao and her friends spent a long time eating before returning to the classroom. In the classroom, Leng Xiaoyao didn't help them review right away. Instead, she rested for a while first. After all, the first afternoon class was the head teacher's class, and he would let her do the reviews then. Leng Xiaoyao also didn't start reviewing at once, but took out her phone and checked the situation in the stock market. The stocks she had bought were all declining, but they were not to the bottom yet. However, Leng Xiaoyao found many people were already buying those stocks in bulk. Quickly, she felt threatened. It seemed she wasn't the only one who knew the real value of the stocks. In that case, she couldn't wait any longer, or the stocks would all be bought by other people. Then she couldn't make any money. Without delay, she sent Leng Yeqing a message and told him to buy the stocks. After reading Leng Xiaoyao's message, Leng Yeqing immediately took action. Although he still doubted whether it would be successful, he chose to believe Leng Xiaoyao. Gu Ning bought some stocks with her phone and decided to investigate it with her laptop after the classes were over. She wanted to know who was buying the stocks in bulk. Finally, the afternoon classes were over. Leng Xiaoyao didn't eat with Xiong Manxin and the other girls. She said she needed to deal with something, then left school with her laptop. Leng Xiaoyao went to the cafe outside their school, then sat in a corner. She needed to hack into the buyer's account with her laptop, so she didn't want other people to see what she was doing. Sometimes she must be careful. Actually, the person also noticed Leng Xiaoyao and Leng Yeqing were buying a large amount of stocks. The person also paid a hacker to collect their information. As a result, when Leng Xiaoyao logged in, she found someone had hacked into her account. She was instantly mad. Luckily, the person did no damage, but Leng Xiaoyao decided to hack into the person's account at once. The person's account was under tight security, so it was hard for people to hack into it. Nevertheless, Leng Xiaoyao was a master at hacking, so she quickly hacked into it. The moment she hacked into the account, the person noticed it and followed her. Afterwards, they played a cat-and-mouse game. A few minutes later, Leng Xiaoyao got rid of the person and left without leaving any clues. Leng Xiaoyao successfully found out who the person was, but she was surprised and relieved after knowing it. The person turned out to be Li Machun. Leng Xiaoyao was familiar with Li Machun. She knew he was good at hacking, but unexpectedly his level was much higher than she had thought. However, that wasn't strange. After all, she had never tried to learn about him. Li Machun was also surprised after he found out that Leng Xiaoyao and Leng Yeqing were buying the stocks. He didn't know it was Leng Xiaoyao who just hacked into his account, but he thought it must be Leng Xiaoyao or Leng Yeqing. He hacked into their accounts a short time ago, and his account was hacked afterwards. In addition, he hacked into their accounts in order to see why they were buying the stocks. He bet they must have the same idea. After all, only the three of them were doing that. In that situation, he was surely targeted. Normally, no one would buy stocks that were declining rapidly. Did Leng Xiaoyao and Leng Yeqing know something secret, so they bought the stocks? Moreover, he was surprised by their hacking skills. Even he failed to catch them. He believed they were better than him at hacking. After that, Li Machun wondered whether they were the ones who had hacked into Yufeng before, but there was no evidence, so he wouldn't jump to conclusions. Neither Leng Xiaoyao nor Li Machun had the intention of causing the other trouble. They were both relying on their own abilities to buy stocks. Leng Xiaoyao bought stocks of 3 companies, while Li Machun targeted only one company, which was highly likely to make a fortune. Leng Xiaoyao wondered whether Li Machun had a relationship with the company. Otherwise, why was he buying its stocks? Or, an idea dawned on Leng Xiaoyao. Was it possible that Li Machun traveled in time or was reincarnated like her? Thinking of that, Leng Xiaoyao felt that might be the answer. However, if Li Machun had the same experience as her, why did he treat her like a stranger? Did he not want to have any relationship with her? Leng Xiaoyao felt a little upset. She knew that she owed Li Machun a lot. She even caused his death. She didn't think anyone could accept that, including herself. If that was the reason, she wouldn't bother him again, but she still needed to do what she ought to. Because she wasn't sure whether Li Machun had the same experience as her, she needed to make sure of it first. After all, perhaps Li Machun had a close relationship with the company, and they might have an inner problem which caused the turmoil. It was also possible that he was trying to save the situation. It was hard to tell which was the truth. After staying in the cafe for a while, Leng Xiaoyao went back to school for the evening class. By accident or by intention, when Leng Xiaoyao sat in the Leng family's car going back home, she saw Li Machun's car once more, and they met each other's eyes. Because Leng Xiaoyao was thinking about Li Machun, she looked a little guilty when Li Machun saw her. Seeing that, Li Machun was sure that the hacker who had hacked into his account must be Leng Xiaoyao or Leng Yeqing. He felt it was more likely to be Leng Xiaoyao. He had spent time with Leng Xiaoyao. At a young age, she was very outstanding among her peers. She was as skilled as him at racing cars and fighting. Moreover, she behaved a lot more maturely than her age. Given what he knew about Leng Yeqing, he didn't think Leng Yeqing was good at information technology. Although he failed to collect more information about Leng Xiaoyao, he was more suspicious of her because of that. Leng Xiaoyao was skilled at hacking, so it should be very easy for her to hide her traces. Leng Xiaoyao wasn't surprised if Li Machun knew the hacker was her. She felt guilty because she had her own thoughts. She thought it was a quick meeting, but unexpectedly an accident happened when they were 5 meters away from each other. The car behind Li Machun's car suddenly exploded, and it was very powerful. Because Leng Xiaoyao's car was only 2 meters away from the car, it was affected by the explosion and hit the cars nearby. If there hadn't been cars around them, they would have been pushed a few meters away. The car windows were broken in the explosion. Luckily, Leng Xiaoyao reacted quickly and released her magical energy to fight against the blast, so they weren't hit by the pieces of broken glass. Uncle Lu and Leng Yuqi, however, were struck dumb. Leng Yuqi cried in horror and Uncle Lu didn't know what to do. Only Leng Xiaoyao stayed calm. She was only surprised at the moment when the accident happened. After the explosion, Leng Xiaoyao immediately got out of her car. Seeing that, Uncle Lu shouted at her, "Miss Xiaoyao, where are you going? It's dangerous outside. Get out of the car now. Go to a safe place," Leng Xiaoyao ordered. Because their car was close to the exploded car, it was very dangerous for them to stay in the car. Uncle Lu wanted to say something else, but Leng Xiaoyao was already out. She looked very powerful and gave the order seriously, which convinced him, so he got out of the car and pulled Leng Yuqi to a safe place. Leng Yuqi was extremely scared, so she paid little attention to Leng Xiaoyao. When Leng Xiaoyao got out of the car, Li Machun also got out. Both of them walked to the exploded car. After the car exploded, it was still burning. When Ling Xiaoyao got out of her car, she took a cushion. She needed to put out the fire, otherwise it would cause more serious damage. Because there was a lot of traffic on the road, cars moved slowly even though there wasn't a traffic jam. After the explosion, all the cars got pushed by the blast and knocked against one another. They had to help the crowd disperse and stop another crash or explosion from happening. People who saw Ling Xiaoyao realized what she wanted to do when she walked towards the fire with a cushion, but their first reaction wasn't that she was brave and dared to put out the fire at this dangerous moment. Instead, they laughed at Ling Xiaoyao for trying to put out the fire with just a cushion. They didn't think it was possible. Even Li Machun frowned a little, but he didn't disdain Ling Xiaoyao. At the same time, Li Machun took out a fire extinguisher. However, because the fire was too powerful, one fire extinguisher was barely useful. As a result, even though Li Machun wasn't optimistic about Ling Xiaoyao's actions, he didn't stop her. Anyway, it would be helpful if she could do something, because there were still two people trapped in the car. When she reached the front of the exploded car, Ling Xiaoyao threw the cushion at the flames. Onlookers waited to see a drama, but unexpectedly the fire was put out the moment it was covered by the cushion. In an instant, everyone was surprised, including Li Machun. It was really unbelievable. If other people needed to put out the fire, it would be very difficult. But Ling Xiaoyao used her magical energy, so the fire was quickly extinguished. This time, no one dared to make fun of her again. After she put out the fire, she won their respect. However, what surprised them more happened afterwards. The car doors were locked, so normally they couldn't be opened, but the people inside had to get out as soon as possible. Currently the glass was broken, so Ling Xiaoyao directly pulled the car doors apart. That scene shocked everyone. They couldn't believe that such a young girl could be so strong. The crowd didn't just watch from the side. They were also busy calling the police and the hospital. Not only the people in the exploded car were injured, other people nearby were also hurt. At that moment, some people took pictures of the scene. After Ling Xiaoyao removed the car doors, she turned to Li Machun and said, "Help them out." She asked Li Machun to rescue the people in the car. The moment Ling Xiaoyao finished speaking, she hurriedly went to the driver's seat and used the same way to remove the door. Once Li Machun heard Ling Xiaoyao's words, he gave the fire extinguisher to his subordinate and told his subordinates to continue putting out the fire. Afterwards, he ran to rescue people. He wasn't mad that Ling Xiaoyao ordered him to do it, because they had to make full use of the time. Moments later, Li Machun carried a person out of the car, which shocked the crowd. The person was seriously injured, but was still alive, so Li Machun quickly placed the person down at a safe place, then ran back. When Li Machun ran back, Ling Xiaoyao was about to carry someone out of the car. Li Machun stopped her at once. "Leave it to me." As soon as he finished, he ran in front of Ling Xiaoyao to carry the driver, then moved the driver to the safe place. Ling Xiaoyao and Li Machun's subordinate continued to put out the fire. The driver was also badly injured, but luckily he was still alive. After Li Machun moved them to a safe place, he immediately returned to put out the fire with Ling Xiaoyao. This time, someone gave him a fire extinguisher. With 2 fire extinguishers and Ling Xiaoyao's cushion, they put out the fire faster. From the beginning to the end, they completely put out the fire within 3 minutes. Uncle Lu watched everything and was amazed by Ling Xiaoyao, but he was also scared by the scene because it was very easy for Ling Xiaoyao to be injured. At the beginning, Lung Yuqi paid no attention to Ling Xiaoyao, but she soon noticed her. She was jealous of Ling Xiaoyao for being so brave, but she also wanted Ling Xiaoyao to be injured in the fire. They were bitter enemies now, so she had no sympathy for Ling Xiaoyao even if Ling Xiaoyao was injured. After Ling Xiaoyao put out the fire, she immediately ran towards the sidewalk to check on the injured people's condition. The injured people were wounded all over their bodies and were bleeding badly, but there were no bandages. However, there were too many people, so Ling Xiaoyao couldn't directly put magical energy into their bodies to help them recover. Right when Ling Xiaoyao was thinking about what to do, she raised her head and saw a silk scarf store. Without delay, she walked towards it and asked about the price. Because it was a street store, the silk scarves weren't expensive and cost 50 yuan each. Leng Xiaoyao grabbed about 7 silk scarves, then gave the store owner 500 yuan and quickly went back to the injured people. Seeing what Leng Xiaoyao was doing, the store owner felt extremely embarrassed. He shouldn't have taken the money, but he was a businessman, not a philanthropist, so he had to make money. However, he knew Leng Xiaoyao paid him more than the total price. Given the emergency, he couldn't take more money from her even though he wouldn't give them to her for free. Therefore, he took out 5 silk scarves and ran towards Leng Xiaoyao, then gave them to her. Leng Xiaoyao understood why he did that, so she accepted the silk scarves and gave him a grateful smile. The store owner didn't think that Leng Xiaoyao was beautiful, but her smile warmed him. It was indeed pleasant to do good deeds. Getting back to the injured people, Leng Xiaoyao wrapped the driver's wounds first, because he was more seriously injured. She did it not just to hide what she was really doing, but because it could really stop the bleeding. At the same time, Leng Xiaoyao secretly released magical energy to cure them. Although she wasn't a saint, she was willing to help others when it was necessary unless they were bad people. She would refuse to help if she knew they were bad people, but she would still rescue them before knowing who they were. Li Machun also went to them and squatted down to wrap the wounds for another person. Leng Xiaoyao wanted to stop him, but thought it wasn't a bad thing, so she did nothing. She would secretly put her magical energy into the person's body afterwards. While Leng Xiaoyao was treating the injured people, Uncle Lu also walked over. He said nothing and watched from the side. Seeing Leng Xiaoyao's familiarity, Uncle Lu was surprised. He really felt that Leng Xiaoyao had become strange and different now. He didn't dare to despise or disrespect her any longer. He didn't dare to disrespect Leng Xiaoyao in the past few days, but now he was totally convinced by her skills. After wrapping the wounds for the driver, Leng Xiaoyao put some magical energy into his body, and he quickly got better. Li Machun was almost finished, but Leng Xiaoyao still went to help him, because she needed to seize the chance and put magical power into the injured person's body. Li Machun only thought that Leng Xiaoyao wanted to help the injured person, so he didn't think much about it, but when Leng Xiaoyao did it, he clearly felt a cold air go into his body. It wasn't uncomfortable, and he was immediately refreshed. Leng Xiaoyao was putting magical energy into the injured person's body, but Li Machun also received some because he was touching the injured person. Normal people wouldn't feel anything, but Li Machun wasn't normal, so he still felt the magical power even though there was only a little magical power going into his body. Why did he have such a feeling? What exactly was Leng Xiaoyao doing? He didn't know what was happening, but he was sure that it had something to do with Leng Xiaoyao. Even though he was confused, he showed nothing on his face. Leng Xiaoyao didn't think much about it and focused on putting magical energy into the injured person's body. In addition, Li Machun didn't show anything abnormal, so she didn't realize that he knew there was something different. Because Li Machun had almost finished wrapping the wounds for this injured person, Leng Xiaoyao was quickly done. But she still placed her hand on the injured person and continued to put magical energy into his body. She didn't move her hand away till she was sure that he was fine. Li Machun's hands were also placed on the injured person's body. When Leng Xiaoyao removed her hand, he felt the comfortable feeling go away. It made him believe the cold feeling must have something to do with Leng Xiaoyao. What exactly had happened? Did Leng Xiaoyao have superpowers? Li Machun understood that ordinary people weren't the only things in the world. There were some people who had superpowers too, but they were rare and not easy to meet. He knew that because he had met them before and he wasn't exactly ordinary either. However, he hadn't verified what exactly was special about him. If so, Leng Xiaoyao must have reminded him to be careful last time for a reason. She didn't fool him. Thinking of that, Li Machun decided to believe Leng Xiaoyao. There might really be a connection between them, and it might be true that he would encounter danger. However, he wondered if the connection was good or bad and whether Leng Xiaoyao reminded him to be careful out of kindness or bad intention. Although she seemed very nice when she rescued people without hesitation today, she might not be friendly to him. "Miss, are you all right?" Uncle Lu asked with concern. Although he could see that Leng Xiaoyao was fine, he was still worried. After all, the scene from earlier was really scary. Even though Leng Xiaoyao wasn't injured, it must have taken a lot of energy to put out the fire and rescue people. "I'm fine," Leng Xiaoyao said. Hearing that, Uncle Lu was relieved. A while later, an ambulance and the traffic police came. The injured people were sent to the hospital at once, while the traffic police stayed to deal with the accident. They had to find out the cause of the explosion. After Leng Xiaoyao and the others' help, the exploded car wasn't completely destroyed, so it was possible for them to find out the truth. Some traffic police went to investigate the explosion, while some went to deal with the cars that were affected by the explosion. Miss, let me call Master Leng. We need another car to send you and Miss Yuchi back home. I'll stay to deal with it, Uncle Lu said. Great, but Leng Yuchi can go home. I'll stay, Leng Xiaoyao replied. She also wanted to know the cause of the explosion. In addition, Li Machin was here. But Uncle Lu didn't think it was a good idea. He could handle it alone. All right, I'll make the call, Leng Xiaoyao said. Then she took out her phone and called Master Leng. After Master Leng heard what happened, he was frightened and said, What? A car exploded? Because Leng Yehua and Song Meiyu were with him. They were scared too once they heard that. Car exploded? What car exploded? Whose car exploded? Leng Yehua and Song Meiyu stared at Leng Chongyuan. They wanted to ask about it, but were afraid that he might get annoyed at being interrupted. Did the car Leng Yuchi was in explode? Thinking of that, Leng Yehua and Song Meiyu were horrified and couldn't wait to find out what exactly had happened. Grandpa, don't worry. Only the car is damaged a little. We're all fine, Leng Xiaoyao reassured. Leng Chongyuan was relieved. Great, great. Leng Yeqing and Song Meiyu were also relieved. What's the situation now? Leng Chongyuan asked. He was relieved, but he was still worried since such an accident had happened. The traffic police are dealing with it, but we can't come back right now. Grandpa, can you arrange for a car to pick up Leng Yuchi and take her home? Leng Xiaoyao asked. She did that, not because she cared about Leng Yuchi, but because she didn't want Leng Yuchi to cause any trouble. How about you? Why don't you come home together? Lu can handle it, Leng Chongyuan said. Hearing that, Leng Yehua and Song Meiyu were sure that Leng Yuchi was fine, but they were still anxious. I want to stay and investigate it, Leng Xiaoyao said. Fine. Leng Chongyuan couldn't persuade Leng Xiaoyao, so he had to give in. Anyway, Leng Xiaoyao was strong enough to protect herself now, and Lu was with her. Once Leng Chongyuan hung up, Song Meiyu asked, Dad, how's Yuchi? A car exploded on their way home. The car they took is slightly damaged, but they're fine. I'll send a car to bring Yuchi home, Leng Chongyuan said. I'll go. Leng Yehua stood up. He was very worried about Leng Yuchi, so he would go to pick his daughter up by himself. I'll go with you. Song Meiyu didn't want to wait at home, so she decided to go with him. After that, Leng Yehua and Song Meiyu went to pick Leng Yuchi up together. Leng Xiaoyao stood outside, so Li Machin didn't return to the car. Leng Xiaoyao really aroused his curiosity, so he wanted to know more about her. Miss Leng, did you do your best when you sparred against me last time? Li Machin asked jokingly yet serious. Uncle Lu was surprised. He didn't expect Leng Xiaoyao to know this man. It wasn't strange that Leng Xiaoyao knew the man, but the man didn't seem to be an ordinary person. The man looked strong and had an air of nobility and a luxury car. It was obvious that he was very rich, so Uncle Lu was surprised to know that Leng Xiaoyao had a relationship with such a successful man. Anyway, it proved that Leng Xiaoyao was also successful since she could know such a successful man. Leng Xiaoyao had really changed his impression of her. Li Machin's subordinate was aware that Li Machin and Leng Xiaoyao knew each other, but he didn't know what had happened between them. Therefore, he was slightly surprised when he heard Li Machin's words, because it meant that Leng Xiaoyao had fought with Li Machin. He didn't know the result, but Leng Xiaoyao seemed very skilled. However, Li Machin said that she hadn't done her best, so she might be even more skilled. It sounded like Leng Xiaoyao wasn't weaker than Li Machin. I did my best. I'm strong, but I don't have a great explosive force, Leng Xiaoyao said. Although she was lying, she looked sincere. Li Machin wasn't convinced, but he didn't ask further about it since she said that. Before long, the cause of the explosion was discovered. Someone had set a bomb in the car. Once the result was out, everyone was surprised. Even though it had already happened, they were still scared when they heard there was a bomb. Given the situation, the two injured people must have a high status and it definitely wasn't an accident. They wondered whether the two injured people would be safe after being sent to the hospital. Both Leng Xiaoyao and Li Machun had the same worry, so they turned to look at each other. Leng Xiaoyao went back to her car, then took out her laptop and said to Uncle Lu, "Uncle Lu, you can stay here and deal with it. I need to leave for a while." Leng Xiaoyao wanted to go to the hospital to investigate this case. "Miss, be careful." Uncle Lu didn't know what Leng Xiaoyao was going to do, but he couldn't stop her, so he only reminded her to be careful. When Li Machun saw Leng Xiaoyao taking out a laptop, he was sure the hacker was her. "I will," Leng Xiaoyao said, then walked away. Li Machun told his subordinate to stay and deal with it, then also left with Leng Xiaoyao because he wanted to know what exactly had happened. Leng Xiaoyao saw him following her, but didn't say anything. She just silently allowed him to follow her. She understood that he must want to know the cause as well. Although she didn't know his background, he seemed to have a relationship with the military. "Mr. Li, are you going with me?" Leng Xiaoyao asked. "I think we have the same idea," Li Machun said. "Well, it seems we're both smart people. Let's go together," Leng Xiaoyao said with a smile. After that, she flagged down a taxi. After getting into the car, Leng Xiaoyao gave the driver an address and immediately turned on her laptop, then started investigating the exploded car. She didn't avoid Li Machun, because she knew that he had already realized that she was the hacker. There was no need for her to hide now. Even though Li Machun knew the hacker was her, he was still surprised when he saw Leng Xiaoyao familiarly working on the laptop. Before long, Leng Xiaoyao found the information about the car and the people in it. After the investigation, she was astonished by the result. Leng Xiaoyao guessed the people in the car must be important, but she was still amazed after knowing their identities. One of the two people in the car was a leader who was just transferred here, Lu Chongwei. He was in the position for less than a month. The driver was Lu Chongwei's chauffeur. After knowing Lu Chongwei's background, the purpose of this scheme couldn't be more obvious. Either Lu Chongwei or his position was the target. "Mr. Li, what do you think of my IT skills?" Leng Xiaoyao turned to look at Li Machun and asked him. "It's impressive. I think you're better than me," Li Machun admitted. If he was better than her, he would have caught her last time. "But if I continue, will I get in trouble?" Leng Xiaoyao asked worriedly. If only she was involved, she wouldn't be afraid, but the Leng family would also be affected because of her. In this incarnation, the Leng family wasn't so powerful. They were rich, but only at a normal level so they could be easily ruined. "Miss Leng, if you don't mind, you can leave it to me after you have the result," Li Machun said. He had no worries at all. "Great," Leng Xiaoyao answered. If Li Machun could handle it, she could avoid unnecessary trouble. Leng Xiaoyao didn't care if she gave what she had found out to Li Machun, even if it was a big thing. Actually, even if Li Machun didn't show up, she had no plan to take the credit after finding out the cause. Sometimes, she needed to rake the credit, but some credits were just a burden. If other people knew she found out the cause, she would be paid back. Before long, they arrived at the hospital. Leng Xiaoyao and Li Machun got out of the car together. "Will you please pay the bill? It's not convenient for me to get money right now," Leng Xiaoyao asked. There was a laptop in her hands, so it wasn't convenient for her to get her money. Anyway, it wasn't expensive, so she asked Li Machun to pay the fee. "No problem." Even if Leng Xiaoyao didn't ask, Li Machun wouldn't ask her for the taxi fee. When they had almost arrived, he had already prepared change. Leng Xiaoyao saw that and knew Li Machun wouldn't let her pay the fee, but out of courtesy, she still needed to ask him for his opinion. Otherwise, it would seem as if she took it for granted. Li Machun and Leng Xiaoyao quickly found where the two injured people were. They were having a medical exam. Because they were badly injured, it would take a long time. After that, Leng Xiaoyao went to a corner and continued her investigation. This time, she checked the surveillance cameras. She watched the surveillance videos from the explosion back to where the exploded car came from. About 10 minutes later, Lang Yehua and Song Meiyu reached the accident scene. The moment they saw it, they were stunned. Although they knew it was a car explosion, They didn't expect it to be so serious. What was most frightening was how close the Lung family's car had been to the exploded car. Before long, Lung Yehua and Song Meiyu saw Lung Yuqi and immediately walked towards her. Lung Yuqi didn't see them until Song Meiyu called her when they reached her side. "Yuqi, are you all right?" Song Meiyu pulled Lung Yuqi's hands and checked her from head to toe to see whether she was injured. "Mom!" Lung Yuqi burst into tears. There was no one she could rely on before her parents came, so she had to tolerate it. But as soon as she saw her parents, she was relaxed and cried in Song Meiyu's arms. All right, Dad and Mom are here. Don't cry, my daughter." Song Meiyu comforted her at once. "Where is Leng Xiaoyao?" Lung Yehua asked. He disliked Leng Xiaoyao, but he ought to care about her in such a situation. "I don't know," Lung Yuqi said. "Get into the car with Yuqi. I need to see Lu," Lung Yehua said. "Sure," Song Meiyu replied. Then she went back to the car with Lung Yuqi. Lung Yehua walked to see Lu and told him that they would take Lung Yuqi back home first. At the same time, Lung Yehua also asked where Leng Xiaoyao was now. Uncle Lu told him that Leng Xiaoyao left to deal with something. She left to deal with something? It was late at night. She was a young girl. What did she need to deal with? Lung Yehua was instantly angry and immediately criticized Uncle Lu. "It's late now. Why did you allow a young girl to leave alone? Why didn't you stop her? What if she does something wrong and humiliates the Lung family?" Lung Yehua didn't care about Leng Xiaoyao's safety, just her behavior. Honestly, he didn't care about what Leng Xiaoyao did either. He simply wanted to defame her. Uncle Lu was displeased, not because Leng Yehua shouted at him, but because Leng Yehua defamed Leng Xiaoyao. "Mr. Yehua, I don't think Miss Xiaoyao will humiliate the Lung family." Uncle Lu defended Leng Xiaoyao. In fact, Leng Xiaoyao had humiliated the Lung family many times before, but she was completely different now. "She won't? Isn't she humiliating the Lung family all the time?" Leng Yehua was even angrier since Uncle Lu defended Leng Xiaoyao. "I believe what Miss Yuqi has done humiliated the Lung family much more than Miss Xiaoyao's deeds," Uncle Lu said, implying that Lung Yuqi had stolen Leng Xiaoyao's fiancé, which was totally unacceptable. If the news went abroad, the Lung family would be extremely humiliated. Leng Yehua didn't know what to say. Because he felt guilty, he didn't continue to talk about it. He snorted, then turned around and left. He didn't ask further about what Leng Xiaoyao had left to do. He really hoped that Leng Xiaoyao would do something to humiliate the Lung family, so that Master Lung would hate her. Moreover, Uncle Lu Songming, was only a chauffeur. How could a chauffeur talk to him like that? It was annoying. "Where is Leng Xiaoyao?" Song Meiyu asked. She didn't care about Leng Xiaoyao, but she wanted to know what Leng Xiaoyao went to do so late at night. "Who the hell knows?" Lung Yehua answered in annoyance. Seeing that Lung Yehua was so mad, Song Meiyu was confused, but didn't dare to ask about it. At that moment, Lung Yuqi was reluctant to mention Leng Xiaoyao, because she didn't want people to know that Leng Xiaoyao had rescued people from the flames. However, it was impossible to keep it a secret because those who had taken a video of that scene had posted it on the internet. If only a few people did that, the news might not get much attention, but there were too many people doing it, so it quickly went viral. In addition, people loved to read news about heroes, so Leng Xiaoyao received countless compliments 10 minutes later. Li Mochin was also praised. People were especially amazed when Leng Xiaoyao removed the car doors with her hands. Leng Xiaoyao paid little attention to them and kept on watching the surveillance videos. There was nothing strange along the road until she saw the restaurant in which Lu Chongwei dined. Something happened in the parking lot of that restaurant. The story was that Lu Chongwei and his chauffeur went to dine with his colleagues at that restaurant at 6:30 p.m. They chatted during the meal, so they didn't separate until 9:05 p.m. At 8:30 p.m. A man in black with a baseball cap and mask walked into the parking lot and stopped before Lu Chongwei's car. After seeing that there was no one around, the man lay down under the car, then left a few minutes later. It was obvious that he was setting a bomb next to the oil tank. In that case, once the bomb exploded, the oil tank would break and the car would burn faster. It seemed that the man's aim was to kill Lu Chongwei. Coincidentally, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Machun showed up halfway and rescued them. But the credit should go to Leng Xiaoyao. Although they were still alive when they were moved out of the car, without Leng Xiaoyao's magical energy, they wouldn't have survived. After all, the explosion was very powerful. After Leng Xiaoyao saw the man who set the bomb, she began to collect his information. About 10 minutes later, she learned that the man was called Jin Dao. He was a wanted criminal. He was previously arrested, but he successfully escaped from jail half a month ago. Shortly after Jin Dao escaped from jail, he targeted Lu Chongwei. There must be grudges between them, because he tried to kill Lu Chongwei right after escaping from jail. Otherwise, there must be a mastermind who used Jin Dao as a pawn. If so, it must have been planned that Jin Dao would escape from jail. As for the truth, Leng Xiaoyao still needed time to find out, but she already had information about Lu Chongwei and his chauffeur, so she could stop for the time being. Even though she wasn't sure whether Lu Chongwei was a good man, she would investigate to the end since she was already involved. If he was a good man, it would be good if she continued the investigation. On the other hand, if he was a bad person, it still wouldn't be bad if she found out the truth. Looking at Leng Xiaoyao, Li Machun also observed the surroundings to see whether anyone wanted to hurt Lu Chongwei again. Leng Xiaoyao didn't know whether Lu Chongwei was a good man, but Li Machun knew. He just hadn't met him before. In his eyes, Lu Chongwei was a good man. He was a good man, but no one was perfect. He couldn't satisfy everyone and leave a good impression on everyone. Besides, in his position, he had to do many things that he didn't want to do. Left with no choice, he had to play dirty tricks sometimes. Anyway, he hadn't done any illegal or unacceptable things yet. Moreover, Lu Chongwei belonged to his friend's faction, so Li Machun would be involved in this case. When Leng Xiaoyao discovered the criminal, he saw it too, but he wasn't sure that Jin Dao was the mastermind. Perhaps there was someone else behind Jin Dao. After knowing Lu Chongwei's position, Li Machun called his friend at once. He told his friend about what had happened to Lu Chongwei and asked them to contact Lu Chongwei's family or other reliable people. After hearing the news, his friend thanked him at once. They didn't talk for long. Li Machun's friend asked him to take care of Lu Chongwei for a while, then hung up. Without delay, his friend informed another official. Because Lu Chongwei used to work too much and was just transferred here, his family didn't come with him. After all, they all worked in the capital, so he could only rely on friends to help him. Lu Chongwei and his chauffeur were seriously injured superficially, but their organs were fine. In other words, they survived and would recover quickly. Because Lu Chongwei just got this position, not many people knew him. Even those who sent him to the hospital didn't recognize him, so the hospital didn't pay much attention to him. Afterwards, Li Machun walked straight there and said to the doctor, "Move them to VIP wards. I'll pay the bill." Hearing that, the doctor was struck dumb for a second. Why was Li Machun being so generous? "May I know your relationship?" the doctor asked. It was necessary to know why Li Machun wanted to pay the bill for the injured people. "We rescued them, and I know him. He's a friend of a friend. I already called my friend, and he'll send people soon," Li Machun said. Knowing that Li Machun had rescued them, the doctor was surprised and said, "Sure." After that, Lu Chongwei and his chauffeur were moved to VIP wards. But Lu Chongwei and his chauffeur had only received a medical check, and their wounds hadn't been treated yet. They needed to do that now. Li Machun told Leng Xiaoyao to follow them, while he went to settle the bill. Before long, Lu Chongwei's colleagues heard the news that they had an accident. Some were worried, while some gloated over their misfortune. Whether they were worried or gloated, they all came to the hospital to see Lu Chongwei. The person who arrived the earliest was the Minister of the Secretary Department, who was asked to come by Li Machun's friend. Although he wasn't familiar with Lu Chongwei, he was reliable. After all, they belonged to the same faction. The Minister of the Secretary Department was named Ling Tianhui, a member of the Ling family in City Chong. He was also Ling Tianqi's older brother, Xiong Manxin's eldest uncle. When Ling Tianhai arrived, Lu Chongwei and his chauffeur were still treating their wounds while Leng Xiaoyao and Li Machun guarded outside the door. The moment Ling Tianhui saw Leng Xiaoyao, he felt she looked familiar. It felt as if he had seen her before, but he couldn't remember. After all, he cared more about Lu Chongwei right now. Ling Tianhui stared at Li Machun and asked, "Are you Mr. Li?" Li Machen's friend told Ling Tianhui that his friend with the surname of Li was in the hospital. He also told Ling Tianhui Li Machen's height, age, appearance, and air. Therefore, Ling Tianhui recognized Li Machun as soon as he saw him. At the age of 27, with the height of 1.83 m, there was only one man who was handsome and elegant. Facing Li Machun, Ling Tianhui felt a bit stressed, even though Li Machun didn't do anything. "I am," Li Machun replied. "Mr. Mu told me to come here. How is Secretary Lu now?" Ling Tianhui asked. "He's badly injured superficially, but his organs are fine. His life is also safe," Li Machun said. Knowing that Lu Chongwei was safe, Ling Tianhui was relieved. Afterwards, Ling Tianhui waited outside the door with Li Machun and Leng Xiaoyao. Ling Tianhui glanced at Leng Xiaoyao once in a while. He really felt that she looked familiar, but somehow couldn't remember her. Leng Xiaoyao didn't want to say anything, but she had to greet Ling Tianhui since he was trying to figure out who she was. "Minister Ling, I'm Leng Xiaoyao, Manxin's friend." Hearing that, Ling Tianhui realized who she was. She was Leng Xiaoyao. No wonder she looked so familiar. Even though he hadn't seen Leng Xiaoyao in person, he had seen her photos and heard a lot about her, especially recently since Ling Tianqi talked about her all the time. When Ling Tianqi mentioned Leng Xiaoyao, she was full of admiration and respect for her. She said that Leng Xiaoyao was excellent at car racing, fighting, and studying. Leng Xiaoyao was even the top scorer in the monthly test. "Oh, you're Leng Xiaoyao. No wonder you look so familiar. I didn't remember who you were earlier. Manxin has spoken about you many times, and Tianqi is talking about you these days as well. I can't believe how much you've changed," Ling Tianhui exclaimed. He had heard about Leng Xiaoyao because of her bad deeds, and he had even told Xiong Manxin to stay away from her. But after hearing about her change, he felt she could be a good friend. He wasn't snobbish, but Leng Xiaoyao used to be notorious for her bad deeds. So it wasn't wrong that he didn't want Xiong Manxin to be friends with her. In the past, Leng Xiaoyao was really a bad person. Although Xiong Manxin was also naughty, her family still hoped that she could become better. Therefore, her family wanted her to stay away from bad people. Leng Xiaoyao smiled and said nothing else, because she didn't know what to say. A while later, Ling Tianhui suddenly became curious about Leng Xiaoyao's relationship with Mr. Li. Although he didn't know Mr. Li's status, Mr. Li couldn't be an ordinary person since he was Mr. Mu's friend. Unexpectedly, Leng Xiaoyao had a relationship with such an important figure. "Oh, why are you here?" Ling Tianhui asked, trying to figure out Leng Xiaoyao's relationship with Li Machun. However, he had no ulterior motives, he was simply curious. Leng Xiaoyao understood what Ling Tianhui wanted to know, but she wasn't unhappy. She explained, "When Secretary Lu's car exploded, my car was only 2 meters away, so I was affected. The next moment, Secretary Lu's car was on flames, so I ran out of my car to rescue him. Coincidentally, Mr. Li's car was in front of Secretary Lu's car, so we worked together to help them out. Then we came to the hospital." "What? You rescued them?" Ling Tianhui was surprised. Leng Xiaoyao went to rescue them? Luckily, they survived, but it was very dangerous for a young girl like Leng Xiaoyao to help them out of the flames. Even though he knew Leng Xiaoyao was very strong, the situation was still very dangerous. "Yeah," Leng Xiaoyao answered. "That's so dangerous. Fortunately, you helped them out. Otherwise, they would have been killed," Liang Tianhui said. After Lu Chongwei and his chauffeur finished treating their wounds, they were sent to their wards. The officials who came to visit Lu Chongwei also arrived. At that time, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Machun were still in Lu Chongwei's ward. Because they had a suspicion that the mastermind might be among the officials who came to visit Lu Chongwei, they stayed and observed the visitors. All of them knew Ling Tianhui, but didn't know Li Machun and Leng Xiaoyao. Anyway, since Li Machun and Leng Xiaoyao were in Lu Chongwei's ward, they must be familiar. Because Lu Chongwei was still unconscious, they didn't stay for long and left a few minutes later. After all, Lu Chongfei was a senior leader in City Chong. If they didn't come to see him, it would be their fault. Nevertheless, only those who were in the same faction as Lu Chongwei cared about him, while the others simply came to see him as a formality. For the time being, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Machun didn't see any suspects. Perhaps the mastermind hid himself very well. Sometimes an expression didn't mean anything, so they had to collect evidence by themselves. After Lu Songming dealt with the accident, it was already 11 p.m. by the time he got back to the Leng family's mansion. The rest of the Leng family didn't know what had happened until Lu Songming got back, so they were all surprised. Leng Xiaoyao ran to rescue people, but the car was on fire. "She's so bold," Leng Chongyuan said angrily. Then he asked Lu Songming, "Is Yao Yao all right?" "Don't worry, Master Leng. Miss Xiaoyao is very strong. She's fine," Lu Songming said. Hearing that Leng Xiaoyao was fine, Leng Chongyuan was relieved. However, it was late now, but Leng Xiaoyao was still absent, so he called her at once. Leng Xiaoyao immediately answered his call. "Yao Yao, where are you? Why are you not home yet? When will you come home?" Leng Chongyuan asked. It was impossible for him not to be worried. No matter how strong Leng Xiaoyao was, she was a young girl. What if she encountered trouble? "I'm at the hospital now to see the 2 injured people. I'll be back home soon," Leng Xiaoyao said. "I'll ask Lu to pick you up," Leng Chongyuan offered. "No need. I can get home on my own," Leng Xiaoyao declined. "Fine, get back home quickly. It's late now," Leng Chongyuan said. Since Leng Xiaoyao didn't need anyone to pick her up, he didn't insist. It was late and there weren't many people coming to see Lu Chongwei today, so after everyone was gone, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Machun also left. In regard to the mastermind, before they had the final result, they decided to leave it to the police. Ling Tianhui didn't need to stay there in person. He contacted the police, and the leader from the same faction as him sent several reliable policemen to guard outside the ward. Nevertheless, although Ling Tianhui left, he asked his secretary to stay. After Leng Xiaoyao and Li Machun left, Li Machun's subordinate, Gu Yuan, was already waiting for them outside the hospital. "Miss Leng, if you don't mind, I can send you home," Li Machun said. Normally, he wouldn't send people home, especially women, but Leng Xiaoyao was different. Given what they had been through, he felt it was necessary for him to send Leng Xiaoyao home since they went to the hospital and investigated this case together. In addition, he wanted to know more about Leng Xiaoyao. In order to do that, he needed to get close to her, so he needed to send her home. "Thanks." Leng Xiaoyao didn't mind. Even if Li Machun didn't offer, she would have asked him to send her home. Anyway, she didn't regard Li Machun as a stranger. "Mr. Li, if you don't mind, can we exchange phone numbers? After I find out the truth, I'll contact you. Or, do you want to do it on your own?" Leng Xiaoyao asked. She knew Li Machun's phone number, but she needed to ask him for it in order to not arouse his suspicions. "Miss Leng, I think you're better than me at it. And you've already found out a lot of information, so please continue. My phone number is..." Li Machun agreed. He could do the investigation by himself, but he wanted to get Leng Xiaoyao's phone number. "No problem. My phone number is..." Leng Xiaoyao said, exchanging phone numbers with Li Machun. Gu Yuan was surprised to see that Li Machun was willing to give a girl his phone number. Usually, even if Li Machun needed to contact anyone, he wouldn't give the person his own phone number, and would instead give Gu Yuan's. "Mr. Li, do you think Jin Dao is more likely to be the mastermind, or do you think the mastermind is someone else?" Leng Xiaoyao asked. Because she knew Gu Yuan was Li Machun's henchman, she didn't avoid him.